What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Hey, listen, once upon a time in a place called Dallas, there was this guy named Black Men Unfiltered who came and made a network. And guess what? Y'all are here tonight, 2 years later. Thank you so much for being here tonight. And thank you for being at Black Men Unfiltered Network. We're about to have a barbershop talk tonight. Before we have that barbershop talk tonight, you know the rules of the barbershop are simple. Or should I let my twin brother tell you guys? Here he is.
Wait. Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop.
Yes.
Wait, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell hold the park down.
Man, ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
Why you gotta tell?
All right, you heard the rules of the barbershop. We could talk about whenever, whatever, however we want in the barbershop. So if you don't like it on Fridays, on Tuesday, we're a little bit more liberal, but on Fridays, if you don't like it, get the hell out. But we appreciate you guys for being here tonight. I got some guys I want to bring up, man, that they be killing the game. Three smooth bald head bastards who have cut their hair down to their skin. Where do we begin? And so I'm gonna bring those guys up, and then later on, as the other guys get in, we'll bring them in. And we got four bald guys. I'm sorry, four, I count four. I might as well call you guys the X-Men because you guys, it's four bald men in my chat tonight, in my back tonight. Hold on, damn, pause. Four bald men coming on stage tonight. Let's go ahead and bring these guys up. Here we go.
Canvas.
The first X-Man coming to the stage. Give it up for yours truly, Mr. Bennett. All right, next up, we got our Pain in the building. He feel a little better because he ate some booty. Give it up. Our Pain in the building in the barbershop tonight.
Previously on X-Men.
All right. We got JT from What We Know Podcast in the building tonight. Let's give it up for JT, another bald Detroit man himself. Let's go. All right, last but not least, we want to give it up for Professor X himself. He's got his shades on tonight. He's cool. The sun is out in his house tonight. That boy so bad the sun found him and came to his house. Give it up for yours truly, Lost in Translation.
Good evening.
We put all you bald dudes over here by yourself because I don't want to see you. There we go.
Previously.
You know what,
like
man?
the mic is choppy there. It would BMU.
My mic choppy right now?
A little better now. I
Okay,
thought it was.
thank you, sir. Hey, keep me together. All right, guys, how are you guys
Lost in
doing?
translation looks like he's like he's like a Padawan in training. That hasn't quite earned his ball stripes yet, but he's there. So he's in his Padawan stage. He's almost there. We almost got him there.
Yeah, he looked like he about to say, "Bitch, where's my money?" But man, it is so good to be here with you guys tonight, man. You know, I always got to check the temperature of the room because we're men, and men don't do it enough. We don't check on each other. We don't check each other's mental health, what we're going through, how we're doing. And so I definitely want to get that. But before we do, I want to go over here to the chat, to the sanctuary here. Let's see who we got on the front pew today. We got Crystal Light in the building today. What's going on, Crystal? She said the GOAT. Man, you know what? Crystal, you are amazing. Thank you so much. This young lady has gone all the way back to when I first started and watched every one of my shows, guys. Crazy. She said they're binge watching it at her house. All the shows, every one of them. She's trying to catch up with who we are, what we do. So, man, thank you so much, Crystal Light, for being so interested in the network. I appreciate you so much.
That's dope.
We got What We Know Podcast. Y'all know that guy. That guy is sitting right here, right now in Detroit, happy about those Lions. Yeah.
Did I tell you, Mr. Bennett? Y'all think I'm playing, don't you?
Yeah, those Lions. But when they thought those Steelers was going to win, they were lying. Because man, Mr. Bennett, I'm so bad. I feel so bad for you and them Steelers. Goodness. We're gonna check your mental health in a minute. I know it's all over the place. JT, how you doing tonight, brother?
Hey man, I'm doing well, bro. It's Friday. You dig what I'm saying? 2 days before my birthday, my 51st birthday.
Come on, man.
So yeah, man. Yeah. My girl, she's like, what do you want to do? Man, I'm cool. I know Sunday on my birthday, I'm gonna be watching that game. So my mama said she just gonna cook. I'm gonna be chilling. I'll probably bring the boys over. We just gonna be binge watching football. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Tomorrow, me and the lady gonna be going out. You know, we try to make weekends, Fridays or Saturdays, try to make it a date night or something like that for us. So, you know,
I know
we try
that's
to do
right.
something, bro. So,
Right. Now I'm gonna hop back. Now I got you. Now I'm gonna hop back in the chat. We got Crystal Light. She says, what's up, Mr. Bennett? What's up, MU? Our Payne. She's speaking to everybody on the platform. Andre Terry is in the building tonight. Thank you for being here. Shout out, Mr. Bennett says, shout out to all the beautiful, bold benefit. Oh, wait. I ain't finna read all this because he's giving too much energy to you Ball brothers. But I'm gonna go ahead, Brave Ball Brothers of the BMU Network. Wow. Okay, wow. Crystal say we lit over here. We on fire. Quantum Love, what's up, Suge? Yeah, it's been a minute, girl. I ain't seen you since Moses threw the tablets off the mountain. It's so good to have you back in the building, have you on the show tonight. I appreciate it. You changed your profile picture to something that's sinful, but we're gonna go along with it. We're gonna go along with it. Look at you see the guys. Look at Lost in Translation. He lost in translation right now. All right, let's see. Grooming and Reviews is in the building tonight. I sent you the link, Grooming. I don't know if you got it or not. And then Crystal Light, oh, come on, Suge. She said, you're the best, the GOAT. She said, best podcast ever. Wow. Thank you so much, Crystal Light. I thank you so much for being here tonight and supporting the channel. I really do. That means a lot to hear that come from you. I appreciate that. All right. Quantum Love says, it's been a minute. Yes, it has. All right. When you left, I don't know if you went to a transition, transformation, acclamation, affirmation, but when you left, you had a nice artwork picture up there. It's your profile picture with the butterfly flying in the right-hand corner. And then you came back. You say, listen, let me show you what God gave me. Right here, Grooming and Reviews said, bullshit, you did not. Wait a minute. The devil is a liar because I know I sent you that link. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Let me check right now. See, I'm going to have to do this live because my little Greek brother be lying to me. Let me see. My little Greek brother be lying to me, y'all. I think he be lying to me. Hold on. He said, you did not. Hold on. All right, now check again. I sent it again. All right?
Again.
All right. Again. But man, again, thank you guys for being here who are in the chat. Thank you for your support and everything that you do. Thank you for the guys who are about to rock with me tonight. I will be dropping the link a little bit later, maybe 45 minutes from now. I'll drop it to get some perspective for some other men who may want to come up. But man, I think I got some mature men here who are about to get it. We're about to get it in. So again, let's get back to everybody and how they're doing. Lost in Translation, our Payne, and then Mr. Bennett. Go ahead, Lost.
You know what, man? Everything is good this week. Today has been a special day. It marks the beginning of the weekend, so y'all know what time it is. It's time for the barbershop to get loose.
Come on, man.
Glad to be back. Glad to see the chat. Let's do this, man.
Absolutely. Let's go. All right. Our Payne, what's going on, man? How you feeling? You know, you took the antidote to get better, so we're proud of you.
Yeah, man. Listen, it's funny, man. I just think I'm turning the corner, but I'm afraid to say it so I don't jinx myself. I tell you, man, I got a nebulizer, I got like medicine, and I'm officially part of the Medicare crew because they wouldn't give me my medicine unless I use my card for the first time. So I popped the Medicare cherry, man. You know, I'm in there, 65, man.
Hey,
so I'm on the card, man. So I gotta beat the hell out of some Republicans if they want to mess with that shit now, man. You know.
that's what's up.
I got to beat some Republican ass. You leave my shit alone.
Yeah, they brought you back home. They brought you back home, brother. All right, man. And so Grooming and Reviews is in the building tonight. What's going on, my Greek brother?
What's going on? I am calling your shit out tonight. Listen, is it because I have a better beer than yours?
Oh, wow. You know what? That may be it. Because you know what? My grandfather told me a joke. Let me tell you what he told me. All right. I think I've told this before. He said Jesus was walking through a city one day and he was handing out hair. And he said he was giving all the hair to the Chinese, the Asians, the Hispanics, the Greeks. All of you were getting the hair. Well, he said, where are all my black brothers and sisters at? And there was a black guy standing by the barbecue grill in Bethlehem. He said, we ain't coming over there, just ball our shit up and throw across the fence. And that's how we ended. That's how you ended up with your hair. That's how I ended up with mine. So damn, your beard may look better than mine. You damn it. I don't even want to turn my camera on right now. You bastard. But anyway, Grooming and Reviews, how are you, man? How's work? How is the chef life? What's going on with you? Talk to me, brother.
What's going on? Same old. My mom just had a good news colonoscopy, cancer-free at the moment.
Yes, sir. Come on.
But we
Absolutely
still are doing chemo just to make sure it doesn't come back. That's a plus.
Absolutely, brother. That's something, man. I want to give another hand clap for that, brother.
All right.
There's nothing more beautiful than hearing the two words cancer free. Oh my God, that is a blessing, man. Tell your mom, hey, we're rooting for her, and we hope that cancer stays away from her, and we bind it up and throw it out right now, that she never even deals with it anymore. Okay. So, but go ahead and finish, my brother. Go ahead.
I would say one thing about my mother really fast. I'll move on. She's a fighter. If anybody, my mother, if I can get her on camera, she would cursing up a storm. She'd be like one of those women you're expected. Like, did you really say that? And like, yeah, right. She's one of those. But it's same old, going to work, grinding away. Hopefully twist my hours back to normal hours, but I'm at nights right now, so I'm dealing with it for now. But once things are going to change, I am working on something a little secretly right now. So I'm working on something. So stay tuned.
That's what's up.
Man, hey, again, congratulations to your beautiful mother.
Thank you.
And may she stay healthy and energetic for as long as God wants her to be here. So, man, I'm proud to hear that for real. And I know the guys on the panel as well. So we got JT, our pain. Last but not least, he'll steal the show, but his Steelers can't put on the show. Mr. Bennett, I want to check on you because I know it's hard right now. I know it's hard, and
hey, it could be worse. I could be a Bears fan. So I mean, it could be a lot worse. All I know is we win our game against the Ravens, which is very possible for us to do. We're going to go into our bye in first place. So all I'm saying is, hey, there's a whole lot of worse places to be in, and we'll just see if we can go in there. We're at home, and let's see if we can get that win. I'm just going to land it there. So, well, I'm good. I'm good with my Steelers at this point, and we'll see if we get better as the season goes on. So, I'm looking forward to what's coming up. So, not too worried at this point.
Yeah, but I sat Justin Fields, man. I sat Justin Fields for golf.
And he drew.
And Justin Fields had a game of his life, man.
Game of his life.
Mm.
We are talking about it Jets here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. You know the two Jet fans here, right?
Two what?
Hey, now that would be that's the depressing side. I mean, you can't start a season worse than New York Jets did. So I mean those are the ones you got to feel for. So I feel for your grooming. Not the start that you guys wanted for sure. So that one's going to take a minute to That's
I would be sympathetic to the Jets, but I'm a Lions dog. Fuck all of them. Everybody on the damn who's ever beat the Lions, fuck y'all.
Yeah, y'all killing, bro. Y'all killing, man. Y'all killing.
We on a mission.
As much as I want to start talking shit, I can't because my team's not doing that well this year.
Y'all in the back.
Even the Giants aren't going well. My New Yorkers are dying.
The Giants are trash too. Yeah.
Oh,
they're both trash.
Looking bad, bro.
Yeah. So like I said, so based on in the area that me and Groomer we're in Jersey area. So again, based on where we're at, we don't get a lot of pushback here because the local teams here they got it worse than us. So
don't forget,
you got to learn to be comfortable where you're at.
Don't forget, I'm in PA. I get shit all the time from Eagles fans.
Oh yeah. But you're almost in Jersey. You're closer to New Jersey than you are to Philly or anywhere else. So I mean,
technically, you're right about that.
You're mostly still here, so you're good. But overall, I'm doing well. Like I said, next week is going to be a major on the career front. Some decisions are going to be made, and options are going to be on the table. And so I'm just being prayerful about making the right call and with the next chapter in my career. So anticipating that and looking forward to seeing what God's going to have in store for me in my next chapter. So very excited there. On personal front, my mother, unfortunately, she had to have a surgery, which she had to have her left toe amputated. But at 85 years old, the fact that she had the surgery today, it was successful. She's healthy. And she's around. You can't take for granted when people over 80 years old have these surgeries and whatnot. So I'm just happy. Hey, we'll take the what needed to be done there, and we'll just move on from here. And
preservation for life is what it's about.
Yeah. So I'm taking this as a win, and we're gonna move on and help her get back to as whole and as comfortable as she can. But other than that, family is great. Daughters are doing good. I'm in this season now with my daughters. They're dating now, so they're like, I met both men were over here over the last couple of days, and they were doing some things. It's interesting, bro. I mean, it was like, can they spend the night? Because they had plans like for the next night. One guy is kind of like, okay, he might be the one for my middle one. I just got to convince her of that. But spend the night. They sleep in separate areas, so they're not in the same place where you can sleep. You can sleep in the guest room, but he's been up.
How old are your daughters, bro?
Was you up all night, brother? Was you up all night? What's happening? I'm a night owl anyway, so I'm just checking. I'm checking under the light under the door or whatnot, just to make sure people in the places that they need to be. But now my daughters are 20, 21, and 23. And the two older ones, they have, my oldest one, her and her guy just became official. And, so, hey, it's interesting. I got these guys, hanging around. So, still haven't gotten them around the larger men's network yet, but, waiting for that, like I said, the middle guy, he's been around for a minute. So he's checked most of the boxes. So he's in a good spot with me. The new guy, we just have to see how that works out. But again, we need to get him around the Brotherhood Collective and, shake his hand a little bit and chest grip and, slap him on the back and things to see how he handles, just that masculine energy around here. So we're seeing, but this is almost like the season. And my youngest one, she can't wait. She's, it's like, where's my man? But she's always been the last on everything. She was the last to get a cell phone. She was the last to get whatever. So look, your time is coming right now. You just focus on get your grades up, grades right, keep doing what you're doing and get your network and everything done. Yeah. And that'll work itself out in its own time. So
and you can spring off the board.
But she looking at she looking at the sisters like, when's my Prince Charming coming? So I try to keep her focused on what she needs to be focused on. But it's part of this empty nest thing. They're coming into their own and whatnot, and it's a lot of it is great to see, and I'm just. So it's just new seasons. It's every year, from this point out, I take it one season at a time. This is marriage season 27, and just the life changing events that are taking place right now. It's necessary. It's great. It's interesting. You have the topic of tonight's show, so I think it'll go very nicely with where they're going personally in their relationships and whatnot. So, and I'm already just dropping dimes of wisdom that that I might get into later in the show, but actually even for my wife. So I noticed there was a pattern that all three of two of my daughters and my wife, they all in this energy and whatnot. So I had to, school them on some man rules. And, so I'm just trying to, constantly, but even in marriage, even after 26 plus years, the wife's still learning also. So we constantly got to be teaching and, be the leaders and give them that wisdom. And hopefully they'll take it and receive it well.
All right. Hey, I see Cody King is here. Stacy B79, thank you for being here. Lady Novoa is in the building tonight. Hey, Mr. Ben, let me ask you a question. In the time that we're living in now, I just want to ask you a hypothetical question, and I want to see the expression on your face. So keep your camera on, okay? All right, Mr. Bennett, your younger daughter, she's 20. Is that correct?
Yes.
She comes on. She said, "Daddy, I met the one." And you said, "Okay, bring him on in." And he walks through the door and he says, "Hi, Paul. I'm Professor Jonathan Aries from the college that your daughter attends, and we're dating." And he's about 41. What do you say?
41.
Yeah.
Oh man, 41. Man,
It's gonna be a problem.
There's some factors here. See, I go all the way back to I remember good times when Thelma was dating the older dude.
Yeah,
the African guy.
The African guy.
He always holds on game. Like I got a couple. I'm gonna have a couple wives in Africa too or whatnot, but it's still gonna be great and all that. So I'm that every time I see that episode, that still is up in my mind. I'm not opposed to dating older. Like I'm already told my daughters, it's like, look, at your ages, 27, 26, 27 years old, a little bit old. Like I said, the middle guy, he's good, as far as like just the character is high with me. So he's in a good place, even though it's my daughter's age. My oldest daughter's new beau, he's a little bit older, and I'm still evaluating him a little bit. But look, if my 20-year-old, if she came home with like a 30-year-old, I wouldn't necessarily mind that. Because again, a lot of these guys at these ages, they're still into the video games and just trying to be boys. But I don't have a problem with them marrying a little bit older. If it got, but ultimately it's about, the maturity of the man or the character, or does he have the raw material and the character to grow into, all those responsibilities and whatnot. Does he have the character to do that? More times than not, you're going to get that with an older guy. So I'm not opposed to that. But if you dating a 21-year-old and he's still just trying to be a kid, then I'm not necessarily down with that either. But 41, that's a little different. And again, if he is one of these African dudes, shout out to, no diss with my African brothers or whatnot. But if he's 41 trying to date a 21-year-old, I'll be asking, how many wives do you have back in the country that you came from before you you just trying to get a green card or something, or you just trying to game up. So my antenna is definitely going to be up, and he's definitely going to have to go through the paces with me before I would bless something like that. Especially if
you're not telling me what to do with your daughter. She's mine now.
No, I don't think so. It's terrible. I have something to do with it, bro.
Terrible accent, she gonna say, "Here comes my father now." He can walk through the door. Hey! Don't talk to my fucking son like this.
Let me break it down to you.
But I've seen that. I've seen a lot of these American girls. These African brothers be coming over and they smooth, they cock, they jacked and everything. And these sisters get into these men. But again, the story is the same. You find out later on they got wives, they got kids back in their home countries and whatnot. So again, you really have to screen that, because these guys, they're overextended.
They're polygamists, man. They're all polygamists, man. That's what they are. Most of them are polygamists.
Yeah. So that like I said, he'd have to have some ADOS before I would really, consider some stuff like that for sure.
Man, we got Hink in the building. Hink, what's going on, man? I just asked Brother Bennett if his 20-year-old daughter came home with a 41-year-old man, how would he consider? So Hink, since you come into the door, you have a daughter. Your daughter's 20, and she came home with a 41-year-old professor at her college. What do you say to the man?
The man's 41, you said?
Yeah, he's 41. He's your daughter's professor, and he's 41. And she brings him home for Thanksgiving.
And I assume they're in a relationship. So I'll probably be a little bit disappointed in her.
And he's African.
That really don't matter to me, man. Just the age of 41 at 20, that 20-year difference would make me feel some type of way. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, but Brother Hank, though, 41 and African, man, he might have 3-4 wives over there, bro. That again, I would have to know. He'd have to come.
Hopefully, I've taught my daughter enough not to accept that.
Right.
But
I'm saying they split though. They don't know. I'm telling these guys, I've seen them up close. They are smooth. They are suave. Again, they in the gym. They don't look. That's the thing. It doesn't matter anywhere in the world. Black don't crack. So he can look like
the accent.
He can. And he got that African accent too, or whatever. He might have some of that poetry down or whatever. And these American girls, they just go for these dudes, man. It's just I've seen it. They just
Yeah,
after
right
the
now,
green
you want
card,
to
bro.
look at
They're
the
not after the woman, they're after the green card.
Yeah,
Listen,
I
man, listen,
don't have
listen.
no issue with his nationality. That's not gonna matter to me. But like I said, it's just his age. I'd be very disappointed, but I would definitely hope he does a research, because I know I am. Once I get his information, I'm gonna do some damn research.
Man, 20 years is a lot, man. But listen,
It is a
listen,
lot.
guys.
Yeah,
But you know what? It's not far-fetched to know.
Hold on, all pain. I know you want the mic. I'm gonna give it to you, big brother. I'm gonna let
No,
you.
I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
I'm gonna let you have the mic. But no, on serious note, yeah, man, that'd be a tough man. That'd be a tough. I don't know if I could do that. That 20-year difference, you asking a lot from it, brother. I mean, 10 years max, maybe. I can accept it. Maybe 15. When you get that 20, 25 mark, man, damn. Yeah.
God damn.
Just real quick, though, gentlemen.
Go ahead,
Real quick, based on where we are, I can see a guy 35-year-old fishing in the mid-20s. Based on what we know about women who are 30, 35, and all the shit we know they've been through, I think, I wouldn't be surprised. My youngest daughter is 24. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody a little older comes after her, because you're looking for women who haven't been around the cock carousel for the whole 20s. You're kind of thinking about that. Even if you're not worried so much about body count, you just want to have more assurances that some of the women that you want to choose as a wife, has a little bit of virtue left. And it has to come with age, younger age. When they're in their 30s, they got trauma and, they got all kinds of shit. And you're just hoping they get through their 20s without getting pregnant.
Absolutely.
All
right. Well, speaking of that,
I mean, even I remember, I think the Nation of Islam. I don't know if it's still a practice, but they always had this requirement. It's like for a man, should be half the man's age plus 7 years. So if the guy's 40, then you figure the woman should be 27. So again, you're still talking in that more than 10-year age bracket or whatever. But there might be something to that. But again, 20, it might be I think pushing a little bit. But again, like Hank was saying, 12, 15, it might not be too bad.
All right. Well,
but you guys forget one thing. Like in Greece, that's actually
ahead.
very, very common to marry somebody who's older or be in a relation a lot older. Like I think my buddy's dating a girl who's like 21 and he's 39, and that's very common. Yeah. And we both know the parents. We grew up with the parents, and they were friends of our families. My moms were friends with her, and his moms were friends with her. So to me, it's like you're kind of dating your sister in a way. I told him I was breaking his balls because we kind of grew up with them. But it's very, very common overseas. So here they make it sound like it's weird if like a 20 or 30 years difference.
But I think that it's more. I think it's just as common in America. I don't know where these people get off at. It's very common that the man is older than a woman. It is very common here. I don't know where it got to. I'm telling you.
No. Here's my pushback. Hear me out. I seen the other way around. I seen older women dating younger men lately.
That's dating. I'm talking about marriage. I'm talking about marriage.
I was engaged to a woman who was 10 years older than me.
That's target practice, bro. That's all that is.
Yeah, that's dating. That's not marriage. I'm talking about marriage. When you talk about marriage, man, there are a gang of women that have dudes that's at least 8 years older than them, at least in America.
I agree. But
yeah, I said, look, JT, I'm down with the 8. Like I said, you're talking 8 to 10 years, you're in range. But when you talk about a generation older,
20, yeah.
But when it comes down to, this is the thing where I see there's a problem at. It's not custom in America anymore for the father to
easy money. Get out my chat and get in the back. Let's go.
To vet.
I sent you the link. Get your ass up here.
Right. To vet the man, right?
Did you hear what I said?
Thank you, sir.
It's not a common practice. It's something that we want to do. Just like with that. That's what I was going to say with Arpain and with Mr. Bennett and even with myself, man, I'm trying to get into that practice, right, with my daughters and be open with them and make them be comfortable enough to bring a man that they're interested in, that man that's interested in them, around me. Quit bringing him around your mama. She's a bad pick of motherfucking men. She picked me. I'm a great pick of men. I understand who the fuck I was. You dig what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of joking, but not really. But what I'm saying is that, especially with black men, I can see your pain, brother, when we talk about these things with daughters.
Man.
And you picture your daughter in a lot of these things. I can see the pain in your eyes. I can be like, yeah. I can see the pain in your eyes. It's like you don't even want to have a conversation. You really don't want to have it.
Right. Here's a funny one. My best friend's wife. Every time I bring a girl around, like, you know, I got her through the Jenny test, we call it. And she goes, I'm like, damn, every single one. Everyone. She goes, she picks something out. She gives me a list. And everything she writes on the list comes goddamn true. I'm like, I looked at her as my buddy's wife one day, like, how does she do this? But it's a woman thing. We'll never understand this.
My daughter just turned 20.
Right, but this is the thing.
Man. So
when
what
the father likes the guy, this is the craziest thing. If the father likes the guy, man, he actually would be an influence on the guy. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit, especially if your dad and your or your future husband or boyfriend or whatever goes golfing, or even if they're young enough play basketball, or if they find anything in common with each other, that's good for your relationship. Because he doesn't want, and it gets to a point where he don't want to disappoint your dad. He don't give a damn about disappointing your mama.
So
your mama didn't like him anyway.
Let me show you. My daughter just turned 20. I'm 39. I'll be 40 next month. If my daughter bring home a 40-year-old man the same age as me, it's gonna be some furniture move around this motherfucker. I mean, I'm not gonna have a man with my daughter the same age as me. We born the same year.
Nigga, y'all got a lot of common. Look,
hell no. Oh no. Hell no, I don't even want to talk about it no more. Let's move on. Mr. Bennett started this shit. Let's move on. Because I was about to ask you, I was going to get you on the contrary. I was going to get you on the contrary. What if she got a dude that's her age and he has a child or two?
No, player.
No.
Would you prefer him or the motherfucker that has his life together?
I want her to go to
that's
the
same. They could be your look. He could be. Fucking, we ain't gonna even talk about it no more. Cause I'm a G my shit. Okay, we ain't here talking about me. We not here to talk about
you ain't get it right the first time, player. No,
the only thing I would say, BME, the only thing I would say, you're in Texas. The laws of manslaughter are very light.
Yeah, they are. So you get 5 to 7 for manslaughter here. I think I can do it.
Don't drop the soap. That's the only thing I'll say.
Hey, don't go about that.
That's just 60 days in.
Hey, I had the video, but I can't find it. I had my daughter. I think she deleted it at my laptop or something. But Pastor Gino Jennings, bro, somebody from the LGBTQ community wrote him a letter and said, "I hope that they put you in jail for how." Because the guy wrote him from prison. He said, "I hope they put you in jail on how you preaching this blasphemy against my community." He said, "As soon as you get here, we coming to tear you up in that cell. We're gonna tear that booty up." And Gino Jennings' response was, "I don't chase booty." Yeah. He said, Gino Jennings said, "That'll be the day I ask the Holy Spirit to keep me from killing something." Bro, I watched it at work, and I was crying. Everybody was like, "What the hell he got going on?" But I was crying, bro. I mean, Gino went, he talking about killing people and everything. Gino care about that booty, dog. I don't chase booty. There you go. Send me that. Hey, Lawson, send me that.
I got you, bro. I got you.
All right, man. So the first video tonight, guys. Thank y'all for being here. If you hit the like button, we start out great. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you want to give to the channel, you see at the bottom, or you can give a super chat, whatever you feel you need to do. All right. So the first video I want to play is from our brother Tyrese. Tyrese Gibson recently got a divorce from a woman he thought was the one. And he explained why he thought she was the one Then he explained what ended up happening when he found out she wasn't. And we'll discuss it right after this. Here we go.
There's a woman that was very simple who I met in a $12 sundress and prided herself on being simple. And I don't care about money, stars, celebrities. I don't need to live and be around. I'm a simple girl. Now you want $20,000 a month for a 1-year-old? Now you've hired 3 law firms? My prenuptial agreement was so detailed and so extensive. My lawyer had whispered, she had her own lawyer to negotiate on her behalf. My lawyer, Tanya Mitchell Graham, said to me, I can't believe you got her to sign this. And I said, well, the reason I got her to sign it is because she said to me specifically, this ain't mine. That's your publishing. Those your cars. It's your house. And if we ever separated because I didn't get in this for any of that, I will sign every piece of paperwork that reflects that I don't want none of that. To then want nothing more than to show nigga that that's all she wants.
And right, she got 3 law firms right now, and that he has to pay for by law. I don't know why, but she's hired 3 law firms to break that prenuptial agreement so she can get $20,000 a month. Because at this point, she gets nothing. She signed paperwork that says she gets nothing, right? And so she's trying to get it. But Hank, what are your thoughts? He said he met her in a $12 sundress. Now she wants $20,000 a month for a 1-year-old.
Oh man, look, I thought he had a prenup. I guess it didn't. That wasn't part of the agreement, was? I mean,
yeah. The prenup, yeah. That's what she's fighting. She has those 3 law firms fighting to break that prenuptial agreement. She signed it, so she's trying to get out of it. She said she was manipulated by him to sign it.
She said she signed it under duress.
Under duress. There you go.
Damn. Well, she got a good lawyer. Maybe she can finesse her way out of it. I don't know. Man, you've been married like that multiple times. I wouldn't get married again.
Yep.
For what purpose you getting married again? You keep going through this, Tyrese. I mean, you might as well just be a lifetime boyfriend from here on out, man. Because you don't last over 5 years with these women. I don't know what it is about you to keep fucking a relationship, but I think I know, man. He just go off. Baby Boy was a real life about him. I mean, he acts just like the character he played, and maybe that's probably why these women always leaving, because they don't feel like they're dealing with a man. They feel like they're dealing with a woman.
Mom. Yeah, that's right. Call for your mama. I stayed off your ass out of respect for that woman. But if it wasn't for your mama, I would have broke your little ass down a long time ago.
Yeah. Make you get on your knees and fix it.
Yeah, that's
I'm with Melvin on this one.
He's taking this L, and he sounds like he's ready to cut his wrist, man. He can't take it no more. God damn, that's tough.
Go ahead. Grooming. Go. Oh, yeah. Hold on. We got Uncle Jeff in the building tonight. Grooming and reviews. Go. What are your thoughts? He said, "What's up? What's up?
What's up, people? How y'all doing,
Joe?
Hey, man. Real quick. Is anybody familiar with Big Hurt 916?
Big Hurt 916.
Good friend of mine. I strongly suggest you look him up. We was about to go into a business meeting, but I told him about this dope shit y'all be doing over here. He's backstage, or he will be. I think he'll be a welcome addition, Black man.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
Now, what was what were you saying?
Oh no, I was just speaking to you, but I'm gonna get the grooming and reviews about to go.
Okay.
Yeah. And I know you didn't see the video because you just came in, so I'll play the video for you so you can see it as well. Here we go.
There's a woman that was very simple who I met in a $12 sundress and prided herself on being simple. And I don't care about money, stars, celebrities. I don't need to live and be around. I'm a simple girl. Now you want $20,000 a month for a 1-year-old? Now you've hired 3 law firms? My prenuptial agreement was so detailed and so extensive. My lawyer had whispered, she had her own lawyer to negotiate on her behalf. My lawyer, Tanya Mitchell Graham, said to me, I can't believe you got her to sign this. And I said, well, The reason I got her to sign it is because she said to me specifically, this ain't mine. That's your publishing. Those your cars. It's your house. And if we ever separated because I didn't get in this for any of that, I will sign every piece of paperwork that reflects that I don't want none of that. To then want nothing more than to show nigga that that's all she wants.
All right. Grooming and reviews. What are your thoughts?
Well, money changes people. I don't care where you come from. More money you get, more you change. And that's what happened here. And the second thing, my dude, you needed like a woman radar like I do. I got my best friend's wife to do that for me. He needs something similar, like, yo, she's not good for you. Toss her aside. Like, put a rubber around that shit. Or go snip, snip. Do something. Because what he's doing is not working. What is his wedding number 12, I think? Whatever he's at. Like, if he's really the character he plays on, in a movie like that, no wonder no woman want to deal with his ass. It's not, he's going to be a child? Be a child. But if you want a real one, grow the fuck up.
All right. So we'll get welcome Easy Money Jones in the building tonight. All right. Good to see you, brother. Lost in translation. What you got for me, man? Talk to me.
Man, listen, man. What Tyrese did was crazy, man. Most people already know you don't date outside your stratosphere, man. And he called himself doing himself a favor, picked him up a little light-skinned dime, you know what I'm saying, from around the way with a $12 dress on. He should have known better than that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? She probably hit him with that, God is great, God is good. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Hit him with that sweet, I don't need nothing. I just need you. You know what I'm saying? He ain't spend no time with her, man. That's his fault. That's his fault. Now, if he married her in California, he can go hang it up. All they gonna do is turn around and say, she signed under duress. You know what I'm saying? I ain't never been around that type of money before. He exposed me to things I ain't never did, and now I'm used to it. You know what I'm saying? So now he got to pay $20,000 a month, in support. That's on him, man. He should have known better, man. He should have known better.
Absolutely. All right, JT, what you got?
All right, man. So I think he should have took the route that my man Country Wayne took. That woman married you, so she is entitled to something, right? Probably not what the fuck she was wanting, but I think he should at least get it to a point, and maybe he did. I have no idea. We don't know too much about a lot of these Hollywood stars situations. But if he got her to sign a prenup, maybe he did offer her, something when it comes down to, the compensation and for her to be able to maintain not the lifestyle she had with him, just a lifestyle where she can, she can get around in. Because we over with. Ain't no maintaining what the fuck you had when you had with me. If that's the case, then we were supposed to stay together. But I think if that was the case for how he's talked about her, because I haven't heard him say anything bad about her other than what she was doing to him, right? And even when you hear him talk about that, he talks about him being on alcohol and drinking, and he wasn't in the right spot or the right place or something like that. But when we're talking about divorce, I hate even talking about that. I don't think it's just fair, period. Somebody gonna get their ass handed to them. And any lawyer will tell you that in a divorce, a great case is a case where both people feel like they got fucked. So, it is what it is when it comes down to all that shit. If I was a singer, especially if I was at the status of a Tyrese, I don't think I would get married. Just for the simple fact, not the way that they're getting married through the states and all of that shit. Nah. You got the bread, bro, where you can get a lawyer to write up all kind of contracts for y'all just by being together. You can make sure each other is straight. You don't have to go through the state to do all of that shit. You can still have all the ceremonies and shit. You can do all the goddamn honeymoons and all that crazy ass shit. But it baffles me why a lot of these stars do it, in a sense where the state can, take their ass to the cleaners, especially when they're doing it in California. Why would anybody get married in the state of California anyway? You did?
Hell no.
So I think that a lot of us is doing it a different way. I think we need to do it a different way now, man. When it comes down to the state, we should keep the state out of our motherfucking business. When it comes down to being able to have our marriage blessed and things like that, you still can have the ceremonies. Nothing stops you from having the ceremonies and being able to get married in the church if you want to get married in the church, get married on the sand if you want to get married on the sand. And then when it comes down to it, and looking at your marriage as a business, why not just say, okay, let's just go to a fucking lawyer? How about that? How about we go to a lawyer and get it all drawn up, and then we can do it that way?
Okay.
I mean, the gay people are doing it.
Well, I'm not. Hold on, we go around the horn, man.
It's our pain. We're gonna get our pain, then Uncle Jeff.
Uncle Jeff talking at the bit over here.
Jeff need to get in. Boy, we already
Look here. I can watch the show from backstage. Hell.
No, we going around the horn, bro. That's all right. Listen, we feel just like you. Anyhow, listen, let me tell you. First, everybody got to get straight that child support is separate from any prenup you can write. You got to know that.
Yes, sir.
All right. So if there's a backhanded way for these women to get money based on judges giving extra and crazy money based on child support. But he had an issue in his prenup that one of the clauses was ambiguous. And when they went to the arbiter made a ruling that tied up his prenup. That's why she could challenge it, right? And so the prenup was cool. And the prenup definitely left her something. They didn't try to freeze her out. She's just greedy, But Tyrese's issue is that he keeps marrying for love. The guy is like a child. Right? I mean, he has no practicality when it comes to things, matters of romance. He's like a big ass baby. And he's got too much goddamn money to be so immature when it comes to women. And this is not the first woman. I mean, as soon as he got rid of her, he had another woman shaming him on the internet. The guy is just some kind of weak ass puppy. And here's another thing I think men should do in general. By the way, I understand all this shit about the prenup from the lead attorney, by the way. He did a whole analysis on this thing, and he did a great job. But
you should have went to OG. He would have gave you the real thing because they don't call it a prenup. They call it a prenut.
Yeah, but the real point is that prenups work, man. Everybody has to stay. But men need to begin to practice their own form of hypergamy. We got to stop marrying chicks. Because we routinely marry women underneath us economically, right? People say if I got money, I can marry a woman from Kentucky Fried Chicken behind the register if she does the things I want. We got to stop doing that shit. Yeah. Men. Let me just land it. Men need to find women of their equal yoke or not, even if it's not financially, because these are the things that matter. Because in these days and age, you cannot afford to be marrying chicks so far underneath your station. Even when you have prenups, this kind of shit happens because they'll get you on the child support. So let me tell you, JT, one more thing. I'll end it here. Even if you don't get married and you got a lot of money and the chick don't have nothing, you pop a few babies in her, you ain't getting away with just the 17%. A judge can arbitrarily assign a goddamn number. And that's it. And if you're in California, forget it. So let me land it there.
All right, Uncle Jeff.
Wow. Couple things come to mind. There are certain women that deserve money. If Denzel and Pauletta break up tomorrow, God forbid, Denzel got to break bread.
Oh, absolutely.
She took that. She got his teeth fixed. Drove him around the acting class. Samuel Jackson's wife.
Mm-hmm.
You got to break bread. If you wasn't there to help me make none of this, 3 words: catastrophic brake failure.
Exactly, bro.
You got to be kidding me. A hitman is cheaper. Let me go on record. A hitman is cheaper. If my wife now, if I get not if not when this dude 2 boxes over for me, when I tell you, you need to look up Big Hurt 916. Don't be bashful when you get on here. Anyway, when we do what we do, and I get my bread like I want it, God forbid me and my wife break up. I gotta break bread. Ain't gonna be no next broad. These dudes get caught because of their egos. Purely because of their egos. What a king used to do with a woman, if he got her pregnant, with a common woman, you do one of two things. He made her a concubine or he killed her. Because the only reason for him to have a pregnant woman is to create his line, not to sow his oats. If you over a certain amount of money, you're supposed to be paying for it. Because what you paying for is to be around all this. You paying for, I'm late and it's yours. You ain't gonna never hear that. Where's this going? You ain't gonna never hear that. It's a business transaction. I have too many sperm in my sack, and I'm gonna need your help with that. That's all that is. But what these dudes do is they hunt with their egos. They hunt with being the big man to lead a Bentley in the front. But they hunt in these small ponds. And well, you're gonna have to pay. You're gonna have to pay. If you hunt in a small pond, this girl is gonna be looking to change her life on you. All of them are looking to change their lives on you. You need women that's not looking to change on their life on you. Fine as hell, will come in for 3,000, 5,000, whatever the hell, let you shit in her hair and leave. That's what I think they need to be doing. And I don't have sympathy for cats, for Tyrese, who has become Jody in real life, messing around with broads like this. It's not like you don't see them coming. They're not at the all-star games to start a wholesome family. They're not. They see these broads coming. Yeah, I'll land there.
Okay. Easy Money Jones, then Mr. Bennett, and then Marcus. Thank you for being here tonight, my brother. Good to see you, man.
Oh, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Who in particular are you guys talking about that's simping out here for these women?
Tyrese in his divorce thing he's going through right now.
Oh, I think, like, following up on what Jeff said, number one is when you're dating below your pay grade and you're not aware of where you're positioning yourself at. And so personally, even when I didn't have anything, I would, when I was, on a lot of these dating apps, basically trying to, so quote unquote, sow my oats, play catch up. I would always look to see, to a degree, who these women's previously dated. Like, if it was a fine ass, it don't matter, red bone, yellow bone, chocolate sister, and I seen that her baby daddy was Twan or Big Reg, or this nigga was from Nickerson Gardens, I'm cool, bro. I'm passing that up. You know what I mean? I'm not going for that. And, when I seen she had a son by this dude, or, there's certain things you got to take the pass on. And a lot of these dudes, they don't do their homework when it comes to that, and they work with their emotions, because, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for their position, they wouldn't be getting these females, because they really have no game. When you gamed up and you know how to, talk to women when you only got a tricycle, then you don't fall for these little games that are being played out here. Especially, I mean, when you're a celebrity like that and you see these women, they marry for 2 or 3 years, get a baby and bounce. You got to be more selective, and then get out of your ego in thinking that this woman really cares about you. There's a little test I used to do when I was dating, even when like I said, I was just kind of like trying to figure out my path. And I would I would have a conversation like, I'm thinking about, one of my bucket list cars is I want to get this Ferrari, blah, blah, blah. And they'd be like, damn, okay. Why you want to get an old Ferrari? I said, why is a 355 Spider an old Ferrari? Right then that tells me she's like, it's not new enough. She's material. and she's expecting some new shit, and she's expecting with that for me to give her a Hermes bag. Ain't going down. She ain't have my back. Scratch. I say the same thing to another female. Hey, this is my bucket list car. She's like, well, what can I do to help you get that? What color would you like? What interior would you? That's a keeper right there. She believes in my dream. She's not concerned with the car being old or new. She just want to see me happy. And if a woman doesn't want to see you happy, she's not asking you how your day went. She's not asking you, what would you like with your steak tonight, baby? I know you had a rough day, or can I get your bath for you, or blah blah blah. Them ain't the females, man. And a lot of guys, they haven't been taught how to choose the right mate. I don't know if their granddad ain't been around. They didn't have no good uncles. They haven't taken the time to kind of just really, look at the landscape. But a lot of these guys are thinking with their weenie, man, instead of their brain. And that's why they're getting caught up in all these traps. I ain't got no kids. I wasn't out there skeeting up in the, man, I know a lot of fine bras when I was growing up. And I look now and I'm like, I'm good. I'm glad I wasn't up in there because I knew it was a trick bag. Something just didn't feel right. You know how you be in a bra to bra? Oh, you're sitting there. You like, man, this shit don't feel right. I'm gonna get dressed because I have a feeling either like come in here and kick in the door, or you on some stuff. You trying to get me caught. Something don't feel right, man. So you have to, and you almost have to teach a class. But these guys, they've been raised by women, a lot of them. And on top of that, so they're very emotional. Then they don't really look past the signs. Women do little shit to kind of let you know that she's not the one, but you're like, maybe, I could change that. Look, man, you got to pay attention to that. Those are the things that come back to bite you in the ass when you're sitting there and she's talking about, get out the house and you're paying the mortgage and then she wants 30 grand. Look at Nas and what's her name, Khalees, that he thought he had him a queen and she took him for 30, 40 grand a month, child support, and so even Nas, who's a game dude, he got caught up in a female who had a baby and basically bounced. Khalees or one of them, I think it was Khalees, but dude, when you're at a status like that and you're worth 15 million, 10 million, 8 million, I don't give a damn if 1.5, 2, dude, you're at a whole nother category and you got to really, you can't be no emotional punk.
Appreciate it, man. All right, man. Then we got Easy Money, Mr. Bennett. Easy Money. What are your thoughts on Sir Ty?
I'll make this really, really quick. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Number one, none of us are in a position where we got to worry about paying that much child support. So I think we're good there. Number two, if you're not willing to break bread with a woman, don't skeet in her. And that's really all I got on that. It's real basic stuff like everybody else has said. It's common sense.
So, all right. So you would consider what Uncle Jeff said as far as if you didn't build this with me, you're not a part of the compensation that comes with what I built, basically. So you're saying that even if she's like Tyrese's situation, I don't think she should get anything. I think they should give Tyrese custody of the child, and I think she should go her way. That's just my thoughts. But go ahead, Easy Money. You want to respond?
Yes, I wouldn't say that. I think kind of what Jeff and what Marcus was talking about, where the guy has to exercise better discernment in terms of where he decides to put his seed, is really the number one thing here. Like if Tyrese has all this money and all this prestige and everything else, and especially if you're out there flaunting it and people know who you are, you a target. And if you're a target, you can't be out here, looking like a sucker, waiting to be licked. You know what I'm saying? And he put himself in a bad position where this young lady is now entitled to this money to help raise his baby.
Well, you know what though? I will say this, because everything about Deion Sanders right now is just a worldwide. He's just a worldwide figure. Everybody want to be around Deion, right? Everybody wants to be in his presence. Deion and Pilar were married for years. They had what, 4 children? Four children. She didn't get a goddamn dime when they divorced. You know why? He told her. She said she had him on a she recorded their calls. She said, I'm going to get paid, blah, blah, blah. You're going to pay me because I had your children. And she said, I'm taking you to court. He said, in Texas? She said, absolutely. In Dallas County. We're going to Dallas County. He said, you're going to take me where I'm beloved to get some money from me. He said, go ahead. Went to court. Judge didn't give her a damn dime. He got custody of all the kids.
How many Deion Sanders are there, though?
Yeah, that's a bad example as an average.
Yeah.
You're right, Uncle Jeff. But I'm just saying, he stood up and said, "Hey, listen, I'm not giving you nothing. Come on, you weren't running them balls back.
Don't mean he can't be an example.
He really can't. Like Deion, to your point, Deion is so beloved in Texas.
Man.
He's go in there, fan some balls, take some
He don't all his goddamn money up. Ain't that right? Easy money.
Yeah.
Donate to some campaigns. We ain't kicking it like that.
Dear rest of the black men in America, ain't no judge love your ass, please.
You sure right, Uncle Jeff.
Okay,
all right,
you got to protect yourself.
Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts, Mr. Bennett?
Easy money said, give that money up.
Well, I was glad to hear all the perspectives here. The first thing that came to my mind when I heard that was, I don't think there's really such a thing. All these guys talk about these ironclad prenups. And I think, we've seen too many cases where there's nothing. He was so confident in his prenup that he thought he'd be protected from that. And that, one thing, there's no such thing as so for all the guys in the manosphere talking about getting prenups and all this kind of stuff. And you should get that for guys who don't even have money. But, even if you get the prenup, there's ways around that, especially depending on where you live, especially if you're in California or whatever. So, this idea, that's going to, save you from, from this, from these situations, it's not necessarily going to be true. So the prenup thing is, I think, that that line of thinking, I don't know if that's really going to get you too far. The second thing was, regarding the, where she came from, talk about marrying up. I still don't necessarily know what that means. Like, if she comes from money, then you're going to have a different arrangement in regards to, the title of the show was, having one pot. But more times than not, if she's coming from money, you're not going to be having one pot. You know what I mean? So so again, are you going to be able to, as a man, quote unquote, high value man, are you going to be able to work with that type of arrangement where you guys going to have, your separate accounts, your separate whatever? That's just not going to happen if she's coming from that status. Now, if you're talking about she comes from a wealthy family, you might be able to get, basically I see guys, they want this woman who is still going to be submissive to them and be there, put the man first and whatnot. But that's going to be rare. I mean, we got, Prince, Diane, Lady Di, and Prince Charles. I mean, she came from the elite families also, and that didn't necessarily work out either. So I mean, unfortunately, just in any relationship, it's a journey, bros. So I mean, you're gonna, things can change. I think grooming is 100% correct. I mean, you could literally come into a situation believing that you're not about the money, but again, it's all about acclimation. You do get used to a lifestyle, and people do change, and so her that kind of progression is not untypical for someone to have. Now, again, if he wants to be married, I can empathize with a man just wanting that kind of stability in his life. But you're gonna run that risk, and it's unfortunate, but you're gonna have that risk. So I almost have to lean on Uncle Jeff to say, look, at these price points, I don't necessarily endorse this kind of activity, but like it's always been said, you pay someone for sex, not for the sex, but you pay them to leave. And so, so that's something that you have to factor in if that's something that you need. But outside of that, yeah, it'd be very difficult unless you would build me at the bottom and we built this thing together. And we have, when you knew me when I didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Outside of that, it's very difficult for these men in these high status occupations and careers and net worths and everything to find someone who's going to check all those boxes and just be totally loyal and submissive to you and not develop these appetites later on, especially if the relationship doesn't work out. So, it's to me, it's just another tale of, the difficulties that come with trying to find someone who's going to be that for you. So that's my 2 cents on it. So a lot of different ways to look at it. But yeah, this idea of, oh yeah, brothers get a prenup.
I got a question for you.
It's 50-50 if it works.
I got a question. I disagree with you. I got a question. You're telling a guy if he has means that he should get married to a woman without a prenup?
No, I'm not.
Wait, let me finish the question. Let me finish the question, Mr. Bennett. Let me tell you. Let me really tell you. The reason why it sounds like the prenups don't work is because the ones that do, you don't hear about. There's thousands of them that did work. And you can't, I think it's bad advice to tell a man of means to marry a woman in America in any state without a prenup. You know why? Because
that's not what I'm saying. But RP, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, again, if you're going to rely on that prenup, it's not a guarantee. So again, you can't go into a situation thinking that prenup's going to save you from everything, and it's not.
Yeah,
so I'm saying do what's economically expedient. I agree with that. But again, you heard it in his response. He said his prenup was like the best, like nothing was going to touch that, and now he's still in this situation there. So again, it's almost like playing a lot. I don't want guys getting their hopes up that prenup's going to just prevent things from happening.
They should get their hopes up, though. They should get their hopes up that they're protected. The fact that's just why I'm arguing. He treated the prenup just like he treated his woman. He's naive. No man, a prenup is a risk mitigator. It's not a guarantee. So it's a risk mitigator. So when we go in, it's the naive. Now, I'm not saying you're naive, brother. I'm just saying it's naivete for any man of means to think that the prenup protects him 100%. But what it does do is it guards you against if you don't have one. Because if you don't have one, your shit is gone. Because the state has its own prenup.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to say this to break. I'm going to try to level the ground out a little bit before everybody goes into the conversation. I'm reading it here. I pulled it up here on family, state, and government law under the prenuptial agreement, and the process of overturning it. It says the prenuptial agreement must be generally fair to both parties. If found not fair by the judge can throw the entire agreement out if he doesn't feel like it's fair for the woman. If it's not fair, if he feels like, oh no, you tried to fuck her with this, he can overturn it.
That's why she gets her own lawyer. That's why she gets. It's 4 things, PMU. The woman has to have her own lawyer. You have to have that prenup signed at least 6 months before the wedding.
Yeah. It says
okay.
It says the prenup can be overturned if the judge decides their agreement is too one-sided for the male.
That's why she has to have a lawyer. Her lawyer negotiates the prenup with you. That's what I'm saying. If she hires her own lawyer, he's not going to let the prenup make her butt naked. All I'm just trying to say is that's why they don't get thrown out. There's certain rules.
Black man, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is.
Hold on, I'm gonna get you cooked. In 2021, it says here 38% of prenups were kicked out by judges because they were unfair to whoever, the male or the female, whichever one side.
Did they tell you why they were unfair? Did they tell you why they were unfair? Stephen Jackson said that
they were overturned because the judges felt like they were too one-sided and not fair to the other person.
Okay. I said they were 50-50, but I'll take the 38%.
Okay, I think we're
I mean, we can go back and forth.
Go ahead.
Something we're not looking at is that marriage was for the state was never really meant for men of means. A marriage is about a contract with the state to penalize heavily the husband because of failed husbandry. Okay, husbandry used to be farming and that kind of shit, and a family breaks down literally to group of workers that dukes and lords and earls would use to run the land. When you hear the King of England, the king wasn't over all that shit. That was just the land he was in charge of. He wasn't milking cows and building farms and shoeing horses. Those men had jobs. Those jobs needed help. That's why you would give him your daughter with a dowry. They would make kids, and that group of workers was called a family. That doesn't work for that level marriage does not work for dudes that make $3, $4, $5 million a year.
Mm.
They're not commoners. They're not supposed to run to enter into contracts like that. You can be with, look at Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell. They was together forever. I don't have to, you don't, and it's outdated. If you're not in it already, I'm in it already. I'm blissfully happy. I am not unhappy at all with my wife. If I wasn't, please tell me how you're going to sell me monogamy right now. Sell that to me. Where in a time where black women, not the rest of the world lining up to fuck us, black women outnumber us 15-1. And that's counting the dudes you don't like for all the valid reasons you don't like them. Okay? That's counting the Pookies and Ray Rays, fat dudes, ugly dudes, every dude you don't like, counting them. Now, I'm going to gamble my ability to find 3 women attractive, date them, and be honest with all of them. I'm going to leave all of that alone in order to enter into a binding financial contract that if I splice genes with you will be for 18 years, whether we do it right or not, and forever because we're genetically now linked. I'm going to do all of that. And if it don't work out, I lose more than half of this. Why would I do that now? That's something I don't, if some young man could explain to me that, I don't think the family is going to look like it looks in the future. I think after we eat off all the idiots, whatever's coming is going to just eat the idiots. What's left, we're not going to be able to make traditional families out of.
Well, the trends are in your favor because that's exactly where it's going.
And you know what? Easy money. I just saw something you did. The other day I said any man that go to a Beyonce concert is gay. This motherfucker coming here tonight, Easy Money Jones, and put Beyonce concert VIP on his name. Ain't that a bitch?
I was waiting for you to catch that.
God damn. I just caught it. God damn.
Easy Money is the motherfucking troll.
Did you go to the Beyonce concert? Did you go to the Beyonce concert, Easy?
No.
Oh, okay. Boy, I was finna, boy, we finna.
I knew that's why I said he was a troll.
That's
why I said he was trolling.
Yo, he's an NSYNC fan. Let's get it right.
Oh, okay. So listen,
the Backstreet Boys fan.
Yeah. So
hey, they got some jams though, man.
All right, guys. So I got another video for us to watch.
Just remember, they're back on tour now.
About who qualifies to be a wife. I haven't happened to come across this today. Anton dropped this today. Boy, they went in it. About who's qualified to be a wife. Here we go.
But we're not talking about what y'all new standards are. What is the standard for a woman that is worthy of marriage?
Virgin.
Right. So why are we trying to remix it and re-engineer it to be something that it's not?
Nobody would get married.
Nobody.
That's what I'm saying.
None of y'all are worthy of marriage. That's all we got to say.
So nobody.
We don't have to sugarcoat it. We don't have to modify it. We don't have to make it anything different than what it is. Y'all can remix it. Y'all can add value to it. You can throw it away. You can get it back.
And guess what?
Garbage. You can say that one man's trash is another man's treasure. This is what it comes down to. This is what it comes down to. Throw the whole culture away. Throw it all away. Start over. You don't have the mindset. You don't have the character. You don't have the purity. You don't have the spirit. You don't have the understanding that comes along with what marriage is supposed to be. Throw it away. Start all over. And try to fix the people that's coming after y'all because none of y'all are worthy of it considering what it is that y'all communicating today.
They not listening,
man. Awesome translation. You spoke first. What are your thoughts on Brother Anton's thoughts on that?
Here's my thing, man. I think we need to have a re-education of what relationships and what marriage is. I heard somebody say on the podcast the other day, men are taught how to treat women, but not what to expect from them. And also women are taught to what to expect from a man, but not how to treat a man. We got to level the playing field, man, and re-educate folks and say, hey, gentlemen, this is what you're worth. This is what you expect. This is the standard. Don't deviate from it. I don't care what you do. I need to tell women, this is the standard. Don't you deviate from it. And whatever you get, if you don't, that's on you. But I really honestly believe that men need to be taught what to expect and stand by it. And Antoine is absolutely correct. He's absolutely correct. Did you watch how those women were not looking at him in the eye? Every time he said you're not worthy, they just held their head down, wasn't listening. You know what I mean? The major
You ain't talking to me, girl.
The major ingredient in any relationship is the willingness. I did not see willingness in the eyes of those women, and they don't deserve to be wives. A lot of guys are making women wives who don't deserve to be wives. And I think
preach, boy,
because men need to learn how to stand on their own and make sure that they follow what they've been taught. Now, if you have not been taught, I suggest you get with one of these OGs and ask them what to expect. And same thing with the ladies. Stop falling for these Pookies and these Ray Rays. You see what I'm saying? If you want to be legitimate, take care of your business. Keep your body count low. If no, you know what I mean? Respect yourself. Respect your future husband's family. Keep your name clean. Keep your nose clean and stay out of other folk business. You see what I'm saying? When your husband gets you, he's supposed to get something that's worth getting. You see what I'm saying? And nobody wants to wife up a woman who can't look him in the eye, take correction, take direction, and take instructions. That is somebody who does not know how to cooperate. That's all marriage is compromise and cooperation. And if they're not willing or able to listen, they need to go back to the streets where they came from and start all over again. And that's it. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Easy money. Do you agree with what Anton said?
Good luck with that.
No, absolutely not.
Why?
So this whole notion of qualify and deserve, like I don't believe in none of that unless we're talking about like car loans and house loans and stuff like that.
So you don't
And
think
even
a woman?
then-
So you think every woman qualifies to be a wife?
So this kind of bleeds in.
Answer the question, sir.
Oh, I like that.
That's not how that works.
Answer the question, sir.
Answer the
That's
question.
not, it's not a yes or no question.
Answer the question, sir.
It's not a yes or no
Welcome
question.
to loving this shit.
Your Honor,
Come on now.
Can I treat
You're
the
not gonna
witness
play-
like a hostile witness?
We are not
He's a
going to play
hostile witness.
greased pig tonight.
Can I say
Answer the
something?
question, sir.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
I
hold on.
don't understand why somebody would even entertain these women anyways. I mean, I look at it like this. When you talk about, as far as a man, okay, as we get older, we actually get better like wine. I mean, you typically you grow into yourself. You start figuring out who you are as a man. You know what direction your finances get better. Your conversation, your understanding spiritually, you become more who you are, and you actually are a better mate. Now, for a woman, typically, you know, younger, she had the body, she had this, she didn't have to work out. You know, she had a lot more attributes, and then as she moves up the ladder, like you said, her body count, her previous boyfriends, all these things add up, and it also makes her more jaded. And in a sense, it becomes like, from what I see, a lot of the people who aren't married, they got this conflict. Like when we come, it's not about me trying to out-talk you, battle you, or you be right. We're talking. My wife is my best friend. You know, I said I wasn't going to get married. When I got out, I never had a problem picking up a woman. I was, you know, when you talk about like going out somewhere, I was never one of these dudes who didn't leave with something if I wanted to. Literally, you know, it wasn't even a complex situation. But when you look at the situation now, and these women who they're 9s and 10s trying to talk all this high-powered stuff, dude, they're never gonna be single for the rest of their life because they bought into the hype. You know, and then you start talking about anybody who makes 6 figures, that drops down to maybe, now you're talking about 5, you know, maybe 5-8%. Then you start talking about over, you know, 200,000. Now you're talking about 1%, and then they have all these qualifications, and you look at, and then she's trying to boss you around. You ain't got time for that. There's too many prospects out there, especially when you start talking about going just worldwide. Why would you sit here and put up with somebody who's challenging? You don't know how many people I know that are married and they talk shit about their wife, and then I see them on Facebook all hugged up. Oh, and taking the daughter to college. Oh, we're going to dinner. I'm like, dude, I just seen you at the car show talking shit. You get sex once a month on a Sunday after goddamn Steve Harvey. So I'm like, dude, don't tell me how happy your marriage is. You're just there by default, and now you're in this phase where your game is gone. So you just stay in the marriage because you don't want to have to get out here and put in the work. And you're figuring that you'd rather keep whatever little finances because you don't want to deal with that, but you're happy, you're miserable. I would never be in a marriage or be with somebody that I was miserable and I couldn't talk to and share my most intimate moments. And a lot of these women, they don't want to share. They got a chip on their shoulder. They're angry. They want to, combative. Why would you even want to be with somebody like that? That you can't be a man. You can't feel vulnerable. You can't be yourself. And that's the problem. These women are trying to challenge a lot of these dudes where they want to be, take your role and position and then try to tell you how you're supposed to be. And that's where it's all messed up now. So a lot of youngsters coming up, because they've been around so many women, they don't really know their positions. They got a lot of female tendencies. The OGs that used to be the second and third generation where you could go to your cousin's house, talk to your uncle or talk to your granddad or have somebody who's like been married 30, 40 years, but he could tell you some ins and outs of relationships. And, you're not going to agree on everything, but you guys talk. The communication is so far now between the man and the woman, especially the black woman, and how she's basically, I see a lot of, if you say so, they're trying to punk you into how you should talk, how you should think. A lot of these brothers don't even feel the way they feel, but because they scared to deal with the wrath of the black woman, they just bite their tail. I don't get it, man. I'm like, you never should be in a relationship where you can't speak your mind and feel you're not respected. And that's
you ain't gonna keep on talking about Easy Money's home life like this. You don't have the right to do this shit. Easy Money, fight back, motherfucker.
Come on, Easy Money.
I am tired of being a cream puff.
Come on, speak up for
Now,
yourself.
Easy Money. Hold on, I want to ask Easy Money this. Easy Money in the court. Marcus, I want you to be the judge tonight, okay? In the court, I'm gonna be the lawyer. You, Marcus, you be the judge, okay? So at any moment you feel like something's a fuck off, you need to speak up, Judge. Okay, so he's our guest tonight. Marcus is our acting judge. All right, Easy Money. You're saying that what Anton said was buffoonery because there's no such thing as a woman qualifying for a man.
That is correct.
So if a woman then, so right now, Brittany Renner is able to, you'll say, because I'm just gonna say her name because I want to say a general name because everybody don't know everybody. But you think she deserves a husband?
Black man, I have a very simple philosophy on life. You never get what you deserve. You only get what you have the leverage and the ability to negotiate. And given her level of notoriety, given her level of beauty, someone will put a ring on her finger and marry her if she so desires that.
But that's not the question. Your Honor, may I repeat the question?
Repeat it.
Yes, you may.
The question, sir, my good sir, is that does she qualify to be a good wife?
Now that's a different question.
That's what I asked you at first.
No, you didn't.
That's the question that's on the floor, sir.
That's a different question, but I'll answer that question too.
Answer the question, man.
I'll answer that question. So I think that largely depends on the man that she marries. But if we're going off of the way that she presents in public, I think that she would struggle in the role of a wife in a marriage. In a typical marriage, I think she'd have some issues.
Come on, Judge. Come on, man.
There's a couple
judge down here. Judge,
there's a couple things you would look at. Like
there you go. Come on, Judge.
Now, okay. Public is a totally. I've seen a lot of people in public. I mean, Bentley, Louis Vuitton shoes. You see these women. You go to their house. Like I've been to some women where literally, I don't want you're scared to take your shoes and your socks off. You're hitting it with your shoes on because the carpet look like, you know what I mean? You don't even put your feet on the carpet. You go to the bathroom and you see some shit in the trash can, and then you pop open the vanity cabinet and you see some shit in there. You know that it's an illusion what you see in public. You got to do your homework, man. There's a lot of little things that are telltale signs with these women. I don't care. Pretty is just, it's relative, man. You got a woman who's pretty, but then you say, oh, everybody's like, oh man, you got the man, your broad is hot. They don't know what's going on behind closed doors. That broad, she's psychotic. And she has a lot of issues. House is filthy. She don't know how to boil. All she can do is boil top ramen. She ain't about like no conversation. Everything's about her. I mean, there's a lot of other qualities, and I think people are missing out on the qualities of what it takes to be in a compatible relationship for years, man. You're talking about not just sleeping and hanging out, busting cheeks. Yeah. I'm talking about hanging out for a duration of time. There has to be more in common there. So you talk about qualified, you do your recognizance, then you go and then you hang out with her friends, see how she's around them. Then you go meet the family. There's a lot of little pre-steps you do before you say, hey, she's wife material because she got a big ass. I've been behind some big asses, man, and they weren't marriage material.
Now, Your Honor, Judge Timmons, is it okay if we present to the court the video again? Because I think the good man, Easy Money Jones, did not pay attention to the video. May we replay the video, Judge Timmons?
Yeah, let's review the video again.
Here we go.
But we're not talking about what y'all new standards are. What is the standard for a woman that is worthy of marriage?
Virgin.
Right. So why are we trying to remix it and re-engineer it to be something that it's not?
Nobody would get married.
Nobody. That's what I'm saying.
None of y'all are worthy of marriage. That's all we got to say.
So nobody.
We don't have to sugarcoat it. We don't have to modify it. We don't have to make it anything different than what it is. Y'all can remix it. Y'all can add value to it. You can throw it away. You can get it back.
And guess what?
Garbage. You can say that one man's trash is another man's treasure. This is what it comes down to. This is what it comes down to. Throw the whole culture away. Throw it all away. Start over. You don't have the mindset. You don't have the character. You don't have the purity. You don't have the spirit. You don't have the understanding that comes along with what marriage is supposed to be. Throw it away. Start all over. And try to fix the people that's coming after y'all, because none of y'all are worthy of it, considering what it is that y'all communicating today.
Easy Money. Now, do you agree? You hear him speak. That he says that pure
Black
women.
man, let me answer your question with a question. What makes him someone that we should listen to as an arbiter of what makes a woman qualified to be married?
Yeah, you can't use that line of questioning, sir. Answer the question. You can't answer a question with a question, sir.
Anton fancies himself as one of the only men around who has a virgin bride. That's why.
Yeah, when he married his wife, she was a virgin.
But even if that was the case, though, he took their concept. He asked them, and they agreed with what makes wife material.
Yeah, Q is his front lady.
Judge Timmons, can we get the other lawyer in here, Uncle Jeff? He's raising his hand. I think the other lawyer, JT and Uncle Jeff, are raising their hands. They have some questions for Easy Money Jones. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Good luck with that one, man.
As opposed to counsel for the plaintiff, Your Honor, I want to step in as advisory as we move forward. I think we should be mindful that there are no vaginas in the room, and in keeping with that, men do not answer questions with questions. Men answer questions with answers because we have to do shit like fly planes and drop bombs and build bridges, and you can't do any of that shit answering questions with questions. You answer questions with answers. So until you see more vaginas in here, I'm gonna move to strike any questions being answered with questions. That is all.
I could have sworn men stood on their own and didn't rely on.
But no.
That's cool.
Easy Money.
So whoever
do you
wanted
agree
to
with the council on the rules that have been set by the council that
so go ahead and react. Go ahead and re-ask the question. The original question I was supposed to ask
the question. I can't do it right now.
So when you heard the video and Anton was telling them what it qualifies, he didn't even say what qualifies. It was the women that said it, right? But his premise was, okay, if that's the premise that we're gonna set, we already understand y'all don't qualify for none of that shit. How about we take the whole fucking concept, throw it away, and then start from scratch? That's what that was his end premise to that.
Yep.
So why wouldn't you agree with that?
Take what culture? Marriage culture?
No, not the culture. The premise of
culture
what
of
they
women.
said.
The culture of women.
Stop
what
answering
he's
a
saying is
question with a question, sir.
God
Answer
damn
the
it.
question.
the culture
This
of
is a
women.
dumbass question. I don't understand the question.
Your Honor, may I present something? What
You're
the court
fucking
is saying
hostile.
is we're talking about women who have thrown their pussies from the free throw line for 25 years, and then year 27, they want to say they're marriage material, their wives. And so now those women do not qualify to be good wives. They don't qualify.
How do you know that?
Excuse me?
How do you know that?
She belongs to the street.
You trolling us now, brother. You trolling us now.
He trolling. Let me ask him a question. If you
I'm
and your
not-
family, what part? You're in Florida, right?
I'm in the Midwest.
Okay, that's fine. In the Midwest, you're going to travel. Say, for instance, you're going to travel to California, or you're going to travel to Canada, and you're going to go rent a van for you and your family, or RV, and you go to rent the van, and when you get in there, they give you a 1997 Pure Star RV with 465,000 miles on it.
Smoking.
And smoke it, and you get the keys and turn it on. Are you going to take your family into Canada in that RV?
That's what we got. That's what we got.
Oh, get him out. I can't talk. Jeff, go
No.
ahead.
Okay, counsel. Again, I'm gonna have to sidebar this. Okay, let's create a baseline. Okay. Let's find out first. Easy money. Do hoes exist?
I've never heard a definition for it, so no.
Okay, all righty. Well, then thank you. I'd like to give you one, and let's see if we disagree on this one. Okay. Now we're not going to go with men. Male whore is redundant. Okay. A hoe is any woman who has purposely slept with more than one member of a family, father and son, two brothers, more than three members of an immediate group, president, vice president, and treasurer of the same chapter of the Qs. The dude, the CEO, a supervisor, and the dude in the mailroom of the same company, or the same number of men as her age in the same given square mile radius of her home. I.e., if you 51 and you done fuck 51 dudes in your zip code, that's hoish. Okay, can we agree on those? Are those terms fair to you as a hoe, gentlemen?
Okay,
yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
I said
absolutely.
Okay, yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Affirmative.
Okay. So your son, let's pretend you have a son. Okay. He's coming home from Marine Corps boot camp 3 days before this happens. You're driving by the high school and you see a crowd around a girl, and she's taking one in the shitter, one in the cooter, one in the mouth, and servicing two. She is busy. You go, oh my God, son of a bitch, what was that? I can't believe I saw my eyes. I can't believe what my eyes saw. 3 days later, you pick your son up from the airport. Dad, I'm so happy to see you, blah, blah, blah. You talking about boot camp. He said, I'm bring my girl by tonight for dinner. Your wife cooks food. Y'all got it all set out. Ding dong. Doorbell rings. It's your son and busy girl. His fiance.
Wait. Do this again. What's that?
Busy
girl.
The hoe is at the door.
The hoe.
The hoe is at the door.
Now,
the hoe is at the door.
Loop that BMU. Loop that.
Okay. The hoe is at the door. She comes down and sits to eat. She's a wonderful person. Your son comes to you and says, Dad, I think this is the one. This is it. I know I'm only 19, but I'm in love. I've been in love with her since she blew me off in sophomore year. And you say,
Go ahead.
It's probably not a good idea, champ.
Why, son? Does she not qualify to be your wife?
So number one, he's 19. You got
He's
no business
40.
getting married at 19.
He's 40.
I thought you said he was 19.
Don't say that the age seems to be in your
Easy
range.
money,
Let's make
you
him
so
40.
full of it, Easy money. He's 25.
No,
man.
I got
He's a
his
grown-ass
ass now.
man.
He's 40. He's 40.
Okay, so he's 40, and the girl was just getting busy at the high school.
Yes.
How old is the
Easy
girl?
money, you
The
so full of
girl's
shit,
38.
man. Come on, man.
The girl's 38. She has a thing for young boys.
So was my son one of the guys she was getting?
Boy,
No,
if
he
you
was
quit
not.
getting
He had
them
no idea.
answer-
He came
asking
in from out of
questions.
town. No. No. He we tried to give it up to him off the rack. He wanted custom made. Well, I'm just a tailor. She's 38. And she likes young boys.
Oh, that's a red flag out of the world, man.
Okay,
Come on, man.
why? Does she not qualify to be his wife?
That's up to him.
No, in your
Oh.
opinion. I'm not
I
asking
wouldn't
his
wife
opinion.
her.
I'm
No.
asking yours.
I wouldn't wife her.
He
and I
said he
wouldn't
don't want to
wife her.
No,
know
hold
your
on, fellas.
wants to get you
Hold
to
on,
bless her.
fellas.
Stop
Hold
moving the
on,
goalposts,
fellas.
sir.
I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again. Permission to treat the witness as hostile.
Yeah, he's hostile as hell.
Okay.
Permission granted.
Come on, Cat Daddy. Look here. It's all men. It's all dick and balls in here. Okay. Are we gonna be man to man?
Yeah.
Why is she not? Does she qualify to be a wife? Yes or no?
You can't answer that.
Yes, I
boy.
can because I know. Yes, I can because
If
I'm
that man
asking
chooses
you.
to marry her, she doesn't.
No, Easy Money. I'm asking you. Would you marry her? Yes or no? And why? Why? Because does she not qualify?
I'm monogamous. That'd be a non-starter for me.
Okay, so she would therefore not qualify, right?
For me, but that doesn't
Exactly.
mean that
For
somebody
you,
else
I'm
will
not
marry
asking for anybody else. Let me be clear. This seems to be confusing you. I'm not asking about any other Homo sapien in the Alpha Centauri quadrant other than you. Does that
I
clear
would
it
not
up?
marry that woman.
Okay, why? Does she not qualify?
I mean, she's a woman. She likes me.
Keep
I
going.
mean, that's the
Go
qualification.
on. Go on.
That's the qualifications right there.
Okay, so since she's a woman and she's qualified, then why ain't you going down the aisle?
Why would I? Okay, so let's
That
let's
sting
take this
is
back a step.
accountability. That sting is accountability. You have wasted enough of this court's time. You are devoid of it.
That nigga's
You
guilty.
cannot make a racehorse out of
He's
a
in
jackass.
contempt.
This
He's
is
in
what you
contempt.
want to be. This is what you want to be. You want to stay. You do understand that the internet is forever, and that
I
you have
thought you
stood
said
here.
I thought you said you like Tesseract thinkers, Uncle Jeff. You
are not
thinking
one,
like a
brother.
square right
You're not
now.
even close.
You think it's like a square.
You're not even close,
Squares answer
brother.
yes or no question.
Brother. And you did not. And you did not. You have
Yeah, 'cause
failed
I'm not a
miserably.
square.
Okay, let's be clear, Easy Money. Moving forward, any positive metaphors, any uplifting metaphors, any manly alpha male metaphors that I spit out have absolutely nothing to do with you in any way, shape, or form. Just so we can be clear. Please do not lay any of my shit over you. Do not lay any of
I'll
my
let you
shit.
keep thinking like a square, Uncle Jeff. That's
Okay,
cool.
thank you.
got it.
I'm glad I have your permission. I need to be in charge for a while. One of us has gray hair and common fucking sense. Now, this is very simple.
You're right. One of us do have gray hair and common sense.
Yes.
You're 100% right.
Absolutely. And what I'm trying to explain to you, brother, is that it is cats like you that with this thinking have made it to where Boyce Watkins, Dwayne Wade, Russell Wilson, and Will Smith can form a group called the Symptomatics and sell tickets. It's this kind of simping shit here that before you would own it, before you would own up.
You got to fix your mic, Wilder. Fix your mic.
Okay, so before you would own up, before you would just say, I'm not going to let my son marry no hoe, and I'm not marrying no hoe because they just don't qualify. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I could look at it a different way. That's what a Tesseract thinker says. A Tesseract thinker first off, never answers a question with a question. A tesseract thinker, male or female, ingests information, is honest about the information, and spits out the old information so that they can build wisdom. You're not doing that, brother. So please, pretty please with sugar on top, stop using any of my analogies to fit over you, because I was not talking about men who obviously evade points in front of them, because you can't build shit like that. I was wrong about the size of the wheel for the tank. Well, maybe if you use 2 more wheels, it'll fit. See, it's that kind of thinking that runs shit over budget. You engineer like the British. Anybody here that's had a British car knows what fucking headache I'm talking about. They're arrogant. They try to reinvent the wheel because they're so fucking arrogant that they can't use what's in front of them. That is the same thinking, that you just can't take an L. And that easy money is feminine energy. That's why you will never find a bridge 100 women built. Keisha knew, that bitch Keisha down in accounts receivable knew I was wearing pink today, and she put on pink. That's why I'm only sending 12 tons of concrete instead of 15. It's that kind of fucking thinking. And this is a prime example of it. You can't just take a L. You just can't take a no. How can anybody build anything with you?
What L? What are you talking about?
You're wrong. You personally said with your own
You can't
mouth,
even tell me what I'm wrong about.
Here's what you're wrong about. You are wrong about saying that women should not be qualified for marriage when you sat here and disqualified one for you and your imaginary, thank you, Jesus, son.
I got 3 sons, champ. You got it.
Well, okay. Well, God forbid, my prayers are late. All 3 of them, you have disqualified them from marrying hoes. You have disqualified yourself, and not 10 minutes ago, you said it was unfair to qualify women, and you heard it. You heard yourself. You know you are wrong. You are not ignorant. You are willfully obtuse. You are willfully obtuse, brother.
That's cool.
And that's not
your
a
Gen X
quality
guys, man. Y'all keep moving the goalpost to be right.
No,
You got it.
what
If you want to
goalpost?
be right, be right.
Bro,
Be right, Jeff. You got it.
Jeff, Uncle Jeff, let me ask you
Go be right. You got it.
Somebody got to go. Let me ask you.
Jamie Jones.
Hey, mute Wild Jones.
I got you.
Hey, Money Jones. Real straightforward question. I mean, real straightforward. Would you let your wife, would you let your son, whatever age he is, he's asking you for advice on a woman he brought home, but you knew she was a hoe? Then you got the definition of hoe, so we don't have to go back there. Would you advise him to marry her? Yes or no?
It depends.
You throwing your grandkids' future on the crap table of life.
Let me ask him.
Ask me the question. I got 3 sons too. Ask me.
Your grandkids.
No.
This
depends on. This is the problem. Hold on. Y'all don't let this dude dig his hole. Let him dig his hole.
Yeah, let me
depends on what.
Let me take my L. Let me take my L. Take my L like a man. Like a man.
What would it depend on, brother? Let me just give me some shit, man. What would it depend on?
Listen, Payne. First and foremost, I don't sit up here and bullshit. Like, so the whole if this, then, and then she a hoe. Basically, any woman with more than one body, y'all consider hoes. So it really don't matter.
No.
This the wrong goddamn panel, Easy. You know it. This the wrong panel for that shit.
Arpain, please stop. Please stop, Arpain. Objection, Your Honor. Objection. We have clearly outlined what is a hoe. And nobody said anything about one body. That is deflection and a tangent grenade that I will not allow to be thrown in here.
That was a definition for this room, Jeff.
And that's what we're talking about. That's all we're talking about. You will not be allowed. Anything else is no. He was inaccurate. Anything else is inadmissible. Anything else is inadmissible, Easy Money. You cannot now admit into evidence any of the bullshit niggas you hang out with or the bullshit niggas you know. You are in a room full of wolves right now, and you will answer yes, no, and like a man, and I know it's uncomfortable, that sting is accountability. That's what you feel.
I already let you get the second question.
Ask the question again, Arpain. Ask
I
the
said,
question again.
look, I asked you, what does it depend on?
Jesus.
So we're going with the hypothetical definition that was earlier, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So my son comes to me and he wants to marry a woman that is a hoe that fits the very narrow definition that Jeff gave.
No, I thought it was pretty broad.
It was pretty
No,
broad.
it was very narrow, sir. And
Oh no, you're right. It's very narrow.
No, you too old to play this game, Jeff.
Yes. Yes. The answer is okay, yes. Narrow or
Go
not.
ahead,
Yes.
go ahead, easy.
So what I would tell him is, hey, if you're comfortable making a decision where this woman is out here with, busy, if you're comfortable marrying that woman, you can do that, but there's a chance that this may not work out based on some of her actions.
And so you're gonna say, but I love you anyway, son. And
Arpain,
Grown man, what am I gonna tell him?
Arpain, I got 3 sons. Ask me the question. I'm gonna show you this how you do it.
Okay, there you go. Would you let your sons marry a hoe?
Fuck no. And let me tell you why. I'm not going to even tell my son, you can go ahead and do it, but there's a chance. Fuck that. Son, she a hoe. She done sucked more dicks than they done gave out straws at McDonald's. I'm not going to allow you to ruin your goddamn life marrying this hoe that done fuck half of this town. And when you marry her, you're going to add to the township. That pussy got a mayor. It's got a board of trustees. And you're not going to go over there and marry that mayor and that board of trustees that's been up in that pussy. That pussy got his own church, his own movie theater. And I'm not going to allow you to be in that small town. God damn, son. Look, first of all, that small town, we're going to drop bombs on it. That motherfucker got Tulsa in there. You need to go burn it down. You don't need to marry this woman. This woman is a hoe. That's what I would tell my son. I'm straight up with my son, and he knows it. I wouldn't even allow it. Son, if you marry this woman, I'm not coming to no wedding. I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to support you marrying no hoe.
I had a question.
Black man, but black man, that you just said 2 different things. You said you wouldn't go to the wedding. You wouldn't. But how can you say I will not allow it? How are you going to stop?
No, I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him I raised you, but it's gonna piss me out. We probably get in a fight. It's gonna be.
So how would you not allow it?
I'm gonna tell him. I'm gonna tell him, motherfucker. Listen, I've invested too much.
Hang on, black man. All right, let me ask you a direct question. Would you disown your son if he married that woman? Because that's the only thing that's the only power you have is to disown your son. So you would disown your son if he married the okay.
Would have enough
that's consistent. Then that's consistent. That's consistent.
I don't know that I would have a choice, and I tell you why.
I wouldn't have a choice.
Yeah, but it all depends on first of all, hopefully your son would have enough respect for you as a father.
Exactly. There you go.
Take your advice
there he is right there.
And I don't know if easy money is just kind of like playing the troll game, but have you ever really had a conversation with women who have worked in the
let me get Marcus up here. Hold
on. OnlyFans or porn stars or escorts. I know I've had multiple conversations and I've did business with a lot of them. So I'm telling you, psychologically wise, it's not a good look. And a lot of those women, when you talk about relationships, it's toxic, bro. It's not anything you'd want to attach yourself with, even when you look at a spiritual level. Like what these women have went through spiritually, and you're talking about now spiritually combining your soul with their soul for a duration of time, dude. You're on for a hell of a ride, and it's not going to be a good one. So I'm saying, as far as I'm not saying you say they're not human beings, but when you look at like the healing process, I know girls who work for the dude at the Bunny Ranch. I know girls who used to work at Star Strip Club. I know girls who work for Hugh Hefner. I know girls I know all type of sex worker girls, and they're all fucked up. They all have fucked up relationships. And
Marcus, can I jump in right there? Behind you. Pause. So to your point, I know women who have had trains run on them who are successfully married, been married for years, have kids,
names,
their husband in the mouth, and I know virgins who were divorced within 2 years.
Names.
So if you have an option of getting a low mileage Ferrari that hasn't been on a racetrack, or would you want to pick up one that looks like it's at, it's about the 30,000 mile service. This thing looked like the interior, like somebody took a poop in it. Would you want to risk?
Got Jiffy Lube stickers on the door.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm not saying there's not good people, because I know some women who have worked in the industry who aren't bad people who are doing their thing. All I'm saying is that you have to work through. There's a lot more you have to work through as far as building that relationship.
Yeah,
because there's a trust and the fact that she at a young was engaging in it. I mean, even for a dude, I mean, if you're out there and you're a big player and you slept with 300-400 women, I've slept with a lot of women, bro. And for me to reprogram myself to think like, okay, I want to really kind of back up and commit to one person, but this one person I'm gonna be more intimate as far as mentally, spiritually, and physically with. That's a different thing. So that's a whole nother flip. And even for a dude, so I'm saying there's a lot that goes into that. But as far as the young man, I wouldn't advise him to want to hang out with no girls who've been on OnlyFans talking about the biggest dildo and all. All I'm saying is, giving sound advice. For you to sit there and say it's no big deal, I'm like, come on, man. I think you're just, I don't know if you're just trying to.
That's not what I said, though, Marcus. That's not what I said. So to be fair, I short formed what you just said. To your point, this internet shit is forever. If this woman is on OnlyFans or if she's a busybody or what have you, like those things live forever. And I know, like, getting down to the guttural level of this, like, your homeboys is gonna have, her scenes on the TV when you walk in there to go kick it. Like I know how men get down. This is we clown each other for this type of stuff. And you got to be a strong person to be able to withstand that. And 99% of men are not built to withstand that type of pressure.
They should have Easy. What he wants to hear you say is, son, don't marry that bitch. That's what he wants to hear you say.
Too many options. Too many options.
Talk like that. I'm not gonna hear you.
Hold on.
Man's ego.
Hey, come here.
Like that.
Hey, come here. Hold on. Yeah, look who just walked in. Yeah, look at here. My son came here to tell me. He came here to tell me good night. Lean down, son. I want you to talk. We're gonna talk for a minute. Put your head over a little bit. This way. Come on. Okay, here we go. Now look. Hey, speak to everybody. I'm all your uncles up here. Speak to all your uncles.
What's up, What's up, young man?
Yeah. Now come here, son. Get close to the mic. They need to hear your answers. All right. Now, son, what are two things? Bend down so they can hear you, boy. What are two things that I told you in life to avoid?
Can you say it?
No, you can say it. I'm giving you permission. Your mama not watching. I'm gonna give you. You can say it one time. Okay. What's two things I told you to avoid?
Hoes and prostitutes.
No,
all right. That's what I'm talking about.
And if you brought, and what I tell you about bringing a girl home, if you bring her home and she a hoe, and I tell you she a hoe, what you gonna do?
Respect the fact you call her.
And then what you gonna do with her?
Leave her.
There we go.
That's what I'm talking about.
I appreciate you. You got your hand in the pants.
That boy got more sense than you.
All right,
can I ask you a question?
You ain't shit.
My boys ain't married no hoes.
Black man. Earlier in the show, I believe it was Uncle Jeff. He was referring to when you are a man of means, that you should not be marrying or in these. Please correct me, Uncle Jeff, if I'm mischaracterizing your
That was Marcus. Marcus said that.
Okay,
that was Marcus.
So again, the idea of when you're a man of means, you should be paying for it.
That was me.
That was Uncle Jeff. So again, if you're going to tell your son to avoid I don't you want to say the word, but if you want to say the H's, but then also the prostitutes, but is that not prostitution? So would you would you then tell your son if you're saying to avoid prostitution, but if he does become that $1 million man, that and whatnot, what would you then tell him then? Would you still say don't buy it? Or would you tell him to avoid the? No, I'm just saying. I recognize both of you. Black man told his son this. So I'm just saying, how would you that situation? No, I was going off of based on what you said earlier.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I'm asking black man. So again, black man. So based on Uncle Jeff's advice, your son becomes, like, say, NFL, whatever. He's the man. He's got the money or whatever. would you then advise him if he can't buy it, because you said to avoid the prostitutes also, he can't buy it. So what would you tell your son to do?
I would tell him he needs to be with someone like Uncle Jeff talked about earlier, someone that like Denzel's wife, right? Because or someone like Samuel Jackson's wife when they had nothing, and he built with her. Be with a woman like that, son. Don't get to a point where you have to buy your ejaculation.
You better start that now. Because like I said, your son's play sports, correct?
Yes.
All right. So again, he's gonna start getting looks. If he's top high school, all prep, whatever, he's gonna start getting that attention fast. Denzel, those guys couldn't scratch rub two nickels together. And they had their wives still doing that stuff for him. So if that's what you're going to want, you better start getting on that now, because once he starts getting any kind of notoriety, he's going to be in that where women going to be after him. So you're asking very, very, he's going to be very narrow lane to be able to find this woman that you're talking about.
And I believe, kind of, can y'all hear me?
Yeah. You good?
What's up, man? Jamie Jones, Jeff invited
How you doing,
me
brother?
in.
Welcome to the show tonight, brother.
Salute to y'all. I feel like we talking about almost two different things. The entertainment world, when you famous, that comes with a different kind of attention and a different kind of temptation than an average man growing up in life with the normal amounts of attention. Like, so a baller, I was in the streets early and I had to go through them years, and I had some hoes. Like, I had some, and like I got through it. I've been with my wife 24 years now, and we've been married for 20.
Hey, congratulations, brother.
Got 2 sons and all that shit. But I feel like everybody had their young era, and my mom and daddy really couldn't tell me who to date once I got at adolescence. Like, they instilled in me a set of morals that I kind of ran with, but once I got to running, the streets kind of took over some of those morals as well. Temptation kind of took over some of them morals as well. So I did have that run, but what we really got to learn is to try to find the one. Like, and one thing I heard earlier was like, I don't know if I would disown my son because of who he was banging. Like, I may try to direct him, but I think I would be there during the times. And I got 2 sons, 11 and 12, so I'm not there yet. But I feel like I would try to be there to guide it and be there when that fall hits. I'm gonna tell him what he needs to hear, but a man got to go bump his head. So a lot of times a man got to go learn on his own, like, how to finish being a man. Your daddy can teach you a lot, but you got to go out and learn from some mistakes as well. So I don't know if we given them any room for adolescence and young ageness and temptation of the streets. I don't know what y'all think about that.
Well, I'll say this real quick and I'll let y'all cook. I think for me to respond back to that would be that
I got you.
So I want to be like, I just want to say this real quick. I just imagine you having to go get your grandchildren out of the pussy of a skunk. Because that's what's going to happen when your son married that small town hoe, and 2 or 3 of your grandkids passing by the graveyards, all the dicks that been up in there. Just they go, hey, who's Timothy, mom? Right? And so I think that even now, we talked about this in a few shows about a couple of months ago. We talked about it and we pulled it up. And Mr. Bennett, I'm so glad he was here because he alluded to what happened to him and his wife. And now it's to the point where they've opened these dead women up and they found semen in these women that's been in their bodies for 50, 40 years, 30 years, just floating around in their DNA. They say the semen likes to get up in the spine. It likes to get behind the eyes and the throat. It likes to get up in the stomach area, and it just sits there. Right. And so every time a man ejaculates in a woman, he leaves that DNA in her and he's just pumping around there. So when that baby coming out of that pussy, that baby is a part of that DNA of all that nut from them other men, all those after prom jack-offs, all that shit, your baby passing right through it. And your baby, and if y'all, I know some people don't believe in religion or Christianity or none of that, but I will say I believe it that when a woman has sex with a man who has a bad spirit on him, or he done bust up in that thing, it does change a woman. Mr. Bennett alluded to this one time. He said his wife was going, correct me when I'm wrong, Mr. Bennett, he said his wife went to go donate bone marrow to her brother, I believe. And she could not donate the bone marrow because his DNA was with her DNA. It was all mixed up in there because Mr. Bennett busting big old nuts. So it was all up in there. And she couldn't even donate the fucking bone marrow because his DNA was in her.
Hey, how old is your son?
My son's 16.
You know you're ahead of the curve, bro. And I'll tell you the difference. And when you talk about sex and then, you know, Jeff was talking about tricking, I never had that conversation, bro. I never had no dad tell me about putting on a condom, about the women, and about that. I learned all that shit in the streets like Jamie. We grew up together. You know, we lived right around the corner, and it was a different environment. So these conversations, you can shape a man to be a greater man than you. And he doesn't need to get out here and pay for no pussy. I would never tell my son, and I would never 10, 15,000. You got to be a damn fool. You got to be focused on other things. Instead of paying for pussy, hey, son, let's go work on a hot rod. Let's go paint. Let's go over here and meditate. You got to get, you can't let the essence of sex drive your existence. And that's what a lot of these dudes run around with the dicks. Oh, man, they see some ass. They go, I never went to a strip club and threw money at any female. I look at that as disgusting. I've been around porn girls. I'm like, dude, I'm not giving you shit. But some dudes is like, that's for them, that's cool. Oh, I got off real quick. We got to learn to control that, man. That's a very weak thing. That's a low frequency, low vibration. And the sooner you can teach a young man about that, he will understand the value of finding that one. And if you're like you said, you're a baller, you're playing ball, you got to let him know. If he sees that, I've seen young dudes, Jamie's brother, top-notch quarterback, doing his thing. He went out. His pop school, I think your pops was different. Laced him up, and dude, he stayed away from that shit. There was girls I used to even see when I was growing up, like, you know what, she's a hoe. And then I would see her with a senior. I'm a freshman. She said I'm cute, but she's fucking him. You know, I seen it, and I'm like, you know what, I'm cool. And so I never said I'm going to commit to some female and let her control me. But I've seen other dudes getting caught up, fighting niggas over bras, tripping. Dude, we got to, the sex thing with black men, and these women, we got to learn to put a cap on that shit and figure out how to channel that energy into greater purposes. Once you could do that, you ain't gonna worry about no prostitute, because a prostitute's not, you like you said, you're gonna look at her like that's some skunk pussy. You ain't gonna.
Marcus, so you are an advocate for D-discipline.
For what?
D-discipline.
Yes. I've been
Okay.
as far as and I was a guy who was highly involved in the sex industry, and I realized and meditated and got pulled away from that and was denied. And so I know the two antitheses and the power of it. And so I'm saying, as far as recreating myself, finding something else that's greater than that, to know and say, hey, you can look at something, but it's not going to drive me to commit something and get caught up in some pussy that I skied up in and I got a kid.
I think we're saying the same thing from different ends.
Sure.
And I tell you why.
I think so.
Because when I advocated for paying for sex, I was basically amplifying the no money, no pussy rule, where your focus, you are laser focused on your purpose, whatever that purpose is. And when it is time to scratch that itch, when you can't deal with it no more, when mild porn won't do it, I'm telling you, it makes more sense to me to pay whatever it costs for a high class, no disease. You ain't gonna have no babies. You ain't gonna have no bullshit. Female.
You're talking about age differences now, though.
And still
You're talking about
okay, sure. At a young age, you ain't really got bread like that. Unless
you gotta keep them busy. That's what my man Marcus is talking about.
And there are some cats out here that got bread like this. But what I'm saying, I'm not saying don't focus on your purpose. What I am saying is that the wrong vagina is where a young man's dreams go to die.
Well, that's
Oh,
why
yeah.
that's why I said like he's already ahead of the curve because he's talking to his son at 15, 16, 14. They're indoctrinating these kids now at 8 years old, 5 years old, some sick ass shit going on right now. Sick
So-
shit, bro. And when you talk about like a kid and what they can absorb, a kid at 4, 5, 6, 7, he can learn 4 or 5 languages. If he can learn 4 or 5 languages, he can learn discipline and the power of pussy early on. And he'll know that, hey man, this is not my existence. So while his little homeboys are running around chasing little Tata and doing this over here, he knows that my dad told me blah blah blah. And so he's got a greater tool.
Marcus, let me ask something based on what you're saying. What you're saying and what we're saying now is we're advocating that men should be responsible for their children.
Absolutely.
And that's what we need to, because wait, forget about marriage for now. We need to flip this script where the pendulum puts the kids in the hands of dutiful fathers. That's what we really need to do, because they ain't going to get that unless we get back in those houses with the kids living with us.
Well, it goes back to what we talked about earlier. Here's the thing. It goes back to what we talked about earlier about a woman qualifying to even have your child. You understand what I'm saying? Because we all know that it takes 2 parents to raise a child. It's not good, fellas. It's no longer good enough for you just to have a child by a woman, and that's it. You want to give your child the best advantage they can by finding a mother that child will be proud to have as a mother, and that's it. No more playing around with it. No more sugarcoating. None of that. There are no shortcuts, gentlemen. There are no shortcuts.
And that's facts.
That you need to go ahead and make sure that the woman that you have is a good mother.
That's facts. And I learned that my kids, I've been learning like a lot that my kids learn more from what they watch from me even than what I tell them. So the habits that I do every day and the things they see and how they see me and his mom interact, and they learn way more. They pick up my mannerisms, things I ain't told them. They pick up more things that I haven't told them than the things I do tell them. And I overtalk. I give metaphors, and I try to make them see the long game. My goal is to at every point in life say, my dad told me about this. Like, he might not get it right now, but at some point he gonna get
road
it.
time.
And it's gonna come like, oh, my dad was teaching me this shit. But like, so yes, it is way more important to have your kid in the house, like just on a base level, even especially if you got good habits. If you go to work every day and you take care of your family and your bills and everything like that, then your kids is going to pick up them habits for the most part. But yes, a bad piece of box will fuck that up. We'll have them kids in a halftime in a different environment, catching a whole bunch of bad fucking habits every single week that you constantly breaking your whole life, and that can be hard too.
And to add to what Jamie's saying, the relationships. I've seen some guys who have a hell of a relationships with their dads, man, and I ain't gonna lie, I was jealous of those relationships because I've seen the conversations and how these guys were motivated by their dads and how their dads had a greater impact than the people around them outside the home, because the home is it's supposed to be a sanctuary. But like, if you live in certain places, and that's why they said where your kids live at and his association among his friends is that's going to be the conflict. And if you can overcome that, that's why like you said, you need both parents in the household. And if you don't have that father, you have a mother and you have an absentee father or a stepfather, somebody who's really not really trying to cultivate that seed. And it says a lot when a person can say, they have a son who's there on Father's Day, a son who checks up on them. You guys do stuff together. You take, father-son trips, all these different things. And you can't go back and say, oh, I didn't have this. So, quit blaming. You got to take what you learned to the next level. My grandfather raised by his grandmother. So how can I expect him to know how to be a man if he ain't never seen his daddy? So it's a cycle. Yeah, okay, he raised 5 kids, but he didn't really give them anything beyond what he knew, but I can't judge him. I didn't have a dad either. Mom had young, so I got to look at like I can't blame my mom for what she couldn't give me because she was only working with what her grandfather gave her and what her mom gave her. So we got to be better, but we can't keep making excuses or pointing a finger. But we got to make better choices. And then, when you see these other people, these other women, you got to definitely be like, okay, be more mindful going forward. So if you do have a child. And I don't have any kids per se, but when I do mentor a lot of young men, I try to give them all the things that I wish I would have had at that age that could have helped me make better choices. And so you build these blocks up so when they come to these crossroads, they know to go left or then right, forward then backwards. And that's all we can do going forward. But to sit here and say, oh man, he's not going to do this. If he's a good if you've given him the right tools, he can look at that and be like, "Oh man, that's a bucket, bro."
Thank you.
You know what I mean? I'm past. Oh yes, and the other guy be like, "Oh man, we're about to go tear her." He like, "Nah, I'm cool, bro. I'm gonna go hit the gym. I'm cool, man. I'm gonna go over here and go, do some reading, man. There's there's points like that. You know what I mean? But that's all about what you give your base. You got to give your base seed, your base creation. You got to give it the best nutrients, the best water, the best everything, and that thing will be strong. You want it to be strong as anything around you, stronger than you, so that as the challenges come, they can deflect them.
True, but most of us don't get that. Like even with our fathers in the house, our fathers ain't perfect. Like I caught some bad habits from my pops. Like you know what I'm saying? Like that he was there though. And he was attentive, and he was always.
What I'm saying is, you recognize that, so you could be better.
And I rebelled, like my brother, a pro quarterback, played up in CFL. Now is a head coach in the CFL, Canadian Football League. Been a amazing athlete his whole life. My pops was his coach all the way through high school. I'm 3 years under him. I rebelled on that shit. I didn't want that discipline. I didn't want that routine. So I rebelled and took a different route. Still, we ended up in the similar places. I just took a different route to get there. I went through entertainment and made movies and music videos, Super Bowl commercials, and all kinds of shit. So I took the relationship path more than the hard, immediate hard work path. I learned with relationships. But my point is, it's never going to be perfect, but having that father in the house will give you the foundation. It's fixing a few problems as a man instead of learning everything. I got some homeboys that's learning everything on how to be a man. Still,
wow.
Because they was raised by women and they don't know their dads. And they was raised in this feminine energy and nagging bad mother, that they know is a bad mother, and they had to relearn everything. And the niggas that want to, niggas that get an example of something, what's right, and see, I want to be that. Most of the people it clicks at some point, I know I'm not what's right, but that looks like it is. So a nigga pick an idol when he don't have a father, and they gotta pick an idol. And that's usually the progression for them cats. And however it go. But I hope they all do. But you're right, having the father in the house makes it a whole lot easier. Even as I rebelled, and I'm still tight as shit with my dad. He's one of my favorite people on earth.
But look at your point of reflection. Even though you rebelled, look at I rebelled. You know what I mean? Shit, dude. I did some shit that was totally contrary. I mean, I did some super duper shit, but then I had a point of reflection. And during those darkest times when I reflected, I did think about the men that I did have in my life and how that impacted me. And luckily, I found some mentors who were able to reach me. Now, there were other guys around me who couldn't be reached. Some dudes, like I tell people, there's certain areas of certain communities, dude, you might as well go drop a bomb over there. Them brothers, they're done. You can't, dude, you cannot help them. They will destroy, they will eat you alive. But there are ones worth saving. And those are the ones those are the only ones we can touch. Those are the only ones we can help. So all I'm saying is that not every child is going to have this, but if you have this, like this forum we have today, you say your son, he's already hit to the game. You're obviously tuned in because you've got this group and you're able to take the collective, and then meditate on it and share with your kid. And so if you have access to this, your kid's already at an advantage. The kids who don't have this, who don't even have a male mentor, they're fucked. That's just life. They're fucked. And then they might not learn this until they're 40s and 50s. And by then, goddamn, hopefully they got to get back. It's too late, but hopefully you got to get back. So all I'm saying is that.
But Marcus, you know what, Marcus? And Mr. Bennett is my witness. I've gotten a lot of pushback over the years sharing information with my son on a public platform, or even having these conversations with my son on camera. I remember when I told my son that he shouldn't date single moms. I said, you should date a single mother not because we hate her or she's a bad person, but a single mama goes through a lot. She goes through the fact of abandonment from her family if they turn their back on her, abandonment from the man if he doesn't stay with her and they're not married, right? She's going to deal with stress, depression, because nobody's helping her with the child. She got to stay up with the child, still has to go perform at school, still has to graduate high school, or whatever she's doing in her life. She has a lot of things that she has to sit on somebody's couch and really journey through. And if she doesn't journey through those things, son, you're going to end up carrying that load and that stress with her. You're going to be in there, she's going to be in there cussing your ass out. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff. I'm sorry.
Brother, you're a lot nicer than I'm going to be about that.
Go ahead.
Damn. Number one, let me just throw this sentence out about what my man Jamie Jones said, Wild Jones there. A lot of times these dudes, and this is what's so dangerous, is that they're masculine, but they've been dipped, marinated in feminine conflict resolution. It doesn't make them gay. That doesn't mean they're effeminate. It means that they'll go to the trunk faster. Oh, no, he didn't, is where they come from, which is not a man energy.
Right.
Now, if I'm talking to my son, and this is coming from a single mother, my mother was baby mama 1.0, right around the early 60s when they stopped sending girls down south.
Okay.
I would tell my sons this. I didn't, but I would. When you dating a single girl, a single mother, what you're denying is the right to have your firstborn of your bloodline. You're not taking our bloodline serious. If you come to a woman with no kids, then you should expect a woman with no kids. And there's nothing wrong with that. And most importantly, even if y'all both named Steve, she wasn't yelling, "Yo, Steve," when she made that baby. She was yelling another man's name. That is another man's baby.
Hey, I feel like we got to give these hoes a little bit of grace.
I'm not that.
I'm like, my Facebook, my Facebook is full of bras my age who did some wild shit when we was young. A lot of them did some wild shit, and now they have also had the revelation and fell into successful 20 and 15-year marriages that have came out happy. So I do think it's a journey for everybody. I don't know that host. And I think I think almost you have to judge. And I had my kids, so I'm not talking from my own experience. But I do think a lot of these young black boys don't have no dad. And if a man's willing, because of the love of that woman, to take on that role, then I'm not mad at him if he gonna shape another black man correctly.
Not either.
I'm not mad at him. I do think he does need to look at the relationship between her and the baby father. If they have a solid communication relationship,
they need to get back together and raise their kids.
Exactly,
man. Y'all,
they need to get back together and raise their kids.
I think it's a little more nuanced than that. I think that's black and white. I don't disagree, but go ahead, bro. Sorry.
No, go ahead, man. Go ahead, finish.
I say I don't disagree. I just think there is a little more nuance when you get to who somebody loves.
But here's the point. Here's a point, though. I mean, yeah, there's nuance to life, and people are gonna choose who they choose. But if I had to give advice to a single man with no kids, I would never ever advise him to hook up with a baby mama ever. She's better off finding a man with kids, which is easy enough to find, who wants to get married so they have something in common. I could never stare a single man on his grind dealing with that extra shit, man, in the man. Why? Why would he do that? Why would a single man do that? I mean, they do.
I
But
can tell you
think-
why. I can tell you exactly why. I can tell you why I did it. When I was 2, my mother never married my natural father. My mother married this Marine.
Okay.
And this dude was a tyrant. He's
That was
beat
the
my
first
mama.
mistake.
Yeah, come on, bro. He's beat
He's a
my mama
Marine.
till
Yeah, that was the first mistake.
till Candy fell out. Watch yourself. I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going somewhere with this. This dude was horrible. He told me, long story short, that because I had asthma, I could never be a Marine. Cut 2, they divorced. I skip a grade in grammar school. I go to high school. I get horrible grades and get held back an extra year because I would cut class. Don't do homework, ace the final. That's still D's and F's. So I happened to take the military test. I scored second highest in my school and in the top 3% in the state. I had every branch of service on my porch. What branch of service you think I joined?
Your ass went to the damn Marines like a fool.
United States Marines, because he said I couldn't.
Simplify.
Come on, devil dog. Now,
No, there are no devil dogs here. You on your own.
Ain't no devil dogs in the room?
No, we're soldiers. Okay, we're not.
Okay.
We're soldiers up here, brother.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's
Stay on
fine.
top. Stay on message. Stay on message.
I'm
Stay on
gonna-
message.
yeah.
Stay on message.
I'll
You
throw
don't need that today.
I'll throw my army shit at the end. I'll throw my army shit at the
There
end.
you go.
Okay. Thank you for your service and love for that anyway. But
You too.
I get out in the fleet. I cannot wait to meet a pretty girl with a 2-year-old boy. I cannot wait to marry that girl. Why? Because I'm trying to rewrite my mama's past with my own present. I was trying to save my mama. That's what what do you think these niggas in the strip clubs doing? You trying to save your mama in there. You have to figure out what your subconscious programming is, because that was what was mine was running, is that I'm going to be a better man than him. And I could have been a better man than him with this advice. You ain't got no kids. You can ask for the same thing. Or why are you asking about that at this young an age anyway? That's your mama's business. But I did not have anybody to tell me what I'm telling you, whoever this applies to. That's in the ways that I fucked up. And I love my oldest son. I adopted him. He never know. I'm the only father he has ever known since he was 2 years old. And I love him. But would I give him the advice I took? No. And I'm not wrong for that.
No. Now, let me just clarify. See, what I'm saying is, I'm looking at it from the man's point of view, not the woman's. A lot of times this shit gets misconstrued if you hate baby mamas. I'm saying a young man doesn't need that kind of drama going into a marriage. That's all I'm saying.
Come on.
That's it. And, so everything else is just like YouTube shit. If you're going to advise a man, you want to give him the best path for success. Right. And, so I don't know the relationship between the baby mama and the man. Essentially what we're saying, when he marries that woman, he's also adding this dude in their relationship that the father is still involved. I don't know why we got to have that triad. That shit's crazy.
No,
all I said is, let me land it here. She's better off. And just like with a woman, I wouldn't tell a woman to marry a man with kids if she can find one that's single, if she don't have no babies. I'm saying the best scenario is if they both have kids, they have something in common, and they could build a family around that new family.
Mexican standoff. There you go.
And that's all. That's all I'm saying. That's the most best thing, because they'll understand where each other's coming from.
That's the wisest I've
Great
ever
idea.
heard.
It's a great idea.
Let me do this. let me do this real quick, and then I'm gonna let Mr. Ben, you could cook, but let me do this real quick. I'm gonna play the last video that I'm gonna play for tonight, because I think we didn't talk through that second one. Here's the third one, then we'll get into Mr. Ben. Here we go. Now, this video is talking about when you get married, who qualifies for marriage. And Easy Money took us through the ringer on that one. The courtroom is just, we found them guilty. We giving them 25 to life, but
25.
Yeah, 25 to life.
40.
Give him, 40. Okay,
40 to life.
But
I was watching you dust all night long.
It looks so.
You were
I'm
dusting
gonna get
bad.
this video of when you're
Yeah,
married.
you doing 40 to life in Simp Shank.
So hold on. So this next, wait a minute. Don't make me laugh, Jeff. Don't make me laugh. So
shame.
This next video, guys, is for when you get married. The woman is to give you everything. She's to be everything for you. And I'm gonna let the video play, and you guys tell me what you think after it's over. Here we go.
If she not giving you every fucking thing, I mean everything. If she not willing to give you her paycheck, if she coming into it talking about she want a partner instead of wanting a man or wanting a husband, if she's sitting here having a conversation with you talking about what it is that you can do for her, or she's trying to retire and she's not continuing to trying to add value into your life, if she not willing to give you her life, everything that she represents, then she not the woman for you.
Mr. Bennett?
Well, that I agree with 100%. I think that marriage is unique amongst relationships in that it is this joining. And it doesn't have to be one bank account literally, but I'm just saying one mind. Your oars need to be both going in the same direction. So yes, so if she's going to have that mindset, then she may not be the one for you. But that's the conundrum, because again, guys, we're talking about marrying up at your level. Mm-hmm. But these days, if she's going to be coming in with her own money, she's not trying to be about that. So again, you're going to be better off with the one who you started at the bottom with and building up with that sense of oneness. But you're not, she worth millions. She's not going to just give you her millions. That's just not. That's going to be extremely rare. So it doesn't work in all circumstances. But that's why I was going back earlier in the conversation, is that you're going to have this catch-22. You want this oneness, but or you say don't marry the woman from the McDonald's or whatever. But you're going to have you may have a problem there. But even if you do marry up, you're still going to have different sets of problems. So again, he's asking for all the stars lining up, and this is going to be this person. But good luck. I don't think that's how most relationships work. Most people come in, middle class or whatever, or lower, whatever, and you try to build together and try to raise your game from there. That's how it's going to work for most people. But I also want to just go back to the last conversation, which I thought was excellent, gentlemen. The one thing I got out of it, and Black Man, this might be specifically to you, in that I know what kind of father you are, and just what you try to really pour into your kids, and you try to control the situation. I think a lot of this, you even said, came from how you were raised and the men in your family and how they did things.
Yeah.
I think having rules, having rules, having standards, we must give that to our kids. So Easy Money, absolutely. I would tell my son or daughter, for that matter, not to marry the town, the local, I'm not going to use those derogatory terms, but not to do that.
Right.
But you still have to allow, as men were honest enough to share tonight, that men will go, even with the best advice and the best training, you will oftentimes go your own way. And it may take you a minute before those lessons that were given to you by those mentors, by your father, whatever, actually come in. Again, scripture say, train up a child in the way they should go. But it says when they grow old, they will not depart from it. It doesn't mean that they may not go away for some time. So again, rules is necessary. We must teach rules. We must teach standards. But there's also got to be some grace at the same time, that sometimes you can give, most people won't figure something out unless it's by experience. A young person who's going to learn from wisdom is very rare. All right. So we have to allow for that to take place. So I'm all about the brotherhood. I'm all about the collective and what we pour into young men. Yes, we need to be doing that. But some of us, we had to learn it the hard way. But the question is, are we still going to have the door open for these brothers when they come back, when they reach their senses, when they come to their senses and say, hey, you know what, my dad was right, or my mentors were right, or whatever? Are we going to have that openness to bring them back into the fold, and let's build from there? So again, as much as we want to hold on to and squeeze, the tighter you squeeze something, whatever's in your hand, it can squeeze right out of your hand. That's why, again, a lot of these households that are ultra strict, like you said, Mandrell, we talked about the other night. I mean, I know many preachers' kids and grew up in the strictest households, and they go buck wild when they get some freedom. So we can't always rely on just rules, and this is what you do. You know, we have to be able to balance. It's like two sides of a coin. Yes, there's standards, there's rules, but there's got to be some grace, and there's got to be some understanding, and there's got to be some wisdom, so people can change.
And that's why they're.
You gotta let them finish, man.
I'm sorry. My apologies.
On this video, you have to have one. If she's not going to give you everything that she has, if there's going to be anything that's going to be held back, that'd be a red flag from jump. You shouldn't have kids with someone like that. And that's why I'm a big advocate. If you get married, you should be married for some time. My standard was you don't qualify. I'll use that word, qualify. You can't qualify to be the parent, the mother of my children, if you can't qualify to be a wife. Wow. And so in that marital process, like I married my wife after 10 months. Really, I could have married her much earlier than that. Like we were both ready. You know, I wasn't playing around. We got married early, 10 months, but we were married for 3 years, and this was planned. 3 years we're going to be married and go through all the marital stuff and see, are we even ready to bring children into this world? Because children do not improve your relationship. If anything, they're going to exacerbate any problems that are there. So until we were right, children was not going to be on the table. It wasn't going to be an option for us. So those are things that I think you really have to certainly have those. And again, if she's not on your program, use that early part of the marriage, but please don't put the babies first. Don't have that's why you don't want to have kids first and then marry the baby lady. You don't want that wedding pit photo with her baby bump showing. You don't want that. Put the time in to really make sure that this is someone you want to go to that next level with, because when you do, everything changes. And so you have to have that standard. So that I agree with him on that. If she's holding anything back from you, she's probably not the one. And you should definitely find someone who's going to be more about again, one pot, one goal, one mind, one body to go forward in life with. So that I would co-sign on that 100%.
Now, Wild Jones, what are your thoughts on the video?
And I'm with it. I agree. A woman has to be willing, as you are willing, to give that to her and put it in the pot to build in unison. So I totally agree. I do want brothers to understand, though, you can have all these come in guidelines, and the marriage ain't gonna be smooth anyway. And we got married after 4 years. We just hit 20 years. So 24 years we've been together, and we done been through it about everything. Like once, the key is to not keep going through the same thing, but everything gonna come up once. We done been mad for a month. We done been mad for a day. We done been through it. We done had every conversation about everything that humans have, the temptations that we go through, from whom I texting to this to that. Everything that done happened, but conflict resolution and the I love and like this person, and we are building together. And I feel bad when I am fucked up. And know how to say I'm sorry when I did fucked up, and know how to conflict resolute is really gonna be more key to a successful marriage. Because even with a roommate, if you lived with a parent for 60 years, y'all gonna get into it about some shit. Like just being in the same house with another grown-up, people getting their mood, and you wasn't with that mood today. Like you had a mood. Now, most days I give you grace, but today I wasn't feeling it either. So let's go. And we turn up over nothing sometimes. It happens. So I just want young brothers to understand that, the good way more outweighs the bad. like the good way, but you do have to get through the bad, and it's never over. There's always gonna be something. She's a woman, so she gonna get emotional. Even the most successful women have different emotional reactions than us. Some things ain't based on logic with them. Even the best women, like, go on one sometimes, and you gotta know how to bring them back and be able to talk them back the right way. Like, so, and as long as they see the error of their ways and want to be better, then we can keep on rocking. Like, so yeah, I do.
I got a question.
I like how they coming in. I like how we coming in with how we should start this thing, but understand it ain't gonna be smooth either way. Go
Come
ahead,
on,
Fran.
JT.
I got a question, man. Who the fuck we talking to? Black man, I always ask this question. When we get on these panels and we get to talking, who we talking to? What generation are we talking to? Have y'all heard that generation yet? Have y'all heard the generation that's out here having babies and dating and all that shit? This marriage shit is like talking Chinese and Mandarin to their ass. We can't talk about marriage to this generation right now until we talk about having a great relationship. They can't even have a fucking great relationship with themselves right now, let alone have a great relationship with another person. It's been fucked up for them.
Oh, sorry. So,
No.
so JT, to that point.
Let him finish, Easy Money. Go ahead, JT.
Oh, I thought he did. I'm sorry. I thought he
No,
did.
he wasn't talked over. Go ahead,
And JT also going to allude in what the video said too.
Yeah, so with my man Anton, shout out to Anton Daniels too, bro. When he say, should we just throw away the whole fucking concept? Yes, absolutely. What we talking about right now, they can't comprehend it. They have no idea of what we talking about. I figured out my angle, black man, on where I'm about to hit this relationship shit at. And I'm going to start from their conversations. I'm going to start from the shit that they're talking about. I'm talking about the 19, 20 to 35-year-olds. They ain't talking about this shit right here. You can go on any one of their panels. They talking about a whole bunch of fluid shit. They ain't talking about marriage. They ain't talking about finances and building with one another. They're not talking about none of this shit. So when we're talking about one pot, one goal, or hit the dough, they don't know shit about the pot. They have no fucking idea. Let me tell you what they do know about, though. How not to submit. How to have a girlfriend when you are a woman. How to get your nigga when I'm a nigga too. Bitches ain't shit. I got 3 baby daddies. These are the things they talking about. We got to get these motherfuckers to a point of deprogramming them.
Okay.
They're not listening to shit that we're talking about right now. Trust me when I tell you, they ain't listening to none of this shit that we talking about. Guess what they do when someone that's my age, your age, Uncle Jeff, your age, Wild Jones, when we're talking directly to them, they'll dismiss us by calling us old. That's an old head right there. He don't know what you're talking about, man. Or when we talking to the young men, tell me if I'm lying, fellas. Their attitude is, man, y'all don't understand how these hoes is out here. Y'all don't understand these bitches, man. Fuck this. They don't even respect one another. The shit we talking about right now will not resonate with them. Now, the ones that it do resonate with, let me tell you, not only did they have a man and a woman in their life to balance their life, they also had siblings. They also had some type of community where the generations it wasn't a gap between the generations, right? Because it ain't supposed to be a gap. Right now, we're treating it as a gap. What happened with the 19-year-old learning from the 22-year-old learning from the 25-year-old, the 25-year-old learning from the 35-year-old? We don't even have that shit no more. We got a bunch of 50-year-olds trying to talk to a bunch of 25-year-olds. We can't speak the same language. That transition is not going because they don't understand us and we don't understand them. Why? Because we don't like each other no more. I can't stand them goddamn bastards. I can't stand them old niggas. That's what you hear between the 2 generations or 3 generations.
I got to push back on some of that. I got to.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay. Number one, I feel your frustration, brother. Number two, if it's all right, Black Man Unfiltered, I'd like to give a selfish plug. I invite you this Sunday at noon LA time to the First Church of Holy Shit, where I am the pastor. Somebody fucked up and told me God was everywhere, so I pray from right here. Save me 10%. I never miss a game. I invite you to come in and save 10% on your soul insurance by switching to Don't Go, where you will find young brothers that don't think this way and young sisters that don't think this way. I encourage you to go to Danica Marie's website or YouTube page. Crimson Cure, her YouTube page. Reva, her YouTube page. There's another sister, Erica Lachey, her YouTube page. What we are focusing on oftentimes is the people that ain't gonna make it. Everybody ain't gonna make it. If you don't think like this room, you more than likely are not going to make it. The universe has taken away the safety net. For those of you who bump the Bible, it is my belief that God has left his goodness on this earth, but he has taken his mercy. Not having mercy on fools no more. So a lot of these people, bruh, it is this time. And this is not some time that I'm just saying is coming about. Brothers, there is no mistake that we are this wise at this time. This time is written about in the Apocrypha. The Mayans wrote about it. It's in the Egyptian Book of the Dead, where most of the Bible is stolen from. Nostradamus wrote about it. Now is now that you are seeing this big shift. So I can't, brother. I can't let you. I can't let you, I got to push back because the number is narrow. But that's what you need to do with your focus.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, and supporting what you're saying, I didn't mean to cut you off, but the safety net has left the tightrope. You fall off that tightrope,
you done.
It's a wrap, bro. And it's like you said, they're not hearing this. I got two YouTube channels, and combined, they've gotten over probably 500 million views, and I'm reaching kids all the way in Africa, Russia, some of them New Zealand, and yeah, I'm not getting the no jumper views, or I'm not getting the followers from like Drink Champs. Those people are done. That's an illusion that they're winning because they're on there drinking and having fun. Those people are tormented. So they're not. It appears to be that they're having a great time, and maybe they do in their world. But at the end of the day, the people who are following them, they're falling off. They're going to fall right to their doom also. And it's sad, but it's a reality. It is what it is, man. The kids are fortunate, like you, who are father, who your son is already at 16 getting something. Whoever else out there has sons and you're talking to them, hey, blessed be them, because they got a guide. The ones we see, like the kid who just stabbed that dude coming from the wedding in New York, and these kids who are wilding out in sexy red with the gonorrhea lipstick, done, bro. Hollywood Entertainment, the little bag they thought was a big bag, it basically tricked them into whatever. And by the time they wake up and see that if they've been tricked, it's too late.
But this is the problem. This is the problem, Marcus. This is a problem. I don't speak in frustration. I'm 50. I'm with y'all dudes. I speak from what I observe. And even if that is the case, we still got to say that the two types of, or the multiple types of people, they're still sharing this space with each other. You can't tell the hoe from the housewife nowadays. You can't tell the thug from the dude that's going to college anymore. They're sharing culture with each other. This is what I'm saying. It's not going to be, because you know what's missing? Value in life. It doesn't matter. There's no infrastructure. There's no foundation. I don't give a damn how much information you get, how much education you get. you're still sharing this shit with the damn ones that's going to be dying. Those weak ones that you're talking about, Uncle Jeff, guess what? Those are the same ones that's leeching off of the ones that's out here trying to make something, because they still dealing with each other. They still are marrying and fucking and having babies with each other. They're still out here talking about gang with each other.
Okay.
You know how many people, you know how many kids out here that come from, and this is what's crazy. They come from good homes, what we would call, let me quote that shit, good homes. From suburbs and shit like that, they still hollering gang. They still out here trying to be gang. They get their ass put in fucking prison because they out here trying to prove that they gang.
I know who you're talking about. I'm gonna say this and then I'm done with it. How many of us here have seen the movie Apollo 13?
Of course.
Okay, everybody, kind of everybody. Okay. Remember the scene where Tom Hanks first goes, Houston, we got a problem. And then about 10 minutes later, the shit hits the fan down on the ground. And you got all these engineers in one room, and they're all shitting their pants in 10 different directions. Oh, they're going to spin around on the moon's gravity and float out into nothing. Oh, they're going to freeze. Oh, they're going to come back. They're going to burn up in reentry. Oh, they're going to run out of oxygen. Ed Harris comes into the room and says, this room is full of the smartest people on the earth. I can get a monkey to tell me how it won't work. I need you to tell me how it can.
How it will work. Yeah, I remember that.
Right now, all you are focused on is what is not working. This man just told you that he gets 500 million hits from all over the world about lives he has changed. I can tell you personally that my favorite number is 13. It is the number of people that I have talked out of killing themselves. For some reason, they call me right before they do what they do. I cannot tell you how many, I got to talk to you about that hurt. How many gang members I'm mentoring. How many brothers I talk to. How many young sisters I sit down and talk to around that don't have this thinking. I've given you YouTube pages to go find them. Brother Ben X. I said, these are young people. Brother, yes, you are right. There is a ball of ignorance. There is a ball of African-American ignorance. And all the people who embarrass us in film and television and at home and where we go places. This all in with the Jasper ass shade tree house coons that really buy into politics, that can't see on the other side of the curtain like we can. Brother, all of that is about to go its own filthy way. Your job is to find the people who need what you want and will take it. You cannot throw them all away, brother. You got lots of job. You got lots of job.
But check it out, Uncle Jeff. The thing is, here's why I agree with JT, because listen, man, I said this earlier this week. I said, fellas, if you're gonna mentor anybody, you're gonna tell people, give people the answers and stuff like that. You have to accept the fact, not just recognize it, accept the fact that out of every 2,000 people you talk to, you might get 4 who actually take your advice, apply it to their lives. Not 4,000, just 1, 2, 3, 4. You might get 4 out of 2,000. Mr. Bennett said earlier, it's very rare that a young person learns some wisdom. It's a rare case. And it's even more rare that, because understand, people will hear the truth, know it's the truth, acknowledge that it's the truth, know it's the truth, but do the exact opposite anyway. People do this thing. I mean, I don't know, it's some kind of self-sabotage thing, but I see a lot of people get discouraged, myself included. Uncle Jeff, I got burned out. I'm like, this isn't working. Fuck it. Let the niggas burn. You know what I'm saying? They're too dumb. And they are. Oh, that's true. They are too dumb for the most part. But I just kind of got burned out with it. And I was like, what's the point? I don't understand. Why are they not listening when they know what you're saying is true? So my thing is, bro, I mean,
I got you, man.
So we're being way. I just think Uncle Jeff is being way too. He sounds way too optimistic
Right.
It's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I'm like, what he said is it's good. I like what he's saying. I agree with what Uncle Jeff's saying. I was like, yeah, you've been a bit too optimistic, man. You need to want to quail those expectations down a bit. Because it ain't gonna go.
Isn't that the problem? Isn't that the problem? People live by the level of their expectations. And if the expectation that you're going to reach 50% of these folks or whatever, is that the wrong premise that for which we need to be operating from? The idea is if you have something to share, the expectation is that if you have an opportunity, you share it. Where it goes, where it lands, if it plants root or not, that's not up to us. But if there's somebody in your orbit or sphere that you can give that should be the fact that you have the opportunity to do so. That's what we should be measuring success on. Not on, okay, well, 10 guys, out of 10 guys have to turn their lives around. We can't we can't dictate that. And guys were admitting tonight that folks had mentors and people who poured into them, but they had to go on, they had to get, go do some ratchet stuff, and then finally got to a point and said, you know what, I'm done. But they still remember what was taught to them before. So again, it's not like the words went void. The word was planted. So rather than trying to affect change, maybe we should just drop that all together and just be about planting seed. But that seed has got to germinate in its own time. And like I said, and even as a parent, like I said, I can talk to my daughter. Like I said, I've been, we've been having these conversations over the last couple of days about how to, about men, basically, since like I said, my two oldest ones, they're dating now. And there were two incidences that happened this week where I was telling them, it's like, look, I understand your intentions, right? You're good people. You are, you care about these men in your life. You're trying to do right by them, but they're going to reject what you're doing because, again, there's a difference between asking questions and questioning.
Yes.
As men, we don't mind asking us questions. In fact, it's a good thing. It shows that, one, you've been paying attention, you've been listening. So if you ask questions in terms of what we're going to be doing, that's a good thing. But there's a difference between asking questions and questioning.
Yeah, there is.
And when you do certain things, so I'll just share it here. So with my first one, my middle one, so her man, he works with the post office. So he was, they give him, these government issued shoes or whatever, wasn't working on his feet or whatever. So he got some of his nicer kicks and he was using those to do the mail delivery with. And she's on him about, well, aren't you going to ruin your shoes if you keep doing that or whatever? It's like, but they're comfortable and I can get my job done and whatnot. He's finally getting his job, but she's on, oh, but you spend so much money on. I had to, and they got into a fight and argument or whatever. Because again, he pushed back. I had to pull her back and say, look, you made your point. He's grown. If it requires him, he ruins his nice sneakers because he's using them for work or whatever, he'll figure it out. But don't bring arguments to the table over some sneakers.
Right.
Because you're not asking questions. So you're saying, I was just asking questions. No, you're questioning. You're questioning his judgment. And again, brothers don't like that.
Yeah, because it's borderline emasculation.
Thank you. And so now my oldest one. Now her man, and I gotta get used to that because again, this just happened. So this is I'm still.
I feel your pain, bro.
I'm praying for you.
Okay, so her dude, nice guy. All right, met him. He told me his life story, his background, and whatnot. He's in transit. He's looking for, he has this idea of what he wants to do with his life. He sees what his future is, but he doesn't have the jobs necessarily that he wants at this particular time. But he knows what it is, and he has a plan, and he's working it. So my daughter gave him some job. I was like, hey, here's some jobs at this particular place or whatever. I told her, I said, okay, it's nice. You can make the gesture, but don't push it. If you keep needling him, basically what you're saying to him is that you're not good enough where you are.
Yep. Get your ass up.
Let me help you in this to be a better man, whatever. So again, you're going against, he has a vision in terms of what he wants to do. He laid it out very thoroughly and he's working his plan. All right. If you keep needling, then he's going to take that. You're trying to get me to operate against what my purpose is. Again, it doesn't mean that your intentions were not good. But if you keep going in this direction, you're going to irritate, you're going to push him away, or you're going to get into some disagreements over that. Because again, men don't like to be questioned. Basically, you're saying you don't believe in my plan. Is essentially what you're saying.
So that's what I was saying as far as like that.
What happened to Uncle Jeff?
Thing, right?
He had to go.
He did. Oh, yeah. So that's what I was saying when it came down to that. Like what you're doing, Mr. Bennett. I have to do that with my daughters also. I have to be able to give them some type of insight, right? Because when they're doing it on their own, and if they're listening to other women, it's hindering them. This is not a bash on women or anything like that. But what I'm saying is that we as fathers, we have to be just as it has to be like a co-op with parenting right now because of how things were in the past. We can't do them exactly like that anymore. We have to
well, see, here's the thing. See, I don't even look at it as parent. Like I look at myself today less as a parent. Like the parenting is over. Like when they turn 18, in a lot of ways, I took the parenting off. Now it is almost like what we've been talking about coaching, about mentorship, about again, offering wisdom.
I still think that's what I'm saying. I still think that it is. Watch this. When you first start being a parent, your kid is young, right? You pretty much are a nurturer and a nurturer, right? Mother and father.
And you're also an authority.
Then they get to well, it gets to a point where once they start getting to like 3 years old, 4 years old, you're a benevolent dictator. Everything that they eat, the way that they think, all of these things are you, right? They start to get 12, right? You go from being just a benevolent dictator to now you're starting you're starting to let the reins go. However, you're starting to teach them more consequences, right? Because you're still a benevolent dictator, but you're starting to let it go, and now they have to learn harder consequences. Once they get to be 16, there's no more benevolent dictator or none of that shit. Right there, you're the counsel. You're steering them to adulthood, right? This is where you get to. By the time they get to be 18, 19, 20, 21, what you are the sensei per se, right?
Yeah.
You're giving them advice. You're telling them the best way to go, all these different things, and so on and so forth. So now they get to be 25 to 30. That's where you're going to remain. You're just going to remain that person to be. So it's going to be, it's like a co-op, right? Because now you're not ushering them to adulthood. What you're doing is trying to just, you actually just being a co-adult with them. They're adult.
But JT, and I get all one, but where I was really driving all this conversation, where I'm driving to this is, again, I cannot control the outcome.
Right.
So again, my expectation. Agreed. So again, what I was hearing earlier was, you being frustrated and Andrell being frustrated, and even in Black Man, and some of what I've heard from him, is that there's a frustration because we're not getting what we think should be the outcome. Yeah, we got this good stuff. We got, this good stuff for them. And they're not taking it, or it's not uploading the way it should, or whatever, in the way that we think is necessary. But again, that you cannot control. And so my thing is, I will always be here. I will always drop. If I feel I need to drop it, I'm going to drop it, whether you want to hear it or not. I'm gonna pull you aside. I'm like, look, let me drop this bite. I'm trying to give you, and I'm trying to give you the male cheat codes. All right, the game codes, the with the joystick. I'm trying to give you the man cheat code. I might be violating the man code by even doing this to you, but I'm trying to give you something that should hopefully help you guys in terms of how you navigate your relationships. A lot of people don't learn this stuff until they're in their 40s. I'm trying to give you game right now. I will never hesitate in giving my kids what I think they need to know. But as far as the outcomes, will they follow it? How much they embrace it? It could be in the next few hours. It could be years later.
Right.
But I'm
Yeah,
never gonna
my
get.
frustration is not.
But I'm never gonna get frustrated. I'm never gonna get frustrated in. Oh, see, they didn't do what I said.
Right. No,
But
my
the
frustration is never
would be
with
if I
that.
never said anything. That would
My
be
fr-
frustrating for me.
My frustration is not with that.
Okay.
Especially when it comes down to that. What I'm saying is that it's more of an observation, right? That what my kids and my grandkids have to mingle with. That's my biggest problem. My biggest problem is not the out. I mean, people look, you fail so you can succeed, right? If you've never failed, if you've never went through anything, how can you say that you've accomplished anything? At some level, we all fail, right? What I'm saying is from what we have as the title, lead, one leader, one goal, one pop, if not, there's the door, right? That is what a man would tell his wife. What I'm saying is that there's no one in the next generation that's talking about that level of being together, because that's what community is. And what I see is that we just have a bunch of individuals. That's why I get frustrated, not because of the ills of what the next generation is. It's what they're falling into and what they have fell into.
But
And
JT,
family is not what they fell into.
But let me give you another.
Individuality is what they fell into, and we're gonna have a problem with this. And I ain't even look. I had my kids, and I tried to be a better parent for my kids, for their kids, not for just them. It was for their kids. It was for their kids. So my grandson, when I see my grandson, I'm less worried about my daughters. I'm more worried about my grandson.
Right.
I don't know what's going to come down the pipe, but it looks like it's going to be worse than what my kids have to go through.
And that's what I want to allude to. What's frustrating me right now is that, again, remember I told you last week about my son's football team and how that works. After their game yesterday, let me tell you what happened. The entire game, the coach sits on the sideline, hand on his hip, clipboard in his hand. He says nothing. They can be out of place. They can be out of line. They're not lined up on the referee, right? The receivers are not lined up on the referee. 12 men on the field, 13 men on the field, right? I'm on the sideline. He's not directed. He's not doing shit. So for the last couple of days, so after the game was over, he decides. See, normally I ain't gonna say that because I've been coaching my boys since they were babies, and now they're at a point they're at the school and they're being coached by somebody else. So I'm trying to give them an opportunity to learn from somebody else. So they come over to the side and say, "Hey, everybody, come over here to the side." And my wife said, "Don't you say nothing." I said, I'm not gonna say nothing. And he said, "Y'all went out there and you played like shit. And you didn't do nothing. You didn't line up right." And my wife said, "I'm going, give me the key." Because she already know I'm finna get him. She said, "Just give me the key." And I gave her the key. And she told my daughter, she said, "Y'all come on, let's go get in the truck." She said, "Let's just go get in the truck." She said, "I ain't got nothing to say." And he was just going in. And you can see that he took that away he took something from the boy, even though they lost. He took something from them because you didn't give shit to them. You can't get nothing from an empty well. So he kept hollering, and I just said it. But right before my wife got to the truck, I said, "Hey, first of all," and all the parents turned around and looked at me. I said, "First of all, what you need to do is start raising your fucking voice at these boys, because the entire game, you saying they didn't do shit, but your ass didn't do shit either." I said, "You didn't motivate them. You didn't celebrate them when they did something good. You didn't motivate them when they did something bad. You didn't line them up. You didn't do a goddamn thing." He gonna turn around and look over the fence and "Why you come coach them then?" I said, "I would love to." I said, give me the last 4 games. I'll coach them. I'll coach them up. I'll show you how to coach a fucking football team. After I said a couple of dumb motherfuckers, stupid ass niggas, I had to get that out. Right? But I'll coach them up. And and after it was over, the parents, on my dead aunt, man, the parents came to me on my way out the gate. They says, excuse me. "Yes, ma'am. Hey, are you going to apply for the coaching job here? I think that's what my son needs. My son needs that." When I'm walking out, right? When I go, the parents are saying it. So
what did you say that was so special though?
Huh? No.
What did you say that was so special?
What?
Why were the parents so impressed with you?
Hold on, black man. Let me tell you what he
because
did.
the entire game, I'm in the stands and I'm telling, because I'm a football just aficionado. So in the game, while the game is going on, all the parents are sitting in the stands with me. I'm screaming at the coach. Coach, line the defense up. They're heavy on the left side. They're bringing it around. They're doing misdirection coming this way. The coach sitting like this. He don't say nothing. The play comes, misdirection.
Boom.
They come my
Heavy
way.
screen on the week.
Come in my way. They're going up the sideline. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. I'm calling every fucking offensive play. The other team is running on their defense. He ain't listening to me. Right? I'm saying, Coach, look, wait. Don't send the running back that way. Send him this way. Send him this way. Nothing. He turned around, rolling his head. I want to slap the shit out of him. And them boys got blew out because he didn't line them up. He don't talk to them. He don't motivate them. Nothing. So the parents were asking me, am I going to come? Am I going to come? So I go to the practice. As soon as I walk up to the practice, I don't even know these little boys. I know my son and the few boys that I coached when they were kids that live in my neighborhood. I walked up to the practice. I drove up to the practice. I said, I hope you don't say shit to me today. So I walked up. He said, hey, what's up, man? I said, yeah, what's up? He said, go ahead. Let me say. So I'll start working with the linemen, defensive linemen. The boys come up to me. They don't even know me. Come up to me. Hey, what's up, coach? Fist bumping me. They don't even know me. Fist bumping me. Hey, you coming to the game next Wednesday? I said, yeah, I'm going to be there. Okay. All right. Hey, we'll see you then. Hey, you going to keep coming to our practices? Yeah, son, I'll be here. Okay. Right? Because they understand, even at that practice, I was on their ass about standing straight up as offensive linemen instead of getting down in your stands. They standing straight up, getting knocked over. Get your ass down. And when I tell them to get down, I push their shoulder pads. When I push them, they roll. If your ass is rolling, you have no stability. Get your big ass back up here. Get back down. We're going to try it again, right? I did it the whole practice. After it's over, they appreciate the fact because I celebrated them when they did something good, motivated them when they did something bad. Their coach sitting there like, this month, I done lost my team. And you have. Because next Wednesday, I'm going to be on that motherfucking sideline and I'm going to coach them up and they're going to win that game. And he gonna be looking stupid, and I know he gonna probably say something. But at the end of the day, the point that I'm making, guys, is that most people are born leaders. Bro, people are magnetically pulled. Let me tell you about Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett came on, start talking. He didn't have to say he was a leader. I said, man, this is somebody I can follow. This is somebody I can talk to. Shit, I have a problem.
Mr. Bennett. Yeah, I can concur with that. People. He
Lost
don't know it.
too.
Mr. Bennett doesn't know it, but Mr. Bennett, like ever since you've been on, since day one, you've got nothing but compliments, like from people like people I don't even know on Instagram. I'm not even friends with them on Instagram. They have hit me up talking about you.
Me too.
How much they like you and everything like that. Yeah, it's just some people either have charisma or have that presence.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And the way they present, and plus he's competent, very intelligent. Knows what he's talking about.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? He has every quality that he needs to be a leader, and it shows. He didn't have to say anything.
And that's why Mr. Bennett, like we had
doesn't have to brag or anything.
Right. And a few weeks ago backstage, we had a conversation. Mr. Bennett was like, hey, black man, if you got this problem, instead of talking about this problem, you fix it like this. What am I gonna be like, hey man? Fuck you, old bald ass nigga. You tell me nigga, right? No, it's like I'm sitting there like, yeah, Mr. Bennett, you're right. That's a different perspective. Hey, I like that. You know, like I could do that with JT. I could do that with our pain. I know I could do it with Lost in Translation. Me and Mandrell, we got a different type of relationship. We won't call each other punk ass niggas for about 30 minutes. You ain't shit. You know, for about 30 minutes, you ugly motherfucker, go shave your face, you fat bastard. You know, we go back and forward with each other. But at the end of the day, I can call.
I think you're trying to get me to curse like a street person.
No,
I think that's why. I honestly think that's why you do that. I'm just like,
I do.
He'll call me up, answer the phone. I'm like, hey, what up, old bitch ass nigga? I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I
but,
thought.
I think,
I'm like, why?
But I think, Mr. Bennett, I gotta say, cause I gotta jump on it too, man. I gotta jump on the bandwagon too, Mr. Bennett. I think him, the value that he brings on this platform, man, is that we don't talk we're not pretentious with each other when we talk, right? And one of the things I've seen with Mr. Bennett, is that he can challenge you without being pretentious with you. That's dope as fuck. And I've seen how it just sprinkled onto this platform. Even though we can challenge each other and we joke with each other and things like that, but our conversations, man, we can hear each other out. We can challenge each other and not be so pretentious with each other. Now, with that, I mean, we still got a lot of work to do.
Yeah,
but it's starting to sprinkle on all of these platforms now, where people are struggling not to be so pretentious with one another. I said, damn, that's why it got to the point where when I'm looking and I see that these conversations are starting to be a whole lot better because people are really willing to listen and hear each other out, because when they see themselves back on video, they look crazy. It looks crazy.
Yeah,
So,
doesn't it though?
hey, man,
it does. And you know what, man? I let me tell you who I appreciate. Like I said earlier, and I'll say it again. You know, just to you know where we started and where we are now. You know, just to have these conversations, get on in and have these conversations, especially the tough ones. Because we got a conversation talking about adolescence. Mr. Bennett, you planted that seed. But when I have, you know, people like Crystal Light that says came on just one night out the blue and said, man, this network, man, I like this. I can sit here and listen to y'all talk all night. Right? That's the first time she was on.
Don't believe it. Don't believe it. She's lying.
She sent me an inbox and she was like, hey, black man, I just want you to know I love your content. I said, thank you. Right. And then she sent me another message and say, black man, I'm binge watching. Me and my family are binge watching all of your shows from your very first episode. And she said, we're going to binge watch till we catch up.
Boy, you got some good episodes, though.
Bruh, I told
again.
you gonna be watching for a minute. We done did over 700 shows. You gonna be watching for a minute. But she said she's gonna binge watch them till they done. And she came on today, man. I felt so good, man. So shout out to Crystal when she came on today and talk about, you know, she gave me some high praises today. So I really appreciate that, because sometimes it does feel good to know that we're doing the work and somebody appreciates the work.
I gotta say though, black man, it's a couple of them ones.
On today, earlier today, I swear, man, I felt like I was really in the barbershop with Easy in the middle. That was great shit, man. That was some great stuff, man.
We training them
I
up,
tell you
man.
what, man. I thought the questioning was good. I mean, he was like I know he's being serious from where he's coming from, but he made a good straight man for the panel. You know,
He's
got a decent sense of humor. I mean, you know, a decent sense of self to be able to put up with that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, the one thing I certainly observe, and which I really think that's helped us overall, is that no one takes themselves too seriously. Where again, sincere. If that's the square that you're standing on, if that's what you defended, then defend it. Let's talk about it. Let's get it out in the open and discuss. But nobody is taking themselves so hyper seriously that they can't roll with it. So I mean, I think the purity and the honesty, the transparency of what we've been able to share in these spaces is really something that I think a lot of people are hungering for. Because I think early on, it seemed like, especially during C19, it was all about, I got to get content out, and it was just about getting clicks. It was about getting just content, and let's stir controversy, and let's curse each other out, and let's do all this kind of stuff. Right. But I think that we're coming out of that. People want real. People want honesty. People want guys bearing their scars, everything. It's like, look, I'm a real person. And I'm not trying to be like JT was saying, not trying to be pretentious or think you know it all, but that I come from a real place. I've gone through real things. I've endured. And even if you think their views are off, you can't help but not respect people. I mean, Easy Money, again, he's handling his business. He's got 3 sons. He's raised them. He's 5. So there's nothing I can say against him personally, So I think that is I think a good and fertile place where we can just keep producing this kind of content and let the results speak for themselves. I mean, and thank you, guys, for sharing how people who are not even, on this or in the scenes that give me compliments about, about me or what I'm able to provide to the platform is really, I'm just sharing my life. I mean, I've gone through a lot, been through a lot. I've had my victories. I'm going through, like I said, certain transitions right now. But again, I'm a husband, I'm a father, I'm a son. You know, I'm just all these things that, you know, God has blessed me. And I'll be turning 54 this month. That God has blessed me.
Hey, what day?
27.
Come on, man.
All right.
That's JT, you're October birthday also, right?
My birthday is this Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
51.
Hey, I got a message for you guys from a stranger we hadn't seen in a while. I'm gonna read the message and then y'all tell me who the person is.
Yeah.
This is inbox from Facebook.
That's probably Crystal Lake with her lies.
No. It says, I see how y'all did my boy easy money tonight because he didn't have no backup. It was like 9 people. It's like 9 people. Let me finish. It's like 9 people against 1. Y'all better be glad I was out with my family because we would have shut that shit down.
Yeah, and we would have shut that shit down. That's Tarus.
There's no doubt.
That's
Tarus.
That's definitely Tarus.
You lucky I'm not there, man. We would have shut that shit down. He reminds me of. Yeah, you guys know who Tarus reminds me of. Honestly, that guy from Dave Chappelle talking about wrap it up, B. Wrap that shit up. Wrap it up. The wrap it up guy from Dave Chappelle show. That's what Tarus reminds me of.
Shout out.
Yeah,
shout out to Terrence also, because
Yeah.
again, I see the change in him. Like when he first came on,
Oh,
it was
man.
just flame throwing, like from day one.
Shit,
But
man,
even
too.
yeah, but you see again just through it, and I think it just boils down to trust. I just think about, you know, again, people come in, you know, your guard is up, you're trying to establish yourself in these spaces or whatnot. But I think we're at this place now. We could just be men, just grown men, real, you know. And just share our life stories with one another and what we've learned through life. I think that is the type of fertile environment that can really help men really come together and start.
Bro.
I'd like to add something though, going back just a little bit, and it's kind of still on top of what JT, what you were saying on how you want to approach things. Nobody gets more flack of being an old head on these panels than I do.
Oh yeah, they take your ass up.
I ignore those guys. Because if I can get some of these guys to understand that, you know, if you live 6 decades, you got to know something.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, and so I just try to say, listen, I might not be on the dating scene, but I think I know the nature of females. I don't give a crap what they are now, but they still, their basic nature is still there. If you can understand that, then you could be able to navigate a little bit better.
Like that.
I'll sit here like I was like, please be sleep, please be sleep, please be sleep again.
That's bad.
But here's the thing, I'll tell you this about me though. Like when I first came up, I wasn't used. When y'all first met me, I wasn't used to being social like that. I'm not. Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm used to being around. I'm usually around a bunch of veterans, right? Combat veterans specifically. And when you're around combat veterans, there are going to be egos. Like combat veterans have egos out this world. You know what I mean? Like, because we know what we are, what we're made of. Once you know what you're made of as a man, it's hard to knock that person down. And that person's going to get back up and keep getting back up and keep coming after it. Whatever it is, you know, that knock them down, they're going to get up and keep coming after it. The idea is like, fuck you. You're not going to keep me down. I'm going to kick. And you're going to keep coming until you win. But for me, I was actually really uncomfortable up here. I wasn't comfortable at all. Like the first time you met me, BMU, when I was on a security boss, you have no idea. Like, bro, I was sweating. Like I was actually sweating when I decided to come up there and just speak to her. And then you showed up, spoke with you. I was very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable, man. I mean, you know, but after a while getting to know y'all, now JT showed up. I mean, I was comfortable with him out the gate. I felt no discomfort talking to JT, but there's a relation there. You know what I'm saying? I speak JT's language. And Mr. Bennett, I wasn't uncomfortable around him because, I mean, it's Mr. Bennett.
Now,
how you uncomfortable around him? Yeah, who gets uncomfortable around him?
I will say this: when Mandrell first came on the scene, he was a sweater, and he came on panels looking like a honey ham, with a hat on. Talking.
I did not look like that.
And
now we got new people like Crystal Light out here. I have no idea who she is, and who is not a subscriber to my channel, by the way.
Oh, it's not. Well,
she is not a subscriber to my channel.
Now, we'll say this to Mandrell though. Because now Mandrell, he's been Mandrell, you know, took a week off and went to visit, and And potentially he's in a new relationship, and now he trying to grow hair on his face that wouldn't normally grow. And I told him the other day that his face
Looking
is
like
a
Keith from
shaved,
Good Times.
Yeah. I told him the other day his face is like a shaved giraffe pussy, and
Now
so
he got a flavor saver.
yeah, flavor saver. But no,
I'm
man,
the
real
evil
talk, man.
twin. You know the evil dude. The evil twin always has the facial hair.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
But man, Dre,
You're like
man,
that from the mirror universe. You're like Spock from the mirror universe.
Right. The evil
Now,
one
I do
always
want
has
to say this
facial
though,
hair.
man. Mandre, I am proud of you. I will say that, we joke a lot, but I'm proud of you and your growth, man. Even though me and you go at each other, but at the end of the day, man, we still got love for each other. We still have a conversation. And so
Yeah.
I'm proud of you and what you become, because when you first came on the scene, brother, you were a grenade with no pin in it. And you were blowing up everything. And so I appreciate that. Mr. Bennett, man, I got love for you, man. I pray for you because you are a great man. You became a great man out of any circumstances you ever been through, man. So I appreciate you, man. Our Pain, thank you, man. You seem like you the granddaddy of the group, man. And I love it, because when I send those links, I say, man, I can't wait to see Our Pain pop up here, because I know I'm gonna hear him. Hold on, man. Hold on, I'm talking, man. Hold on, man.
Let him
I'm not gonna
speak.
get to talk, man. Let me goddamn, man. You been shit. So I know I'm gonna get that from Our Pain.
I hear you gotta do that. You gotta fight on Trigger Mike show,
You
man.
gotta
You
let
gotta
him speak. You gotta
Come
let him
on,
speak.
come on. You're not gonna fight. Hey, man, we gotta go around the horn here, man. Come on, fuck. But no, man,
Our Pain's cool, man. I disagree with him on
love
some
Our
things,
Pain,
but Our
man.
Pain,
I
yeah.
love
Our
Our
Pain's
Pain to
cool.
death.
I respect Our
I love
Pain.
him to death, man. Thank you, Our Pain, for being here, man.
Yes,
JT,
sir.
you already know what it is. Hey, listen, JT, you let me know what day you get married, Mandrea. When JT get married, we are
crashing.
going to the
I'm
fucking
crashing.
wedding.
I'm coming to that war zone he calls home up there in
I'm
Detroit.
going to the wedding.
You think I'm a grenade? No, I'm gonna have actual grenades running around the city just tossing them shits. No one's gonna know the difference. That's the crazy part. No, it's Detroit. No one's gonna know the difference.
It's gonna be a special moment.
Yeah,
for
It
us.
will be special, all right.
So-
Special ed.
And guess what?
But it won't be in the 313. Trust me.
And you know
It
what?
won't be
Though?
in the 313.
Before you have the wedding, though, all the bridesmaids need to do this first.
Yeah, Black David.
never gets old,
Hey,
man.
you keep getting caught doing silly stuff, man. Like
It's
do
never
you
gets
see
old,
the one where
man.
he sleep? Do you see the one
It's
where he
fine.
sleep?
It's fine.
Play that one. I don't think
I
Crystal
can't
likes
blame
seeing
Detective
that.
Earthquake clowning on me like
Black David, it's Jesus. Wake up, Black David. Black David!
Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
He look. He.
Shout out to Hank, man.
Everyone. Everyone. That was.
You said the war. Was that Our Pain?
Once I
Our
moved
Pain,
to
was that you?
Texas, it's
No.
on like Donkey Kong.
No.
Earthquake. I'm
Hey,
coming.
Our Pain,
No,
I
man,
got a video. Hold on. I got a video of Our Pain. I got a video of Our Pain sleep. I got a video. I ain't done them yet. I'm gonna get y'all ass. I got a video of Our Pain. And I let Our Pain get some grace because he was sick. So I ain't gonna do him like that. But I got a
But
picture. I got a video
Earthquake,
of Scam Like
you
Lad.
Texas Earthquake.
Scam
I
Like
know
Lad.
you're a former wrestler. They kicked you out of the ring.
Hey, you know
No,
what?
Black man. Do you know I got a video of you?
Oh, you bitch!
Mm.
I remember. Hey, hold on. Listen, that's when I learned my lesson that day. Dude, let me tell y'all what happened, bro.
JT.
Let me tell y'all what happened. I was on, hold on, Black Day. I was on security boss.
No.
I was on security boss.
No.
And I was like this. And I was tired.
You was
bro.
like this. You was like this.
I fucking beat. And I was like,
he was sitting up, JT. He wasn't. He was sitting up. He was like this. And look, his eyes reflect. You know, his eyes was at the reflection from the screen, so you couldn't really tell. But then you look at him, you're like, "This Joker sleep."
I hit that record button. I put that shit on there. Hit that record
People in
button.
the chat talking about
I looked at him hard. I was like, "This Joker
Make
sleep."
it custom made.
JT, let me tell you what
You can get
happened,
it.
bro. Let me tell you what happened behind the scenes. So I'm like this. Gone. I remember telling security boss, that's what I'm talking about. And after that, I don't remember shit.
You was out.
You was gone. So when I woke up, the screen was black, and I said, "Security boss." Nigga, I looked down. It was like 10:30. I was like, so I looked down at my phone. Mr. Boss had text me. He said, "Dude, you all right? You all right?" He said,
What
That's so
happened
funny.
was the Texas tornado knocked down the earthquake.
dude,
Oh,
I was so fucking
Man, you
sleepy
was so
that day,
tired
bro.
because I text you.
Oh
You
my
remember when I
God.
texted you? I was like, bro, you tired as shit, ain't you?
Man, I'm
He was like,
tired,
man, I'm
bro.
tired.
I was
He
out
was
of there.
like
You
this.
know
Somebody
he
was
tired
talking,
as shit.
and I seen him
But
do
you
like
know
this,
he
and I
good.
seen him. He opened his eyes and was like, "Yep." I'm
Yeah.
like, man, he didn't say
Y'all
shit.
gotta drop me.
Yeah,
I
right.
fall
Nobody
asleep. Y'all
said
gotta drop
nothing.
me down
Nobody,
immediately,
right?
man.
Definitely gave it away right there. Nobody said anything to you. You just like this. You're like, yep. Sure was.
Yeah, that's
Who
true,
was
man.
like, wait, what?
Drop my ass down
Wait,
immediately,
wait.
man. I fall
Nobody
asleep.
said anything.
I got you, bro. I
No
got
one
you, bro.
said anything. I was like,
I'm gonna bully black men up from America,
Mandrell,
Texas.
let
I'm
me
gonna bully
tell you
them.
how far back Crystal Light went in the videos. She said she saw the video where Mandrell was impersonating Black David and E-Man's wife.
Oh,
dude, that is so
that video.
bro, that was a year. That was what, a year and a half?
That video.
Yeah.
A year and a half. And
When
I
you
was
were imitating, yeah. Oh my
I was
God, that's
tight with
old, bro.
Mandrell. I was
That's a
severely
long
tight.
fucking.
Every
That's a
time
long
Jake
time
was
ago.
Jakey,
I was really tight.
any panel, everybody laugh.
Any panel.
See?
Because you know,
Here we go
I
again.
work against my wife is Trinidadian.
Here we go
I worked
again.
at T for 20 years. My end not registered.
you ain't get
Hey,
Ike
I
yet,
told you, bro.
Mandrell. You ain't got his accent yet.
He gonna
One
get
day-
Ekene. He is not gonna
One
get
day,
Ekene.
one day, Ekene gonna be on here. And I'm gonna pull everybody down, and I'm gonna put y'all two right in the middle, and I'm gonna come up with a subject, and I'm gonna just let y'all talk. Boy, it's gonna be a sight to see. Just a minute.
No,
It's gonna
no,
be a
you know, you cannot do that to the woman and the children. What kind
Black
of battle is
David,
this? You let the woman
Black
talk to a
David,
man?
Black David?
This Black David?
Black David's not even
I
from
gotta
land.
say this. I gotta
Black
say this.
David's not
Though.
even from land. He's not
When you
from
piss them both
Nigeria.
off,
Black David is not the original Nigerian. He is not
when you
original.
piss them two off, when you piss Black David and Ekene off, man,
At the same time,
This is funny as hell, man.
you about to
This is
get
why I'm
shot
coming to
with
Texas to
blow
bully black
darts.
men
Are
on
you
filth. I'm gonna
now,
bully him.
are both of you guys of the same tribe? Are you both Yorubas or
I'm
okay?
Yoruba,
So
he's
you got
Igbo.
tribal warfare going on.
Oh, we do have the tribal warfare. If multi will be married within their. Let's say I'm a Yoruba man, an Igbo woman. That's a problem.
What's the difference, though? Hold on. But here's the thing, David. I don't understand. You're both blacker than the Ace of Spades. What's the problem?
He is not black.
I
He
don't
is
know
blue
whose
black.
head is bigger. Now, Ekene is smaller, but
Blue
Ekene
black.
got a
Not
big
black
ass
black.
head.
One of these
Yes,
days,
he does.
Mandrell,
Yes,
Not blacker than black.
Mandrell,
JT, I
one of
hear
these days,
Ekene
I will
saying,
do you like BS on your
you
18.
married one of our women now? Huh? I kick your ass? I can hear, look here, Black David, number one. You're not
Number
kicking
one.
my ass.
No,
Go ahead,
Ekene.
Hold on.
No,
Hear me now.
Ekene. No.
Hold on.
Let me
Black
say
David,
something.
hold on.
Let me say
Hold
something.
on.
Let me
Hold
say
on.
something.
You-
Number
look,
one.
I drive Uber.
Number one.
What the?
My end is not registered. Number two. My
You
wife
guys
is
are
Trinidadian.
stupid, for real.
Number
You guys are
three.
evilly stupid. For
I come from a
real.
polygamic background.
Oh my God.
I come from a polygamic
Oh
background.
my god.
Ekene
Number
made me
four.
spit. I was drinking tea, man.
I work at
Ekene made me spit my
T
tea
for
out,
20
bro.
years.
He did me dirty one other time, and he told me bounce
What
on
show
my
we was on
chest.
when Ekene got mad though? We was on Trigger Mike.
Yeah,
It's
but-
always Trigger Mike. It's always on Trigger Mike.
told
when
him
he
to
get
shut up.
mad.
but
Somebody
here's the
told him
thing
to
though.
shut
I
up.
was a
You gonna
woman.
tell me to shut up?
Yeah. Mr.
Oh,
Bennett.
man,
I don't think Mr. Bennett saw that one. Yeah, Mr. Bennett. Somebody told Ekene to shut up. Ekene got so mad instantly. It's like flipping a light switch, dude. It's like flipping a light switch.
No,
Ekene got so mad.
I just dropped the link to that one.
If
If
it
you got
sounds
it,
funny,
I always
well, let me be
drop the
honest.
link.
Among African men, Nigerian men do not like when a woman kind of lie and disrespect them. In
Oh,
person.
yeah.
You
Hey,
do
man,
that.
Go hard.
Trey got him on Trigger Mike the other day. Trey was like, "Hey man, everybody tired of hearing you talk, man. Shut up, be quiet, bro. You talk too fucking much." He said, "First of all, listen to me. There'll be no disrespect. You don't disrespect me. I'm in man. I'm in man. A real man. A real
Him
man.
and get mad and he cuss him out. He say, "Motherfucker."
Trigger Mike. Now he's Nigerian also, right?
Yes.
Ooh.
And him and Black David are related.
They're cousins.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, and you can tell they're both idiots. So I mean,
Oh man, that's
you know,
tough.
Mandrell, you know
you
what?
tell they're related.
I got you,
yeah.
Mandrell. I got you, Mandrell. Ever watch them on the 18? You know how they do BA all the time, or you
What
don't
you
like to
say
go on the
about Black
plane?
David? You see him trying to joke, but you sit there and look like a minstrel.
The bright lips and the dark skin.
Don't worry.
You know he coming for your ass.
He
right?
coming.
JT,
You remember the old cartoons, JT?
Man, just
When they had
you have
black
to go
people
out
in
to
it,
Africa,
and like
right?
half their
When
hair
he
was
big,
jet
you'll
black,
find men doing the
other hair
African
was white,
dashiki.
other part was white. It's like you look at it now. It's the from old Tom and Jerry cartoons or something.
Oh
You
my
know what I'm saying? It's
God,
like
bro.
you look at it today, you're like,
You know
that's
how
fucked
often
up.
man
But
girls say
then
he
you
not to
was
go
like
back
you
to
didn't
Africa,
notice the
right?
difference back then.
They always set him up. You will find men doing dashiki into how it does it. You be like, what the hell? I'm like, yeah, got your ass in Africa, motherfucker.
Man, hey, you know what? They'll hang Mandrell ass up in Africa upside down, call him a pineapple. Hey, listen.
Who's gonna collect the bounty? I wonder. I still got seriously. I still have a standing bounty. I still have a standing bounty on my head in Africa.
Hey, y'all, real quick before we go back to the conversation, y'all. Tomorrow night, we'll have a Saturday show, guys. Tomorrow night,
First
we'll
time
have
in a while.
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Central. And the name of the show is going to be Candid Conversations with a Housewife. And so
Who's the
it'll be
housewife?
Miss Jenny. She'll be here tomorrow.
Oh, why Miss Jenny?
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know why. Never mind. I know why.
Yeah, she'll be here tomorrow doing Candid Conversations with the Housewife. She'll be here every Saturday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Nice.
And so I was just letting you guys know so you guys can go out and come out and support her tomorrow. When she comes in, man. Hopefully she's gonna have a great first show. She's excited. She's excited about it.
Is she excited?
She is.
I
She's
thought she
very
already had
excited.
her own channel and all that stuff.
No, she has her own her what's it called? Instagram.
Well, it's good
Instagram.
to,
Everybody's got an
good to go to
Instagram, though.
network. We need to go to network. We need more female face up in here.
Yeah, we do, and I see that we do. And so,
well, I mean, here's the thing with that. Okay, that's not really our fault. From what I've noticed, women don't like to cam up. They like to chat a lot in the comment section, but they don't like to cam up except for the ratchet ones. Like you got that chick over there on you got that chick on Jay Prince channel, PH Diva. This is a woman who clearly hates black men.
Oh yeah, man.
Clearly hates black men.
I like PH Diva.
Here's what I did. I did something just to test it out, right? I was over there and I was talking to her, right? Anytime I said anything, not even negative, just something adverse towards black women, like I said, black women, you're not in the gym like that. I'm in all kinds of gyms all the time, every day.
You don't know every black woman, man.
Yes, the problem with that. Then I started. I said, "Oh," but then but what she said about black men, nothing but garbage. She said nothing but negative and derogatory things about black men in the worst ways. Then I started talking about what's it, the queen maker chick, the dyke. So I called her a dyke. She has said nothing for an hour and a half, not one word. I called queen maker a dyke out of nowhere. Boom. Now, Mandrell, we're not gonna say that. We're not gonna use that language. What language? You know what you said? No, I said a lot of things, PhD Diva. What did I say specifically that you don't like that I can't say anymore? You know, you guys, I said, listen, ma'am, you can feel how you want to feel. You can drop me if you want to, but I'm going to do what the fuck I want to do. She said, okay, and she dropped me. Yeah. I was like, there it is. There it is. All that crazy stuff she said about black men. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, this is not for me, but I'm just one day I think that mistakenly she turned her camera on and somebody said she like a Scandinavian anteater. And
I heard that she was not a very attractive female.
Yeah,
those dudes are the ones that talk all the mess.
Man, don't never turn their camera on. So but I'm happy about it. I'm happy about Miss Jenny because when she comes in, she'll be able to do her thing on Saturday. Also, we need to get us a show for just women that have a platform like we have the Barbershop. And I've been thinking about that for a while to have the women to have their salon talk.
But you gotta have women. You gotta have women on here who's gonna be consistent.
Yeah.
That's been a challenge for you for a while now because you tried women's shows a few times.
And they were great.
They were fantastic.
Absolutely.
But the problem is just consistency. Get women who are going to be consistently here. So they can make a library. Of content. You know what I'm saying? So
I need to get Crystal Light on here.
Yeah, you do. Crystal Light.
I need to move detective quick enough.
And you
so I
know
can
what?
help him
Take
out.
heed to the message. Says she's gonna be here consistently on Tuesdays. So I may rotate a Talk Tuesdays out with the salon talk. So she's able to be here because she's off on Tuesday. She work every other day of the week. So
makes sense.
And take heed to the message. You know she be bringing it, honey. Well, when she say
Like,
honey,
so,
I be like,
even if you get those,
Hold on.
if you get those
Take
female
heed,
panels, I
it's
guess
a
once a
female
month, that's
record.
probably good if you can't get it every week. So.
Hey,
Say it
that's
again,
actually
Arvin.
very that's actually pretty good. Isn't that the guy who was on Good Times?
Who that
man
Who
go
was that guy from
Hey,
Good Times? Right? He was
that's
Stella's
Keith.
husband, right?
Hey, that's Keith from Good Times.
Yeah, that's
you know what I'm saying? The one that
Stella's
blew
husband,
his knee
right?
out.
Yeah.
That's Thelma husband.
That's Mandrell ass.
Start calling him Keith.
That is pretty scary.
That's pretty
Ain't
close.
we lucky we got
That is so
him.
not.
That is me, bro.
That is
That
not
is
me.
definitely
That is not me at all.
That is very good facsimile there.
I disagree.
God damn, he looked like Mandrell for real. I'm like, God damn.
Wow. Who caught that one? That's a good eye right there.
Damn, Mandrell.
That's your
Look at the
doppelganger.
hat. Look at the
Hold
nose.
on, Mandrell. You sure you're not a Highlander?
I am a Highlander. I am.
Oh, so
I am a
you
Highlander.
Mandrell McLeod from the Clan McLeod?
I am a Highlander. I am a
Hey,
bet.
let me tell y'all something. That was
That
my
is
damn
very
show,
good.
bro. The movie and the TV.
All
series.
all the movies.
That was the show. That was
Yeah,
the
that
show.
was
those
my
movies
shit.
are good.
Yeah, that was my show right there, boy.
Oh
The
man.
damn Highlander, boy. There can only
Hey,
be
you know
one.
that guy? You know that guy used to be a football player and a stand-up comedian, man.
Which one? TV series or
The guy that played Keith on Good Times. That was the guy that played Keith.
Keith?
On
I
Good
thought you were
Times.
talking about the guy from
Yeah, he was actually a NFL player and he was a stand-up comedian too. He used to do impressions, a lot of impressions.
Oh yeah, well,
And-
even in the show, he did some. He was always
Yeah.
doing impressions that went out on the show.
Remember on the
so
neighborhood
Yeah.
talent show, he did.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hey man, hey, I seen another picture of Bruce Willis today, guys.
It's not good.
Not good.
Bro, they need to stop posting him because man, don't post him no more, bro. Leave his
Leave
ass
him alone.
alone.
Let's leave him alone. Period.
Like he done lost his teeth.
don't
He
put
done
him out
lost his teeth in the front. Like his face is all sunk in, and he just looked deranged, bro. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, he don't look. He don't. He look like he just
looking the same forever.
That dementia ain't no joke.
No,
bro.
but man, he from last year to now,
He look horrible,
like
bro.
he look like
Oh my God.
he's about 90, 100 years old now, bro.
Yep.
He don't even.
Well,
look
here's
like,
the thing: we don't know what these people have. Sometimes they keep that stuff to themselves. Look what happened to Chadwick Boseman.
Yep.
1 minute he was on an interview, the next thing you know, he up out of here.
Yeah.
At 40-some years old. You know what I mean? So you never know what these
all
people
the
going through.
yeah, man. And his wife said he did Jackie,
James
Jackie
Brown.
Robinson, James Brown, Black Panther, Thurgood Marshall, 21 Bridges. Like he did all those fucking movies while he was doing chemo. Crazy, bro.
Yeah. Oh, in the other movie of the dude,
Black Bottom. Remember that? What's that lady's name?
yeah.
Ma
The
Rainey's
one
Black
with
Bottom.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's the one called? The one did Spike Lee did on Netflix, Five Kings or something like that, when they buried the in Vietnam.
When they went to Vietnam and they
they got it years later, and
The
they
Five Bloods.
The Five Bloods.
Five Bloods,
Bro,
yeah.
The dude that's on there with the slick back hair, the older guy, he said Chadwick will go sit down, and his wife would come over, and another lady would come over and start massaging his legs and his feet and his hand. And he was like, "This motherfucker let this money from Black Panther go to his head." And he said when he passed away, he found out that they were rubbing him because he was hurting from the chemo, and they needed to massage his muscle. He said, "Bro, that broke him for life." He said, "Man, he said I cried for days after he passed away. I found out he had cancer, and that's
he
why
wasn't
they
letting nobody else know. He was
just get your prostate checked.
Man,
I mean,
that
I think they say
movie
prostate.
was
prostate. Was it prostate cancer?
Prostate cancer. Yeah.
Because if you go back and watch those Marvel meetups, he was sitting in the Marvel, and they was doing the questioning for Marvel, and he just be like this.
Yeah.
Right? And old boy that play what's his name? Chris Evans that play
Captain America.
He'll tap him a little bit. Right? Robert Downey Jr. will bump him a little bit when they be traveling, and he just be gone, just out of there. Dying the whole time. Just sitting there dying.
So as men, I know one of our things that we used to do, man, is make sure that, because it was just a reality to us when we knew that there was a great you know, it was something where we knew we was going to die. So we used to plan for our family to be taken care of, you know what I'm saying? And that was one of the things that we looked at when it comes down to our kids. We try to give them and instill as much wisdom into them as we possibly can. We know that they're gonna be going back and forth in the world, but we try to give them a foundation, right? So they can fall back on whatever it is. With our wife, we try to make it where when we're gone, she don't have to ask for anything. That's why insurance was a really big thing in the 70s and the 60s, man. It's just not like that anymore.
Yeah,
so
let me ask y'all this.
because
All
a lot
y'all
of people lost a lot of money too. I
Right.
gotta say that a lot of people got scammed and shit like that. But
Right.
that was a way for us to transfer some form of wealth to our, you know.
That's
our
what it takes.
kids
Yeah, to
and
take
our-
care.
and our-
How the old
our wives.
guys
So all
used to take
y'all
care of their
over
women.
40. All
Yeah.
y'all over 40. So did all y'all get your prostate checked at 40?
Nope.
I did.
Yeah,
I did not.
I did. Because it runs in my family, so we have to.
Colonoscopy at 50 right on the dot. But every physical, I get the digital. I got the the test. So I get everything. So I'm
scheduled for a colonoscopy.
What age do you supposed to get the prostate check?
44.
Well, every year, as often as you can.
Well, as the colonoscopy.
Well, they say for most men 50, but for black men it really should be 45.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, I just turned 45.
So yeah, so all right, so Mandrell, book your appointment then.
Yeah, book
I'm
your
not
appointment.
doing. I'm wait. Shit.
Mandrell, Mandrell, you used to get shit stuck up your head. You stick a lot of
No, I'm not either. No, I'm not either.
Come on,
Mandrell,
I
think
don't
think of the big picture.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the big picture. That's gay.
It's been a year to get that done, man. I would.
Even Cody's laughing in the chat room.
I know.
Gay and alive.
Our pain, before he stuck it in, did you say, did he tell you to take a deep
Stuck it in. Pause.
He lit a candle. That's what he did.
I was out cold, man. I was out cold, man. I don't know.
Tell them they put you to sleep, man.
The white box is the time, man.
Yeah, put him to
Put him to sleep.
Put him to sleep.
Whoa. Hold on.
You know be fucked up, Andrea? They put you to sleep and take a picture while they putting it in your ass.
Exactly.
Well,
You don't say some
never
crazy
live
stuff
shit,
like that, man.
Well, I was, look here. I'll be like, Andrea, what's this?
When you wake up there, you see everybody smiling around you. And when you wake up, they'll be all smiling and shit, you know?
Yeah, right.
Cody's real to you right now.
How do you live that down, though? You know what I'm saying?
Play some sexual healing. That's all
Hey,
you
but
need.
you know what, dude? Speaking of what Cody's talking about, dude, they have a prank going on in barbershops. Y'all be careful, bro. Because I saw one video today where a dude got his ass beat to damn near to death before they could stop it. Now, I ain't trying to laugh. But the dude lay down in the chair like this, and he said, he lined him up. Most dudes close their eyes when they get in their line. And they had a woman come over and kiss him on the lips. But when she kissed him on the lips, she back up. And then when she backs up, the barber bends down. And so it looks like the barber kissed him, bro. One dude got up and lit his ass up, bro. Lit his ass.
No, have you seen the one where my man had a can of, that can of fart, and he sprayed his fingertips
Which one?
with it?
There's a whole bunch of them.
But he sprayed his fingertips with it, and he was lining my man up on his lining his mustache up.
Smell my fingers.
Smell my fingers. Oh my God, bro. Hey man.
Hey man, they did that same kiss. They did that same kiss with a little boy, right? A lady kissed him, and the little boy got up, man. And he looked at the barber. He must have been like 3 feet tall, man. He looked at that barber and said, like he wanted to fight, man. He was squared up and everything. It was funny as hell, man. It was funny as
I know one thing. Let me my 16-year-old or any one of my boys, it's been a wrap. It been a wrap, bro.
Yeah,
but I told Mandrell that my son JJ got suspended from school. Let me tell y'all this, and we'll get out of here. JJ has a very bad temper, as Mandrell already knows. He has a very
Like
bad
somebody
temper.
we know. Like somebody we know.
Exactly. And I try to talk to the source of the problem, Mr. Bennett. But the source of the problem, holy shit.
My temper's not
okay,
that bad,
listen. Listen, JT,
Black
I'm
man
talking
just
to him.
admitted.
JT, I'm talking to him on the phone about the issue and how to fix it. He's getting heated
Just admit
in
it.
that conversation, JT. I'm like, I said, Black man, hold up. He said, what? I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. You see what's going on here?
Let me tell you what happened, though. I don't think my son was
Good
wrong. Let me
Lord.
tell you what happened. My son was standing in line for lunch. A little boy came behind, a little white boy, he came behind my son, and he broke in line. My son said, excuse me. And this is what the teacher said. Said my son told him, excuse me, you have to go to the end of the line. We were here first. Said the little boy had the plate in his hand, and he did this to JJ and elbowed my son in the face.
Yeah, that's
After he elbowed JJ in the face, they tore the entire cafeteria. And JJ's 11, guys, but that's a man. That's a man. You hear me?
No, it's not.
And so listen to me. JJ. So what happened was
he was trying to punch me in the stomach and almost hurt himself.
Because he punched in a short rock. Listen. When my son, let me tell you what happened. My son, they called me with my son in the background. And I hear my son, call my daddy. Call him. I'm gonna tell him what happened. So I ain't laughing in front of him, I'm laughing in front of y'all. So I got on the phone. I said, what's going on? She said, I have JV in here and you need to talk to him because he just got into a fight in this cafeteria. I said, okay. Put him on the phone. They put him on the phone. I said, JJ, what happened? This is what JJ said. Daddy, I was standing in line. The white boy, he a white boy, daddy. White boy come up behind me, broke in front of me. I say, excuse me, the line back there. He elbowed me in my face so hard, and you know what happened there? Do sleep. That's how he said it. Good night. And the teacher said, are you going to say anything to him? I said, I'm going to come get him and get him some ice cream if that's the story. I said, she said, we looked at the camera. That's what really happened. But, and this is the rule in school now, guys, are you serious? Listen to this. Anybody that fight at the school, whether you're defending yourself or not, both parties get suspended.
Okay, cool. Cool. I can live with that.
Play that over here.
So I asked her.
I can live with that.
I said, so ma'am, it would have been better if my son would have let the boy just beat him. She said, yeah, he would have had a better chance of not getting suspended. Oh, no, sir. Dude, that's not how we work over here.
That ain't how that go.
No, sir, that's not how we work. My son going to be coming home then. Because you're not going, JJ not going to take that no way. So you're not going to just beat up on my son.
No. I'm as his uncle. I'm not hearing that shit.
That's
not how this works.
Not a cream puff.
No, that's not how this works at all.
The good thing wasn't my son. My son did worse than that.
Your son's African. Of course he is.
He like, my son.
Yeah,
with a blowgun.
You take your son to the zoo.
My son come up there and you bring what happened? My son come up there, he brings
flight down.
Black David was teaching his son how to knock a lion out.
And he chopped his head off with a machete.
And
he chopped his head off with a machete.
Bite him in the
I tell my
neck.
son, you go too far. You should just cut off his feet.
Man, Joe, shut up.
To bite him in the neck.
You just bite him in the neck.
In the neck.
Oh my God, bro.
He grabbed him by his chest nipples.
And he slammed him to the ground.
He grabbed him by the chest nipples.
Bro. I'm clipping that shit, bro. That shit is hilarious.
That's what the President Obama wants.
Hey, Black Man, that's your show right there. You said anecdotal stories like this. Did Black David and Nick and A on?
Yeah, that's funny.
You know what?
That's your show right there.
I'm gonna create a show called you know what? I'm gonna create a show called the Nigerian Reaction, and we're gonna do reaction videos, and we're gonna let Ekene and Black David.
You gotta have Ekene to bust in. Ekene just gotta bust in and just start talking.
BMW.
You're not gonna have me and Ekene here alone. You have to bring to the mic up in here.
No.
You Mike's American, man.
You can't have Ekene here.
Hey, look, that would be hilarious. Just bring Ekene up. He got to just be talking as soon as you bring him up.
Yeah. Hey,
let me break it down.
You know what? Ekene ain't got no respect for no panel. As soon as you bring his ass up, look, you be like, yeah, man. And I told them, like, I went down and Ekene come up. So this is what I want to say. This is what I want to say. Okay? Who's talking? Stop talking. This is what I want to say as I drive along in my car. You men are no good for the women because the women are not good. I come here to let me talk. Don't overtalk me. I'm talking, okay?
Let me finish making my point. No, you let me finish making my point.
Let me
Him and
fucking
Trey.
talk.
You gotta, man. You could cut out every argument that him and Trey have, man. That shit be funny.
Yeah, man.
Trey be like, man, you gonna just look. You can't talk no more because you just gonna keep going on and on and on. You like, are you ignoring?
So you let that. So you talk, but I cannot talk. I can't talk. You gonna talk? I can't talk. Yeah. Listen to me, eh? Okay, women in my country are out herding goats and sheep. We're not worried about these shit. We're not worried about these shit.
Yeah, man, him and Trey have some classics, man. There's no doubt about it, man.
Yeah, because I've been on some panels.
And that's the reason why our pay. That's the reason why the way went up.
Our pay and I sitting there, and Trey and would get at it. You know, Pay just sitting there, just
and they said moments
shaking their head and laughing, man. It's
bro, if
they get wild.
come to my funeral, bro, and he want to get up and say something,
I would like to say something about the black man.
Black man, let me go on this show a little bit. Me and Black David, we having fun over there, the Black man. I drove Uber all the way here to here.
I want to come and say
Your accent is horrible.
I want to come and say something about the Uber.
We took a Uber with me and my trusty goat.
No, I do not ride
at the funeral with your.
But the crazy
I live in New York. I live in New York. I live in Brooklyn.
Ekene is in Dallas, and I need to find his ass. He's here in Dallas.
Wow, he's in Dallas with you.
He lives in Dallas, Texas.
Oh my God!
The other day he was driving, and I was like, "Can I put in the back chat?" I said, "Where the hell are you at?" I said, "It just seems like you're in Texas." I said, "You just passed that Mesquite sign that says Mesquite." He said, "Yeah, I live in Texas. I've been here a long time. You didn't know? I didn't know."
Oh shit!
So I'm gonna get him to come over and to the house.
Yeah, and I'm coming there soon. I'm gonna go there soon. Torture your ass,
man.
Oh yeah. So CB, you were talking about that, possibly making a move to Texas.
Yeah. So I'll be torturing black men on filter more often. I'll be
my! So Ekene and Black David in Dallas with me.
Oh man,
Black man, where is the ufufu? I am hungry. You do not have the ufufu. Are you?
Oh my God!
What kind of black man are you?
You cannot just have you.
Black David.
No, you have to have the
number one.
Number one.
Black David gonna have a list. Number one. Take me to the Fort Worth Zoo. They have a lion that is related to my country.
White podcast, you cannot be laughing.
Number two,
white podcast.
Number two,
white podcast.
You must take me to see the giraffes.
White podcast.
I am hungry. I must go to the zoo and hunt. It is time to hunt. Ekene, come with.
Oh Lord.
Yes,
Black man,
you crazy?
Black man, your toilet paper is insufficient. We need reply toilet paper for Nigerian ass. Nigerian ass reply.
You're doing this right now. White podcast.
I have something to say. In Nigeria, we wipe our ass with corn on the cob.
Really?
We do not wipe our ass with tissue.
Why my ally do me like this? Why my ally do this?
It's the toilet paper is insufficient part for me, man. I can hear him saying that. I can hear him saying it. I can hear him saying it.
Oh my jaws are like right here. I can't move my jaws are like this.
Well, if Ekene come up on this panel right now, bro, I would have to turn my camera off. I would have to turn my camera off if he came up here right now. I'd turn my camera off.
Oh my goodness!
My spy goat say you were talking about me. I am here to defend my Nigerian heritage with you.
Oh,
I am tired.
Oh Lord!
Oh.
Come here, spy god. What did he say?
Oh.
He said something about reply toilet paper.
Like, if you make a YouTube short of this one, if you get more than 1 million views, I'm getting a cut of this.
Hey, Black David. He gonna break Black David. I'm here in footwear. Take me to the zoo. I must make love to a goat.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Ain't me to over.
Can you imagine Black David
golden moon?
you
Yo,
imagine Black David in Africa in one of them tall grass fields with a loincloth around his waist and his shirt off? Just running around with a spear and shit in his hand. Look, he already gonna cut
I
his
just
hair.
want to see
Don't start right now.
if they
Do
pull
not
this show
start right
off.
now.
I want to see these two Nigerian guys in Texas with cowboy hats on. That's what
Oh my God! Wow. Take him to the stockyards, Black man.
Dungarees, get the cowboy dungarees.
Black man, take him to the stockyard.
I will.
Yeah, just take him to the stockyards and let them and just record their reactions to everything.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. Crystal Light. I'm glad you watched all the shows. Crystal Light is on it. She said, "Remember when Ikene was fussing with the white supremacist dude, the dude that wore the mask? What was his name?
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
Be brave.
Be brave. Yeah, Be brave said, "Shut up." He said, "What? Well, who you said to shut up to? Who?
A man is nothing to another man to shut up.
I mean, man, you understand? I mean, man. Listen, I mean, man. That's it.
And no one will pissed off the most in this show.
What's that?
When BMU did me do it when I had my chest open, I was flexing. He got me on the
Yeah,
that got me tight.
I called Black David
tight.
backstage with a white beat on. I said, I'm finna get his ass because he playing too fucking much. So I put his ass on live. As soon as he popped up on the screen, he gonna look at the screen and do this little gay ass fucking screen. They gonna make his chest start jumping. He gonna women on the counter. Ooh. And he gonna Nathan Daly got his ass. Nathan Daly said, "Look at them struggle pics. What? Everybody on the everybody. Sir Hale started choking. I thought Sir Hale died. Sir Hale was laughing so hard, bruh. I thought he had went up out of here.
I think I haven't got Nathan Daly back. I'm telling him to get it. I told him I'm sure to get that. He was laughing. He was
Look,
like,
I had cut out a video for Black David when remember when Security Boss first came out when she started doing the money song.
Yeah, the money line.
She's doing. You had that motherfucker. Black David was dancing. He was like.
Oh no, you didn't. No, you didn't. Wow. No, you didn't.
I said, I lost it.
You know what?
Oh,
I got a new video of Black David. I forgot. Thank you, JT. Because he was dancing the other day. I got his ass. I got him.
While I got a second. Wait. While I got a second. Everybody, today I did an interview with World Class about his daily diet and all that stuff. He does that vegan alkaline thing. That was good. I do some alkaline stuff. I don't really fool with vegan food. No, nothing against it. I just hadn't tried it really. It's just, I like meat.
Before you go forward, man, Drew, have you seen the black doctor that talks about the stuff you talk about? He's actually a doctor, but he does like shorts. Man, he said a can of soda, it would take 32 8-ounce glasses of alkaline water to take away the effects of one 16-ounce can of soda.
Damn.
Shit.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that myself. But next week I got Freezy on.
Okay. Yeah, he's a vegan too, right?
No. But Freezy went on the weight. No.
He lost like 100 pounds, right?
Yeah, he lost 100 pounds. So I want people to hear from him how he did it and everything like that. Yeah, how he did it and everything like that. Because
I don't have struggle packs. Okay.
I want to see regular people. They're not. It's not a fitness god or anything. I want regular people to see another regular person actually accomplish something like that. I just thought
80 pounds. I lost 80 pounds since last year.
You say you ate that ass?
80. No, I didn't see it.
Wow.
So I lost 80 pounds, man.
I gotta watch that one, man.
Congratulations on that.
I can see our pain doing a commercial. Hey, you don't have to look through a glass. You don't have to go to mass to lose this weight. Just eat a little ass.
Oh,
let me finish.
You pick up one of those.
So RP, not to if you want to share that story, I'd be very interested to hear about. I remember seeing in your picture, your wedding photo, you were a pretty slim guy. So you just gained. So you gained over the years. You just gained weight, and then was there something that drove that, or was it just eating?
Well, let me. It's funny in the wedding photo, right? I was heavier before the wedding, but I wanted to look good in my tux. So I had a bet with around 50 guys at the gym that 2 months before my wedding, I would get down to 195 pounds. And we had like a weigh-in and everything.
From where? Where were you before the wedding?
I probably had to be maybe around 240.
Damn.
Yeah. So I was working out 6 days a
You
week.
use a vacuum cleaner?
I was working out 6 days a week, and we had this big bet going on at the job, man. So at the weigh-in, there was like 50 guys around, around the scale and shit. This shit was unbelievable, right? So I got to the weight and I won like, I don't know, 500 something bucks, right? So then me and the wife, we got back. Well, first of all, we was trying
That's
on
good money
top.
back. What 87? Yeah, about 87.
It was 87. It was 87.
Oh,
that's good money back
So
then.
let me just be real quick. So me and the wife, so I win the bet, right?
That's like
And
2K today money.
By the time the honeymoon was over, there was 5 to 10 pounds back on. At the time the honeymoon was over, and the shit never stopped. This shit never stopped. You know what
So
I'm
you
saying?
went beyond the marriage. They said what the marital
I didn't get a lot of weight till I used to play ball, so I didn't get a lot of weight until I ripped my Achilles tendon.
Oh man!
And then it was just hard. I
that'll do
never really, but I used that as an excuse. But I could have did other stuff. But that was my basketball playing
said
shit
that-
when I was moving. That was it.
Hey, you told the weight to stay the fuck away until the wedding is over with. The weight was like, all right, we gonna be, and we coming right back after the honeymoon.
So now, man, now I'm on this stick again. So like for the last, so this sickness kind of slowed me down from getting into the weight room. But I have my whole diet plan has been changed. So I feel, I feel
there you go,
good.
there you go, man, Joe. Get our pain on shit. That's
I want to have people like that. Like our pains that he's not some internet fitness guru or anything like that. He's an everyday dude. You know what I'm saying? And he lost 80 something pounds. You know what I'm saying? So it's to show people that it's achievable. It's actually achievable because a lot of people think that, like even me myself on this experiment that I'm doing. I gotta tell you, fellas, that I have had my moments where I'm like, I think I bit off more than I can chew. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. Good fucking God. But you keep going. Yeah, you get there.
I got a lot more to go too. But I have all mine every day. I have a spreadsheet of what I eat with the calories and stuff. And I do that for the last 6 weeks. I'm really doing that in earnest. So I got a spreadsheet. And then I weigh myself maybe 2 or 3 times a week to see where I'm going down. And, so I got a whole plan, a whole life plan. So I'm not really stopping myself from eating the stuff I want to eat, especially like on Sunday when I have my girls over.
Yeah.
But I'll eat whatever I want to eat, but I just can't eat like I used to. So and then I just get right back at it the next week. So every week I just spreadsheet it out, man. That's what I do.
Hey man, I definitely gotta have you and Mr. Bennett on my show, man, because a lot of people don't know the benefits of marriage, man. And just listening to you two guys, man, along with a lot of other people that I've seen, it's dope as hell to have the family to look at you as that hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? I don't think enough men understand what that really means. So just, when I hear you guys tell you stories and your relationships with your daughters and everything like that, man, that's something and a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of dudes don't realize, man, once we start getting to a point of being in a different level of life, yes, it's a slowdown, but it's more steady. When we get, I can tell you, when I was in my best, like where I was really confident in being that man, I think it was probably about 40, man. It probably was about 40. So, and then once you got that, now I done got 10 years from there, and I feel so much. It's not even me feeling confident anymore. It is what it is. So it's even like when my daughters, they talk to me, it's kind of like, even when they have conversation with me, they really, really listen. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, maybe I must be in the right direction right there. And then when I'm hearing you guys, man, it's like, hell yeah, this is what we want. So you got a lot of people going back and forth with each other, and I'm starting to see the ages, right? These 30-year-olds, and some of them in their 40s, and they're arguing over shit that don't mean any motherfucking thing at all. That's why when I hear Mandrell, I saw you on Freezy today, Mandrell. Mandrell was just frustrated because he like, man, what the fuck are we talking about? Like it's not
Right. It
it's
doesn't
not
matter.
substance, because like when people actually, that's why it is good for you to go on Pay and Mr. Bennett. When you go on other platforms, man, and you hear people talking about something that's meaningful, I'm telling you, dog, they really see it. If they want to do some shit where it goes down to having like a reality show, I think you guys will be out cold. I think you guys will be
Just
really
let me
out
know,
cold for
man.
them
I'm
to
like,
really see that
just let
shit.
me know when you want to have something, man.
Absolutely.
I was on
Absolutely.
a Median Man's podcast once. He had some with married couples on it.
Yeah.
And you know, my wife was busy that day, but I was on there, and you know, he's up and coming guy. You know, if you ever heard Median Man, he's a big detailed stack guy. But anyway, it's like let me just one thing when you mentioned the kids, like every Sunday, my oldest daughter's out of the house, so every so often I lure her back in, so we sit around the table and I cook Sunday dinner. Like last week, I made like a seafood lasagna. I just think about things a week ahead of. It was really good, man. Damn thing cost almost $200 to make with all the seafood.
That shit.
Yeah, so
look that up.
this week we're having steak, right? So I grill it up. And so, but what I do is I ask a seed question with my daughters. So me and the wife sit on one side of the table, the daughters sit on the other. So I throw a seed question out there and we just talk, right? We you know, I try to find out what they're thinking about, you know? And I like that. So we spend a few hours, you know, every Sunday. You know, my other one, she can't make it every Sunday, but we sit down there and, like, you know, just chop it up.
Yeah.
You know,
that's a
real
show.
life
That's
shit,
a,
man.
That's a
Real
show
life
in and of itself. Because you see some of these other podcasts that they like Ben Roethlisberger and these other ones. And what's the one with the athletes? Not the pivot, but the other one. But they'll have like their segment they're talking, and then some chef comes out with some food, and they're
I Am Athlete.
Yeah, I know you talking about.
Yeah. That almost sounds like that. It's like y'all kicking it over Sunday dinner, and you sharing the, you know, what's on the menu and stuff like that. So that sounds pretty dope in itself. You get everybody.
It does, man. It does. I think people need to see that type
Sunday
of a life
dinner. Hey,
where they can have
not
it's kind of like being able to be on track again. And that's what I think that's where frustration with me and all these things, it ain't with myself, man. I ain't trying to get out here and date. That's why when we be having, like, especially when you on platforms where you got all these different ages. And I was thinking, I was like, man, we got to start specifying what people's age is, because it's their level of understanding. This is why you have so many people arguing with each other, because you got a 35-year-old talking to a 50-year-old, and it's like, you know how we talk. It's kind of like I could be wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like when we get into these conversations, it's not about this is my word is just bond. It's just how I see it, right? And then somebody else will say, well, listen, and they can see it from another angle, and we nod to it, and we be like, okay. And that's why with you, Mr. Payne, it's funny because you and Mr. Bennett both do the same thing, but y'all have a different way on how y'all do it, right? With you will address a person and you will say, and you don't say I got pushback or anything like that, but you would take what you heard them say, and then you say, but I see it this way, right? Mr. Bennett would do the same thing. He would do it, and he'd tell them, listen, I just have you know, a little pushback on what you said, but da 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 da, and he expound on it. People learn from y'all, man. I swear to God, I do. I'm like, man, damn, because you're not saying it as if that's gospel, but you're saying it as this is what, you know, I get from it. And then somebody can come back and they can rebuttal, and you'll be like, okay, I understand it, but motherfucker want to over talk you. It's like you like, wait a minute, damn it.
So every so often, Trigger Mike lets me kind of take the reins on his show when he's picking up his kids. And so that's why I get a chance to go around the horn. That's why I like to say. And then when people say stuff, I like to plant the next question, because sometimes people say things. So I say, okay, that's your point of view. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Right. And then I let people go. So I try to get the control back in the panel where everybody gets a chance to speak. You know, and so we'll just go around the horn. And then, you know, people come up with questions. When you control a panel, some questions come up naturally and you let those happen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't get chaotic, you know?
But it's just like in the barbershop. A lot of times, like, no one's checking like ages. Like, it's like the barbershop is almost like the leveling for everybody. Like it doesn't matter.
Yes.
You could be a CEO, executive, and just a blue collar guy, but everybody just comes in. It's like all of our titles just kind of come off, and we just kind of come into the space and kick it. So sometimes I think that's where some of the frustration may come in sometimes, because again, we don't necessarily recognize those perspectives where people are coming from, because everything is like, you know, it's just kind of evened out, and then we leave, we go back into our role. So it's a benefit of the barbershop, but it's also, you know, something that can lead to those kind of, you know, blow-ups and disagreements and whatnot, because it's like you don't come in, you don't wear. In fact, that gets most time that gets called out. You come in and say I'm a CEO or something, then you're gonna have somebody that the old guy in the barbershop, he's probably unemployed. He's just there all the time.
Yep, playing card.
Check a Fred.
Don't matter what time you come in with. Yeah. So he'll just cut you down. So it's like, you know, it's not a bad thing, but like I said, but I recognize that happens even in our actual physical barbershops.
Yes.
You do have that, you know, you do have those roles people play. But if you try to come in pretending, you just get called out. It just doesn't happen in black barbershop. It just doesn't. Now again, the beauty salon, I don't know what happens, you know, obviously in those spaces. I don't think women just down like that. Man. I don't think women get down like that in the beauty salons. I don't think that's just
Fatty, man. Hey, what's going on, Team Fatty?
Oh yeah.
They be like, hey girl.
What is that, 5 pounds? That's 5 pounds, right?
What?
Is that pounds or is that, what is that?
It looks like euros.
Them euros.
Euros.
That's about $7.50 US.
Global.
Okay.
Yeah, they euros more powerful than US dollars at this point.
That's
Hey, appreciate that, Fatty, man. Appreciate that super chat, my brother. He said, Mandrill, get a prenup.
I know.
Oh yeah, they had a conversation about.
Yeah. Fatty and I had that conversation yesterday.
Yeah,
that's wild though. Still, if that's that black man is true, that 38% are broken or whatever. That's crazy if that's true. I mean,
that's probably true. It's probably
the
true.
prenuptial agreements
like
are
I said,
they're being overturned by
50-50.
judges. The judges are overturning them because they're not fair to the wife.
Yeah.
But the wife's
son. You know what? One of the things that has to happen,
don't matter.
Depending on the length of the marriage, right? The prenups need to be updated. Say, because if I get married, right, and I have a prenup when we first get married, let's say I'm worth $10 million. But 20 years from then, I might be worth $100 million. So what I wrote in the beginning, so the prenup has to have, so you got to talk in terms of percentages as opposed to hard numbers.
But it's like when a lot of these documents are a lot of people don't visit, like a will. Like, first of all, people don't want to do a will, period, right?
That's
or a
true.
living will. Once it's done, they don't revisit it, but they don't understand, like, your kids growing up, you know, different responsibilities. Like, you got to revisit all of that. But a lot of us say, yeah, I got will, or even insurance. Like, I'm at a point now where literally I had a policy that just expired. It's like a 20-year term. Now I'm at this point now where I'm looking for like my next one. Now I'm gonna say at this point, I don't need to kick out as much money as I was for my next one. So I'm kind of going through the process again, reevaluating my life insurance needs at this time, given the kids are grown and that sort of thing. So a lot of this documentation, living wills, power of attorney, all this stuff should be every 5 to 10 years as you go through these stages of life needs to be revisited. But a lot of people don't, because they didn't. That stuff you don't want to talk about in the first place. You don't want to talk about wills,
and that is things that we need to talk about also, man. And that's where you don't hear a lot of people speaking on, because a lot of people don't even have what you just said. They don't have life
and like
insurance.
I said, people who deal, it's like, I
bills,
did it when I was young, but I mean, you got people who got the kids. They got the was that like the guardians? Like, if I die, you know, this person becomes the that person dies. And you never updated the will. Like, you never updated the, you know, it's like this person is incapable of doing stuff. But again, you didn't go back and redo it.
To your point, Mr. Bennett, to your point, real quick, me and the wife were going to go on a cruise. And our will was like 5 years old, 5 or 6 years old.
Right.
And right like a week before the cruise, I said, man, you know what? We need to update this rule because we're going to both be gone. You know, if something happens, you know, we got to make sure that. So we went to our lawyer. We had it updated in a week.
Yeah.
So we and there was so much that was changed in that 5 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I'm glad it was a catalyst because we were just going away. I said, we can't go with, you know, so luckily nothing went down, but that's what we did.
Yeah,
So you're
yeah,
right.
you gotta, this life stuff. You gotta take it on all the time.
You know what, Mr. Bennett, I just thought about. You said that you should probably reevaluate your position like every 5 to 10 years, right?
Mhm.
I think your marriage should be reviewed and updated once a year. You know what I'm saying? Like a performance review.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? Here
100%.
are the targets that we need to hit this year. And if you hit that, then you'll get this. You see what I'm saying? Because you do it at your job, you do it everywhere else. And I think what happens is people get into these relationships and they get lazy. You know what I'm saying? They lose themselves. You know, they don't want to do anything. They want to, you know what I'm saying? They need to bake that into the vows or the wedding or the marriage agreement certificate or something. You know what I'm saying? Some type of prenup, and say, hey, here's the
It'd be
performance.
shit like that. It'd be ideals like that where it gets me to thinking. That's why I was like, damn, the ideal of marriage should have evolved, right? It's like now it's just it went to a standstill, and now it's at a point where people don't even know what the hell it entails anymore, right? They just get married or whatever. But these ideals have to start making it where even if it's not, it don't have to be something that's straight, but we have to have ideals on what motivates us to want better for other people. Because marriage it can't be about yourself. It can't be about you. It can't. That's crazy. So when we start really having these conversations, man, I'm telling you, you would have less people being frustrated in these conversations, because they keep right now when you hear about these conversations, and we have these conversations, they just go in this circle, and then it starts spiraling, and then you got people that ain't never been married trying to tell people how to get married, and then you got people that have been married that's telling people how to date, and you like, what the fuck is everybody doing? It's just like it's like nobody is really having real conversation, because we're not letting our imagination take control.
Real quick before JT, I'm gonna say this real quick, guys, and then we can get out of here and we can go backstage. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I've been watching this whole thing where I know y'all been watching it too, maybe with Papoose and Remy, right?
Right.
Okay. Okay. Papoose and Remy, right? Let me tell you what happened, guys. This is what it got my attention. Remy went to jail for 7 years. And her husband, didn't know rumors of him cheating. He raised, with their kids. He was out with the babies, taking care of the kids, 6, 7 years. They let her out. He was waiting on her. Whatever. She got out. It was a rumor happened about maybe a month ago, saying that she was cheating with one of the little nerdy ass dudes that hang out with Papoose. Now, she said, no, it's a lie, no. So for the last few weeks, she done turned it up on the guy, talking about he's stupid, the dude is fucking dumb, right? And the dude said, okay, bitch. No, the dude the supposedly dude that she cheated with. And she said, the dude's so fucking dumb, he's stupid, that motherfucker touch me with a fucking stick, blah, blah, blah. So he said, okay, bitch, I got something you don't remember you did. And he released her voicemail today that she left on his phone. And this is what it said. She said, hey, I'm going to have some free time from Poose. In probably the next couple of days, he's going to be on the road. She said, but I need you to come over here and eat that pussy like you did last time and fuck me. And I want you to flip me over and fuck me in my ass. Now, imagine hearing your wife leaving a message on another man's phone about fucking her, eating her pussy, and fucking her in the ass.
Oh, hell no.
And since then, Papoose then turned off all his social media.
Yes.
He didn't turn, he ain't his Twitter gone. He quit Twitter gone, Instagram gone. Like he just shut all his shit down.
I mean, and the thing is, man, and I know we have to have more of a conversation about it, man. That man invested in her. Even when she was, I was one of those dudes that was saying that she was having a relationship with a woman in prison. There's no 7 years. When I see how they are in prison, man, most of them women be having relationships with each other.
And she masculine as hell, but she fine, boy.
Yeah. But did he leave her? Yeah,
but the man invested in you, and you don't do nobody like that, man. I don't.
But let me tell you, man. You know what? I saw her. There was so one of these podcasters had a woman said from her perspective that Remy lost all respect for what he did while she was in prison. He stopped this. She had no real respect for what holding her down. She lost respect for him because he stopped rapping. He stopped doing all this, and he came to the prison almost every day. And she told him not to. So she lost kind of respect for him. Some way, you know how women are crazy like that. She didn't appreciate what he was doing.
Mm.
You know, and so, but did he leave her BMU? I mean, he's still with her?
Yeah, I think he's still with her.
Yeah, so there you go.
Well, it ain't gonna be for long, man. When you get crushed like that, it's a process for all of this shit,
But
bro.
why wouldn't it be for long? If he's still with her, he's still with her.
Hey, Mr. Bennett, let me ask an old
sometimes,
school
man,
head,
some
though.
shit just
Mr. Bennett,
shit
you
takes a
hear
minute.
you hear a rumor your wife was cheating on you, and she tell you, babe, Paul, I have not done anything. And you say, okay, babe, I believe you. I'm gonna believe what the streets say. And then the man that she cheated with come to you and say, Paul, listen to this. And they say, I can't wait to suck you. I can't wait till you fuck me in my ass. And you hear your wife's voice. What's the next thing that's gonna happen, Mr. Bennett?
It's like Oran Juice Jones in the rain. So you done.
You can get with that hush puppy, alley coke.
Alley
Coke.
That'd be my theme song. Oran Juice Jones. Shout out to him.
The true thing about it is easy to say, you leave because that's your inclination.
Mr. Payne, you'll leave.
I was just gonna get there, right?
Because you hear your wife on the phone to my trigger, Mike. I can't wait to get over there and get that.
That's what I'm saying. My inclination would be here's why I would leave, right? Because there's no way I could stay.
Yeah.
Not because I couldn't think about it because I would never forgive her. I would never ever forgive her.
You're right.
Yeah. And
So it's a that's why I said with him. With him, it's a process. For one, they got children together, right?
Yep.
And then on top of that, he looked at her a whole different way. I'm talking about, man, this man invested. So
He was blinded. He was
the
blinded by love.
craziest thing about with men, bro, when we get crushed, we handle it all different ways, man. You got dudes that'll stay for a minute. You got dudes, and you have dudes that are very violent when that happens to them. So the thing is that when you have to deal with something like that, all you got to do is just be a man. And you don't have to look at it as her, the rapper, whoever she is, but just look at it as a woman that you hold to a very high esteem, right? The woman that you married, and the woman and then you find something out that you hope that wasn't true, and you wasn't ready to leave her. You wasn't ready. You didn't see this shit coming, man. That shit is kind of like. Have y'all ever seen somebody in I know you did, Black Man. I don't know about the rest of y'all. Natural disaster, right? Hurricane coming, and you telling people we gotta go, and they're so much in shock where they're like trying to gather up shit that they ain't got no business gathering. They just walking in circles.
Let
and
it
they're
go.
just because they shocked, or somebody that was in a car accident. They get out and they just start running down the street. I've seen it so many damn times where I'm like, this is what happened to us. As men, sometimes, man, you ain't ready for that shit.
That's true.
You shocked now. So you just doing shit and you just like, I don't know if I should go, if I should stay. I don't know what the fuck. And and then it's in the public's eye. Oh man, this is crazy. You got people saying all kind of shit about him. Like, damn, he wasn't even the one fucking around and he still can't win. You can't win for losing in the public eye. So
so that's why I say it's kind of easy to say what you would do, but until you're in that circumstance, you really don't know how you're gonna completely react.
You'll be shocked. Yeah. Sometimes you just be frozen. You like shit.
Yeah.
You still trying to go through life like it's still supposed to be.
I'm out.
You
I
out,
don't
lost in
freeze.
translation,
I'm
you
out.
gone?
I'm out without hesitation.
I'm over here sounding like EZ. I'm over here doing it
Without
easy.
hesitation.
You know what I'm saying? That's funny.
Yeah, so lost in translation, you get that voicemail and you hear you hear it on the voicemail talking about Black David, I can't wait to get over there to get that Nigerian fish pole inside of my pond. It's over.
I don't do fish pole, okay?
Black David gonna say number one. You were supposed to erase the message.
Black David, I'm coming for you.
Motherfucker.
Where's my blow dart?
I know that's real.
All right,
It's
man. Well,
over.
listen, brother. Thank y'all again, man, for being here tonight. We're gonna go backstage if y'all want to
Great
stay
show.
around, stick around. But thank y'all for being here tonight, man. Another great conversation with you guys, man. This has been another episode of the Celebrity. No, I'm just kidding. Of the Black Men Unfiltered Network, Barbershop Talk, man. And we'll see y'all tomorrow. Keep in mind, we have our first show tomorrow from Miss Jenny. It will be at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Central. Candid Conversations with a Housewife. So y'all come out and support her tomorrow at 9. We'll see how many ladies pull up for that on tomorrow. I'm looking forward to seeing how many ladies and maybe more men because, you know.
Well, 1 minute before you leave, I'll say shout out to and thank you to Crystal Light, my latest subscriber, my newest subscriber. Thank you, Crystal, for the support. Thank you for the support. R Payne, get over there and subscribe to all of y'all on the.
You know, I already been subscribed. I was subscribed on day one, sir. I was there.
Hey, listen, y'all could come over and give me some. Hey, listen, I put these 2 links in the back chat. The one is that article JT you asked for. And
why is that funny?
Hey, man, he look like you, except he's a real black man. Like,
he's black, all right. You're right. You're right. You're right. He is black. If he's nothing else, he's black.
Oh, man, that's funny. Man.
If Black David is nothing else, he is just that black.
Anyway, so
African sun.
So JT, I hope you saw those links, man. I put them in there for you because you asked.
Okay, most definitely.
There's an animal in trouble.
All right, listen, I'm gonna pull out now. I mean, I'm gonna pull out. Pause, right?
Whoa!
I got you, buddy. That's a good one to use there, man. But I probably won't be going back, backstage. That's another one. Yeah, another pause.
Where my sanitary wipe?
Brother Payne's about to do.
All right.